Bowls, oh, that's an inside edge as he tries to drive it there. Higgins up towards me.
Crawley is in, he bowls full straight and he's driven down the ground by Higgins. Goodness me, that's a glorious shot. That's up there in this game, I'd suggest, from the height of Chappell.
As Tickner is in, and that was turned nicely into the leg side by Cullen. He's going to get 4 for it as well out to square leg. That was nicely played. Just straight onto his pads there, Tickner.
200 as a night watch. Here's Chappell, he's in, bowls. That's clipped in the air. What a catch. Brilliant, brilliant catch there. Superb from Alex Thompson. Chappell in, bowls, and this ball's punched away through points. That's a lovely shot for Deploy. That'll make him feel a little bit better. And he picks up 4. They're going at that very full length.
Have we gone off?
I think we're all right.
No, we're all right. There was a little squeak in the headphones there as that ball is clipped by Cullen out towards the mid-wicket boundary, and it's gone for 4. I'll try.
He's in, bowls, and this ball's clipped through square leg. That's a lovely shot by Cullen. He moved to 23. Leg stump half volley from Chappell, but put away nicely with the
Yes, true.
Chappell in, bowls, and this is punched away off the back foot. That's another glorious shot for Cullen, and he picks up 4 more. He's on to 27.
Deploy drives handsomely out to the cover boundary for 4, short of a length, on it, up on his toes.
He's in, bowls, and this is driven away. Gorgeous shot again by Deploy, racing away across the square. It bobbles a little as it hits the rope, but
Reese bowls, clipped off his pads there, and then a dive over it from Blair Tickner as the ball makes its way towards the boundary and gets there. Cullen picks up another 4.
And Morley's around the wickets. Cullen, who looks for a sweep, and he gets it away fine. He swept it almost through the legs of the keeper, I reckon. He's got a bottom edge on his sweep, and yeah, 4. Oh no, buys. Reese to Cullen, who is edging through to the keeper, looks to drive, eyeing up the covers. Thompson, and a paddle from Deploy for 4, and that one does go for 4. Hits that one away fine, nicely played.
Next delivery back in the void. This one is driven down the ground by Geddes, and he's going to get 4 for it, which unfortunately spoils the email I'm about to read out. He moves on to
3s alone. So here's a sweep from Deploy off Thompson, and they had moved the short leg.
Next delivery. Oh, that one turns alarmingly, comes off his elbow. Certainly wasn't bat or glove.
Morley bowls, and this is driven through the covers by Deploy. The runner, Max Holden, sets off, as does Geddes. It's just going to be flicked back in, and it'll be the first to all run 3 of the afternoon.
Chappell around the wicket, bowls to Deploy, who's edged and caught by Wayne Madsen. And Zach Chappell gets a breakthrough early in the afternoon session. Deploy, having just got to his half century, goes for 52.
This is Geddes chopping late down to deep third, and he will get 4. It was edgier than he intended, that's for sure, but he was attempting a late cut. Morley bowls, and this is driven away through the covers. That's a lovely shot by Davies. His first boundary indeed, because he moves to 5. And he bowls right arm over to Geddes, who drives a gorgeous shot through the covers. Oh, that's lovely. He'll have enjoyed that, won't he? 35, he's on to 2-3-1 for 6.
Here goes Reese in and bowls. It's driven handsomely for 4. Geddes with a boundary to move on to 40. There was a valiant attempt to stop it by Tickner to Derbyshire's 472, and now they're more than halfway because that has been pulled fairly straight out towards mid-wicket for 4 more runs by Geddes. Back-to-back boundaries for him. Well, not that close as it turns out. This one's on the leg stump and been clipped away for 4 runs out to the square leg boundary by Davis. He moves into double figures with his most attacking shot so far.
Tickner's in, bowls, and that's worked off his legs by Geddes down to fine leg for 4. Hands on head for Tickner. Feeling that was a very straight line. Geddes.
We might go there once.
Thompson bowls. Geddes comes down the track and thumps him back over long on. There's a mid-on in position. It has gone all the way to the long on boundary for 6. Thompson. Oh, and he's got him. Would you believe it? The ball after the 6. And Thompson, the off-spinner, takes the top of off stump and beats the forward defence.
Too many regulations.
This ball swept hard, and for 4 through mid-wicket it goes. Davies moves to 18. Well, there were 36 left in the day, so 4 of the session. You'd have thought lose 2 for the change of innings. Second batting point here is Davies on strike and cutting to backward point. It gets through, and it will get to the boundary for 4. Deep cover, won't be able to get around fine to cut that one off.
Morley bowls. Gohar drives. There's a run round the boundary here for Harry Kame. It's the ball's going to win that particular race to the boundary, and he gets...
Last ball before tea on day 3, and it's a forward defence from Gohar into the offside, and there's no run. Gohar has 10, Davies has 24.
And Morley is on his way in. That one is pushed it backward of square on the offside by Davis. Fielded by short leg. Morley bowls, and he's heaved the ball into the leg side, and it's gone all the way for 4. He's got quite the reach. He bends down now as Morley is in and bowls a full toss. An effect, if I'm entirely honest with you.
No.
Very excitingly, I know you're all listening online at the moment or on the stream, if indeed we're on the stream, but we will be on Sports Extra. 5 Sports Extra. Don't say live because it's not there. So just waiting for Nikesh Ragani, who's in the building, the world-renowned Nikesh Ragani.
Oh, we're going to get a
I imagine
a
so.
thumbs up.
I imagine so at some point. The Derbyshire team is in its huddle. Of course it is, and here they come.
If he says go, do we walk off?
I was going to say the Derbyshire team's been led out by Wayne Manson, but he sort of walked on in front of everybody and then immediately turned around to speak to one of his bowlers. So it's Brooke Guest who's leading them out. Stephen Eskenazi and Max Holden, the 2 batters. Holden on 35, Eskenazi on 23. We're going to have to repeat all this at some point in the near future. But as Kev said, it has sort of clouded over a bit, but there is no threat of rain. There is no threat of rain for the next week and a half, I don't think, anywhere in the country, so that's good news. Although not for those who don't have a game next week necessarily. Derbyshire, of course, do. They're at Glamorgan on Friday. We'll be with you for that one as well, of course. And don't forget, big game tomorrow night, all frequencies. Burton Albion against Cambridge United. I'll be there for that as well. I never stop working.
Do you have to say that before we're on Sports Extra?
Yes, I might mention it later on, but I'm not sure I should have advertised it. I'm going to say BBC Radio Derby a lot, which I haven't said at all. In fact, you've been the one who's been.
Do you know if I'm BBC Radio London or BBC London?
No.
Okay.
We'll pause for 10 seconds for station identification, as they say on the baseball matches that I listen to on a regular basis. I'll have an update at 11 o'clock, of course.
It's 11 o'clock now, Fletch.
And welcome to listeners on Sports Extra. Welcome to the county ground in Derby. Final day of this county championship match between Derbyshire and Middlesex. Middlesex following on 60 for 1. I'm Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby. This is Kevin Hand from BBC London, or indeed BBC Radio London, we're not sure. Max Holden on 35. Stephen Eskenazi on 23, and unsurprisingly, we're going to see spin from the very start. It's Alex Thompson from the City end, bowling to Eskenazi, who defends the first ball straight back to the bowler. Max Holden's still wearing a sweater. It's about 300 degrees out there. It's far too warm. It isn't. It's a glorious day. The sun has just disappeared for the moment as Thompson's in again. That one's turned into the leg side. We get the first runs of the day, or first run at least. And Middlesex move on to 61 for 1.
BBC Radio London. BBC Radio. I looked. I was right. What were you telling me my station ident was wrong for? You had me worried there.
I was I'm just never quite sure, really.
They did switch to BBC London at
They
one
did,
point, but
didn't
they're
they?
back to BBC Radio London now, yeah.
Some don't have the word radio. He's going to go around the wicket now to the left-handed Holden, who's on 35. Is Thompson, who's in now. And that one is off an edge. It goes to backward point where it's fielded by Zach Chappell.
So slip and a short leg. And indeed, Zach Chappell there at the deepish gully, backward point, whatever you want to call him. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square. And around the wicket comes Thompson again, bowls, and this ball's eased into the onside off the back foot by Holden. 35 from 61. Eskenazi 24 from 56. A partnership of 61 with Fernandez out first ball of the innings, flashing at a wide one from Chappell. As forward goes Holden, pushing back up the track. Back-to-back centuries at Lords for Max Holden. A 50 in the first innings of the season there against Lancashire as well. He was out in the last innings for the first time below 50 at Lords this summer when he went out trying to dash in bad light against Glamorgan. Forward goes Holden, pushing back up the track, and it's a dot ball to end the over. 20 done in this innings. There are 95, a minimum of 95 overs remaining in this game. Middlesex still trail by 96, so around about tea, they might start to feel somewhere close to safe, Middlesex, if they can get that far. But possibly even beyond. They might need to go as much as halfway into the evening session, really. Nowadays, what teams are capable of in 20 overs, they will need a lead of somewhere around, I don't know, 200 probably, before they'll start to feel safe in the evening session. You do see teams coming out and thumping 150, 160, 200, certainly after tea on the final day, but even in 20 overs or so, the evening session, anything's possible, and we will have a full day, he says confidently. There's no threat of rain for sure, and it's unlikely bad light will come into it today. We've been blessed these 4 days. We've been blessed so far this county season. Glorious weather throughout. Now here is the very exciting Tickner. Down below us at the racecourse end, Blair Tickner sprints into bowl, tall right arm seamer and a forward defence from the right-handed Eskenazi pushed back. He's got the most pace in this match. He's about the tallest, Ian Chappell. There's a height competition between the pair of them. He's also got 2 slips and a deep gully, point cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. And Tickner.
A height competition.
Between we were working out, he and Chappell, who's the tallest in the match?
I don't think they can do anything about it to improve. I think Tickner's taller, but I've got nothing to prove it.
He's past the umpire now, he bowls, and that's just full of a length and defended by Eskenazi. Back to Chappell. That's mid-on. Yeah, they stand next to each other. They're closer to us now.
Well, that means they look taller then, won't they? I've just followed a young man who did an impersonation of a seagull in a competition and won it. That's what local radio is about, isn't it?
Oh, I see. You followed him on air. I thought you were walking around the ground after him. Is that what you're doing?
No. They frightened me to death.
He did a what?
An impression of a seagull, of a gull, right? And won a competition.
What was the competition? Seagull impersonations?
Gull impersonation competition, yeah, I think so.
2 slips and a short mid-wicket down the leg side. This one to Eskenazi, and it gets away. The umpire, it was bat, helped on its way by the right-hander off his hip, and it goes very fine at the long leg for 4 runs. And Middlesex 65 for 1. They trail by 92.
Just had a message from somebody saying, what are the chances of a Derbyshire win? I assume that was the question.
Not the seagull competition.
No. I still think the draw's the favourite, you know. What have we had now? We haven't had enough wickets fall, have we, really? 21 wickets. And
I don't know, pressure. Pressure's
Is there that much pressure? Trailing by 92?
Tickner is in, bowls, and Eskenazi edges just short of second slip. Slip indeed was the closest to it by the time actually passed a hand. Madsen was second and went across in front of Jewell. But between the pair of them, it's 4 runs all along the floor, really. I'd say just short. It was well short, wasn't it? But an edge nonetheless.
Very low. If it had carried properly.
Well, that has been the story of the match overall for our listeners on Sports Extra, that it's a hybrid pitch and it's been pretty much a slow burner. And Middlesex just weren't quite able to get over the line in the follow-on as forward goes Eskenazi pushing into the offside off Tickner, and there's no run. They were 8 runs shy of their follow-on target yesterday evening. Put back in, losing Fernandez first ball of the follow-on, and 69 for 1. It is trailing by 88, but yeah, they racked up all of 315, which I think is what your point is, Fletcher. It's like, well, I'm expecting 9 wickets to fall today now.
Yeah, I think it's too much.
The only thing will be,
but
I think the spinners are the key today, aren't they?
Yes.
Now, obviously, this ball's only 21 overs old. Tickner ends the 21st over with this delivery. So Eskenazi, he's in now, bowls, and this is clipped away, back at a square, in front of square, my apologies. And it will be 4 runs, deep backward square running around. Won't have a chance on that one. It races away. And Eskenazi moves to 36, 73 for 1 Middlesex. And Holden will have strike on 35. They trail now by 84. while you were just doing your update there, following the seagull, I was saying that probably Middlesex will only be able to say, OK, we're safe, when they're about 200 ahead with about 25 overs left of the day's play.
Yeah, we have discussed various scenarios.
Which is a long way away, to be fair.
Since we arrived, yeah. And I can't see this game ending before midway through the final session, at the very earliest. Because although they've set off quite quickly, haven't they? They've added 13 in 2 overs, which is against what's happened in this game so far. They'll be level at lunch. As Thompson begins a new over from the city end, bowling to Holden, pushes it out into the offside. It's fielded by Morley. So they will then have a reasonable lead, perhaps 100, 120 by tea. Well, that still isn't enough, is it?
Well, they're coming back from the nets down below is Toby Rowland-Jones, the skipper, Blake Cullen. They'll be in at 10 and 11. 9 and 10.
This one's clipped into the offside, not clipped, cut into the offside, and they go through for a single. Holden moves to 36, 74 for 1.
Or more to the point, they'll hope they won't be in.
Yes, quite.
At 9 and 10. I did see Blake Cullen, who was in as a night watch yesterday, and hit a fine 40, didn't he? I said, so what about yesterday, Blake? Hopefully no need to do the same again today. Thanks, and yes, quite, was the reply.
Yeah.
Or maybe he was telling me to be quiet, I don't know.
Eskenazi waits as this one is turned into the leg side of Thompson, picked up by Morley once again. There is a short leg in place. It's David Lloyd who's in there. Harry Kame had been in there in the first innings, but put down a catch, and now it's David Lloyd. As this next delivery is defended by Eskenazi, straight back to Thompson. Scoring has been leisurely at best. In fact, the current run rate for Middlesex at almost 3.5 is the quickest anybody's gone. This next one is pushed out into the offside. They're going to go through for a single, which means that Eskenazi will move up to 37, 75 for 1. The deficit 82. When they started, the deficit was 157. That's how close they got to avoiding being asked to follow on, which would have killed the game stone dead, pretty much.
I think that's where the bit of pressure comes.
Ooh. Thompson around the wicket. Bowls. Oh, and that one goes past the edge of Holden's bat. There we go. Bit of bounce and past the edge. The bails were whipped off initially by Brooke Guest. He's replaced them, and the over comes to an end at 75 for 1.
If you're anywhere near that Middlesex dressing room, you are outwardly very confident that the number of wickets that have fallen and the rate that the game has gone so far, quite slowly that is, they'll ban out the day and secure the draw. Inwardly, they will all be thinking, my goodness me, we were 8 short of the follow-on, which was a big follow-on as well, 315 they got to. You know, these are sizable totals. To fall 8 runs shy of it, could that come back to bite them on the final day? And that's where the pressure comes in. They're still 82 behind with 9 wickets standing. You lose a couple quickly now, and it could well be down to Rowland-Jones and Cullen later today to try and, well, firstly bat out the draw, but if it's coming to it, try and find some runs that they'd be able to try and slow up Derbyshire. There's a fair way to go on this final day. Here's Tickner, who has quite a distinctive start to his run-up. He's in, long-legged, he bowls and forward goes. Eskenazi pushing back to mid-off. There is no run, 2 slips. Still in place for Eskenazi, and that, again, for anybody just joining the game today, that paints something of a picture, doesn't it? 2 slips, then there's nobody to backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep squares just in front of the umpire. Down there, just in front of square, I should say. And long leg is the field. So just the 2 close catches behind the bat. 2 not far away in front as the very tall Tickner approaches the crease. Bowl short, just outside the off stump, and an attempted leave by Eskenazi. Well, it would either be the most nonchalant uppercut you've ever seen, which it wasn't, or it was an attempted leave that went horribly wrong in the sense that it actually hit the bats, but it flies over everybody. Couldn't have chipped them more because it must have hit the top edge of the leave.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if it's moved away from him a touch.
Well, yes, there's been seam and swing out there, hasn't there, throughout, but at a slow pace because of the hybrid pitch that it is.
Basically tried to drop his hands. Just watched the replay. Tried to drop his hands, and it's caught the top edge of the bat, as you say, Kevin. Flown down to the boundary. All runs gratefully received, of course.
Tickner, he starts by doing jogging on the spot. Then he starts doing a knees up, and then he starts running in. He's in now, bowls, and Eskenazi clips back at the square on the leg side. They just moved the fielder in front of square, and now it goes the other side of the umpire, of course. And it's 4 more. Middlesex Tick along, 83 for 1. Eskenazi recalled to the side, is on 45. He's in the side because Sam Robson has, well, his wife actually, has had their first child. And Sam... Well,
see it in the news.
Hmm?
If it had been him, I was wondering why I hadn't seen it in the news.
He will definitely be tuned in, so best wishes to Sam and the family.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Talking about, as well, Derbyshire need to get off to a really good start, but it's Middlesex who've made the good start here, isn't it? 23 runs added already, and we're only in the third over of the day.
They've been very aggressive with their line and length. Derbyshire has leaked a few runs, and as a result, second slip comes out to a second mid-wicket as Eskenazi gets a leading edge all along the floor to cover. Body turning towards the onside, but just about kept that bat face open. And the ball squirts to... he's not quite, you can quite call him a close catcher in there because he's the only one in the covers, so he's retreated slightly, but certainly the intent is that he'll be there to take the wicket on a drive. But yeah, one of 2 mid-wickets now in place. And deep square has indeed gone backward to the umpire once more.
Nick's been in touch, fletchcricket@gmail.com. I won't read it just yet, though.
Tickner, 2 balls left of his over. He's in, bowls, and on the back foot, that's defended by Eskenazi.
I don't get time to read them in my overs if it's Alex Thompson now. It says, morning, even if we don't win today, that's Derbyshire, of course, just being competitive in all 4 games this season. It's refreshing. The difference to last season is night and day. Well done to all. Got the captaincy right, got the overseas recruitment right, got the temperament right so far. Maybe the focus has shifted away from white ball cricket, which is long overdue. I don't think the focus has shifted away from white ball cricket, but they certainly have been a lot better this season, Derbyshire.
Last ball of the 23rd. It's Tickner to Eskenazi, up on his toes. He turns towards square leg, and the mid-wicket fielder to come around is Martin Anderson, the former Middlesex all-rounder, who has a century in this game. 83 for 1. Eskenazi has 45. Holden has 36. BBC's Radio Derby and Radio London together on the BBC. Stop smiling. Together on the BBC Sport website and app.
Spit it out, man.
You're laughing at my station ident. I was confidently right all along.
Let's pause for 10 seconds for station identification. Martin Anderson, who got that century, also bowled this morning in the warm-up with, I'm trying to remember which leg it was now, I think it was his left, heavily strapped from the knee upwards. So that might be why he didn't bowl yesterday, which was a bit of a surprise because he has been bowling a fair amount this season as one of the frontline seamers.
The match is Centurion against his former county.
Yeah, second of the season as well, having not scored a century before this season. He's got 2 now, one at Grace Road and one here.
Sometimes a moves helps.
Yeah.
Imagine how good we'd be as commentators if we left Middlesex and Derbyshire respectively.
People have often asked me to. 83 for 1. Thompson is in to Holden and goes forward and pushes this out into the offside. And there is no run. Yes, you're all very welcome wherever you are and whoever you support. It's good to have you along. Thompson around the wicket to Holden, who again goes forward and plays it straight back to the very tall off-spinner. Talking about Tickner and Chappell, Thompson won't be far away from them, you know. He must be one of the tallest in the second division off-spinning. In again. Met on the full by Holden, or the half volley pushed out to Anderson at extra cover.
He'd nearly rival young Bashir, wouldn't he, in height?
Yes,
we saw last week at Lord's. Didn't have the best time of it. But he's a very young man. He's a very young spinner, isn't he? So he's got a lot of learning still to do.
I've only seen him up live once. That was in the One Day Cup last season down at Taunton. Thompson is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside. They're going to get a single here because it's gone to the right of Anderson, all the way out to Morley on the cover boundary, and Holden moves to 37, 84 for 1.
But spin is highly likely to be the key today, isn't it? They've gone aggressively with Tickner this morning, so a few runs have been leaked. But he's obviously chasing wickets first thing in the morning.
Comes Thompson again, and that's defended by Eskenazi. They've had their fun in the first few overs, and now they're intent on defending by the look of it.
Yeah, and it's all survival, isn't it, for Middlesex today? But they do need to keep that scoreboard ticking because in any game, at any given moment, any tracker, a little tumble of wickets can change things quickly.
Thompson bowls. That one is tipped into David Lloyd at short leg on the bounce. It ends the over. 1 run from it. Middlesex 84 for 1. Holden has 37. Eskenazi has 45. This partnership, we don't need to repeat what the partnership is because they came in after the first ball of the innings when poor old Nathan Fernandez was caught by Martin Anderson off the bowling of Lewis Rees immediately after Middlesex had been asked to follow on. The important number is that Middlesex trailed by 73.
Yeah, it was a rough start to a follow-on, wasn't it?
Wasn't it, Jim?
Straight back in and first border for poor Fernandez, who celebrated a birthday on Saturday. Picked up 3 wickets. The Derbyshire innings hasn't bowled so much, particularly since the arrival of the very talented Zafar Gohar from Gloucestershire in the winter. But even last year he was behind the likes of Luke Holman and Josh de Carys in the spin department for Middlesex. But there is a little bit of competition now, especially with Eskenazi ticking through the 40s now, 50 to his name this summer. Then who partners Robson when he returns for Middlesex? That's all to come. In the meantime, it is survival for the Middlesex top order as Tickner's around the wicket to Holden, and the left-hander is forward defending. Fielded at cover, just a slip in place for Holden, and the field quite similar to how the last over finished to the right-handed Eskenazi. 2 close catches in the onside at mid-wicket. But yeah, the chatter, the rumblings through the match, it's a very, very slow surface. There is seam, there is swing, but that's not affecting matters greatly because of the pace of the surface. Similarly for the spinners, it's slow, but the question mark today is whether it just breaks up a little bit more footholds. As here's full ball to Eskenazi to Holden, my apologies, from Tickner. It's driven to mid-on and there's no run. There is a thought that those footmarks they're very, very dusty. They're not hard at all, but they're very, very dusty, and they may well come into play.
But it is a very dry pitch, as you can imagine. There's barely. I know we lost the entirety of the final day against Northamptonshire, but even by 3 o'clock after the game had been abandoned, the sun was out. So yeah, very dry out there.
Tickner bowls into the block hole, but wide outside the off stump, and a flowing drive with a big puff of dust as well. It was so full that bat ball ground was all a flurry there, but the ball races through .44. Holden now is into the 40s. 88 for our Middlesex trail by 69. Even early in this match, the little bit of chatter that you get back, you do your interview, but then you kind of ask again off the record, and you'll go on and tell us what do you think of the pitch? How might it go? What might happen? The little bit of chatter was about the footmarks, and this one may be the key. And Middlesex's hope, bearing in mind they won the toss and put Derbyshire in, was that they might be able to get some early wickets on that first morning. They did not. As Tickner's in, bowls, and this ball's turned to square off the back foot by Holden. There was one early wicket, and it was that of Jewell, wasn't it? Which was quite a crucial one at the time because he can be so destructive and prolific.
Then a 156-run partnership between Kame and Lloyd.
Yeah, that's what killed Middlesex's thoughts of. And it was quite a grassy surface. I did, again, off the record, say, well, go on, was it? It was obviously the grass on the first morning. I thought, yeah, if we can get some early wickets, it's a hybrid, then try and bat once. As here's a length ball from Tickner to Holden, turns into the onside, and there's no run, with the idea that potentially Zafar Gohar might have something to say in the third innings of the match if Middlesex could go big in their own first innings. It didn't quite work out that way.
I would say that Toby Rowland-Jones isn't the first captain to be fooled by a green tinge on a county ground pitch here in Derby, and he won't be the last.
Yeah.
Because Derbyshire wanted to bat. David Lloyd told me that at the end of day one, but we had heard whispers.
Tickner bowls short. Oh, and he bumps the back of Holden. Now it goes up in the air and it's taken by the keeper, but I think it was pretty clear to say that hit somewhere around the shoulder and around towards his neck on his back and looped up harmlessly. Tickner's got a double teapot on, looking up at umpire Debenham. And what's the chat now? They're all having a natter about something.
I don't think anybody else, surely, is thinking.
The umpire's probably asking, did it hit your helmet at all? Because if it did, then you've got to have a...
No, it's hit his right shoulder.
Yeah, it clearly wasn't going to be out.
The physio's coming on anyway, just to check it out. Martin Anderson on Saturday hit twice in successive balls, once by the bowler and once by a fielder throwing the ball out.
Honestly, the shake of the head from Anderson afterwards, he just couldn't believe it. The camera just picked him up at the non-strikers end, the next delivery, and he was just there shaking his head. How did that happen? Yeah, he was hit by a bumper. He was through the shot too early on the slow pitch. So he was struck through the shot on the side of the head. And then the next ball ran through for a single, the throw to the non-strikers end. It was tight. The throw missed the stumps, but it didn't miss the same side of the head that he was struck by the bouncer. It was extraordinary.
The first one, the bouncer, split the helmet, I'm told, which is unusual because you don't often see that. Players do get clonked on the head these days, perhaps more than they would like.
I'm getting heckled from afar by Scott Reed. Get your station ID right. I did have said it was you that threw me. Did it on purpose,
amazing.
didn't you?
It's amazing. They all crawl out of the woodwork when they're not working, don't they?
Is he ever working, Reed?
Well, Lancashire didn't have a game this round, did they?
Seems to amble around all the time, doesn't he? Lots of chatter, but...
Hardest working man in show business, Scott. I think cricket's going to break out here. 88 for 1, which is good news for everybody. Short leg and a slip, and it's Alex Thompson to continue his 7th over of the innings. Picked up 2 wickets in the first. And that's first innings. That one bounces a little bit. It's turned to short, fine leg where it's fielded by Zach Chappell, who I spoke to last night. Thought this was a great opportunity and good reward for Derbyshire for their improvement this season, which is what Nick Buxton said earlier on the email. They've worked hard and they are an improved side. Thompson bowls again. That one is turned into the leg side. He's halfway down the track. Is Holden. Eskenazi sends him back quite correctly.
He'd been proud. We had a couple of nights out when Scott was down in London for the Lancashire game.
Did you?
Yeah. Actually, Reedy, which one should I take him to? Night 1 or night 2 when Fletcher's down in September?
Well, we're seeing him in a couple of weeks' time, so I'll ask him what they're like. This one's turned into the leg side again by Eskenazi, and it actually hits David Lloyd somewhere on the body, of the right arm, but short leg. He's very close. He's got all the protection on. Shimmy's remembered his jockstrap today. This one is striking the bat and then the pad. There was definitely a wooden noise there before the ball goes out into the offside. He's got his back to us at the moment, Eskenazi.
You're not going to start on the jockstraps again, are you?
No, not until we see them. We had 2 players with the trousers around their ankles yesterday at the same time. As jockstraps were being thrown around with some abandon.
You set me up for that same punchline again.
No, this next one is pushed into the offside by Eskenazi. And Thompson moves across to his left and does the fielding off his own bowling. Deficit now down to 69 already. So perhaps they feel, Middlesex, that attack is the best form of defence here. Thompson is in. That one's turned into the leg side, and he's going to pick up a single. Eskenazi move on to 46, 89 for 1. Impeccable county to 6 as well from the Middlesex man, because that was the last ball of the over. 89 for 1. Middlesex trailing by 68.
Scott Reed's replies come back. Definitely not the second one, he said.
All right, okay. Thank you, Scott.
That's where I'll take you then.
I'm being heckled by somebody from Bolton.
It's Lancashire, they're all in today.
Yeah.
Have they got, I suppose they've got interest in this, haven't they? The pre-season favourites for Division 2, Lancashire.
Apparently so, that's what I'd heard.
But here we are with undefeated Derbyshire versus one of the fancied Middlesex, besides Middlesex.
Kept forgetting he was on radio and was using a lot of arms there. Coffee goes all over. Yes, no, it's been a terrific start by Derbyshire. It's been a remarkable start by Leicestershire.
Undefeated Derbyshire, sorry.
Undefeated Derbyshire. It's been a remarkable effort by Leicestershire as well.
Aye. There's a revolt in Division 2.
Their second match of the season yesterday down at Bristol, where 38 wickets fell inside 3 days. Absolute scenes in Bristol.
Yes.
It's an East Midlands takeover in the second division at the moment. That's how we're billing it. How long it'll last.
Division One actually won't mind that, you know, because East Midlands is renowned as having one of the best breakfasts on the circuit. If you get a particular hotel where a lot stay when they're in the East Midlands, that particular hotel is renowned as the best breakfast on the circuit.
That kind of thing is of no interest to me, as you know.
We didn't get it in this round, though, sadly.
No.
Not staying at that one, neither of the players. Tickner's around the wicket. He bowls to the right-handed Eskenazi. So a bit of bumper theory from Tickner to Eskenazi. We saw a lot of this from Middlesex, from young Blake Cullum, who's back into the first-class side for the first time in 2 years after back injuries. And The young quick at Middlesex. He was picked out by Michael Atherton as the youngster to watch 3 years or so ago, and bless him. A couple of years of injury have really held him up. But yeah, he was the man sending in the bumpers, wasn't he? It's Tickner now for Derbyshire. He's got a long leg, a deep backward square. There's a square leg, fielder at deep mid-wicket. And here's Eskenazi lifting the bat just about as that ball goes down the leg side. We have seen one tickle through to the keeper in this match, haven't we? But I thought that he was going to dabble at that, Eskenazi, but he just about got the bat out of the way in the end.
I think the fine leg needs to be finer.
Yes.
Derbyshire did have a backstop at Grace Road.
Well, they've got a very fine deep third.
Yeah.
That was what I was hesitating going through the field, because I thought, have I missed somebody there? Because it looked as though they were one short in that field. In fact, they're going to change it now, and they're going to go they're going to go to a leg gully. So fine leg is going to go around to long leg. Deep backward square is going to move to deep square. Deep mid-wicket comes in. They still look one short out there, don't they, Fletch? For me, your percentage chance of hitting that.
That is the beauty of the game, is that there's always a gap in the field somewhere. Always a gap in the field.
Here goes Tickner with that distinctive run-up. He's in, bowls, and lifts one down the leg side again. Eskenazi stepping inside of it, and with every ball, it looks as though he's going to just glance it through to the keeper, because he seems to play it every single one and then decide not to, but quite late on. Maybe he's deceiving us, but certainly Derbyshire seem interested.
They do.
Holden comes down and has a chat with him. Holden gets the bumper theory tried against him a lot, certainly the leg gully theory. See more of it this season, and last indeed, than I have previously. And again, it kind of came down from the test side, didn't it, the short stuff?
The big issue that we've got here is that Derbyshire's over rate is +4, which means that they can mess around for as long as they like this morning.
But I think that's against them. We discussed that yesterday, didn't we? They messed around, and I thought that was a good idea. Slow it down, because you're ahead in the over rate. You'll only get so many in. Today, they want as many overs as they can get, really. You'd have thought. So there is a second new ball, of course, to come into play, but that's a long, long way away, yeah.
Quite a way off.
Tickner bowls, another lifting delivery. That time Eskenazi is, well, he's almost statuesque to it, isn't he? It was a cursory leave.
Chuck at a Yorker just to surprise him.
Oh, I saw Lewis deploy this morning at
Yeah.
breakfast and
Still
asked him how
hobbling.
his toe was. So he was struck by a Yorker in the Middlesex first innings and had to retire, but then he came back out to bat the next morning with a runner, didn't he? And it did look painful. He looked a lot better yesterday, and he was better again today, but he showed me the toe, and yeah, it doesn't look good. Here's Tickner, he's in, bowls a bouncer, and Eskenazi underneath this one, through it goes to the keeper. He just ducks the head slightly on that one, but he injured that toe in pre-season as well on his return for pre-season. He got a Yorker, injured his toe, and it was the same toe that he got Yorked on yesterday.
Pre-existing injury, shouldn't be allowed a...
The runner.
Shouldn't be allowed a runner. Just saying.
He's your mate, Leas, you can't say that.
He's a good man, Leas.
Max Holden indeed was his runner, the non-striker at the moment, with 41 to his name. Eskenazi, 46. Middlesex following on here at the county ground in Derby. They're 89 for 1 as Tickner's in, and Eskenazi rides the bounce on this one. Short leg. Rolls, tumbles to his right to prevent a single. Leg gully would have stopped it anyway, but 89 for 1 it is. Middlesex trailing by 86. 27 overs gone as we've hit 11:30 on the final day of the game. There are 88 overs remaining. Holden will have strike on 41.
Absolutely flying by. I did chuckle there.
We've used all our material as well, Fletch.
We used it yesterday. David Lloyd, when he stopped that ball tumble, he does this a lot. He turns, faces the stumps, and then points with his left hand as though he's just taking aim. It would have been no point, of course. But so we haven't seen Jack Morley yet. We haven't seen Lewis Rees yet. We haven't seen the man who got 4 wickets in the first innings, Zach Chappell, yet. And we didn't see much of Martin Anderson, full stop. They have options, Derbyshire. They have options. David Lloyd's unlikely to come on at any time soon with his off-spin because he's feeling it's silly mid-off at the moment. Rather him than me. There is a slip in place as well, Wayne Madsen, as Thompson begins a new over, and back goes Holden and cuts out to the cover boundary where Morley is waiting. One of the many former Lancashire players in this Derbyshire side. Certainly at the club. Ben Aitchison on 12th man duties today. He hasn't played since July 23. Various injuries, but he's on his way back again, which is good news.
They're slowing it down again, Fletch.
Yeah,
I'd have thought get as many overs in as possible today.
Almost used to this now, Cap.
But with the spinners, they're going to bowl a lot of spin today. They will clearly get comfortably more than 96 in this final day. Now, of course, the potential is if it does go all the way to 10-5, Derbyshire are probably batting by then and trying to chase down some runs. 10-5? Yeah, 10-5. That's when they could shake hands the earliest, isn't it? So going all the way to 6 o'clock. What are they pointing to now? Something in the pavilion?
Anish Dal's who isn't playing in this game because he had a back issue during the week.
And they've got him running?
Well, it looks like he's going to come on as a 12th man because he had his sun hat in his hand. It looked like he was going to come out.
Is he a gun fielder?
We need another helmet here for Martin Anderson. Yes, he is.
Is this a Gary Pratt moment?
No, I don't think so. I'm trying to work out who he might be coming on for. There are now players sitting down. Caleb Jules just... he's sort of pretending to stretch there, isn't he? There is a man stretching at mid-wicket. I think that's Zach Chappell.
Pretending to stretch? I'd like to see you doing that, Fletch.
Well, I couldn't, but he's an athlete.
Could you pretend to stretch?
Yeah, I'm doing it now. Anderson is slowly making his way to the boundary because he wants a helmet. And it's been brought out now by
this is
Anish
nonsense.
Dal.
What's going on?
It's been passed from one 12th man to another, and now it's been passed to Martin Anderson. He's going to go in at leg slip, and of course, if you're in at leg slip these days, you have to wear a helmet, don't you? So.
You missed it on day 2. You were off on football duty for a bit, weren't you? In the afternoon session, you were away. I missed it. The bumpers were deployed, and it was a right-handed, left-handed, and it was a 6-3 field on the onside. Well, you should have seen every ball a single was taken, and the 6 of them go across, and the 3 of them. It was painful. It was so painful.
Second ball of the Alex Thompson over that started last week. It's in and bowls, and it's played straight into the left hand off the ground of David Lloyd. Anish Dal hasn't come on for anybody yet, but he is sitting at the bottom of the steps with his sun hat on and his whites, so I expect to see him at some point. For whom? I have no idea. Thompson bowls. That one is turned again into the leg side by Eskenazi. Again, it goes straight to David Lloyd, who really is in the firing line. Anderson is at leg slip with the helmet on, and he's considerably closer than the slip. It was Wayne Madsen as Thompson bowls outside the off stump. That's pushed into the offside, and Guest, the wicketkeeper, comes from behind the stumps to do the fielding.
Who's your most likely of the spinners, Morley or Thompson?
Well, Thompson picked up 12 or 13, I can't remember. This time last year down at Sophia Gardens when it was turning. He's the more experienced of the two as he bowls to Eskenazi, oohs and ahs, a lot of that as well.
Well, Morley's the shorter of the spinners, which isn't difficult when Thompson's the other
shorter
fella.
than Thompson.
But he bowls it quite flat and quick, doesn't he?
Yes.
And I'm wondering whether the bounce of Thompson on a dusty surface like this might actually be.
Next delivery is pushed into the offside by Eskenazi. And there's no run. So the final 5 deliveries didn't take too long. The first one into the second took an absolute age. Over comes to an end. It was 1 run from it, I think. 90 for 1. Middlesex trailing by 67. Holden has 42. Eskenazi has 46.
A dusty hybrid. Sounds like a Duff electric car, doesn't it? Is that what they used to call the Teslas? An old Tesla, a dusty hybrid.
I'm not getting involved in that either.
All the bumper stickers are good, though, which we won't get involved in, but they're good. I'm sure you've heard them all. The bumper stickers in America at the moment.
I've seen a few. There's a good one in Canada that I saw on social media the other day. Here is Jack Morley then. So we're going to spin at both ends. I think that's right.
If you had a bumper sticker, Fletch, what would it say?
I've got absolutely no idea.
I'll leave it with you. I've got a spin of this over. You'll have plenty of time to think. Is it Morley? It is, isn't it?
It is Jack Morley with his left arm off spin. Well done to Matthew in the comms room, whatever it's called, stream room.
He's leaving us today, isn't he? Has he told you? He admitted it to me. I'm not sure he admitted it to you yet.
I had heard a whisper.
Yeah. He was afraid of admitting it to you. He's off.
He's got a lecture apparently. His first lecture of the year. A big smile on his face.
First one he's turned up to.
You've got to go to some when you're at university. You've got to go to some. I think.
Nah, they just all come here, don't they? All the Derbyshire students.
6 students on duty today. They do a magnificent job, by the way. The students.
We're better to learn. Who needs a lecturer when they've got you, Fletch?
Exactly.
Hey?
They will learn a lot, and they already have. Yeah, Luke's going.
Not much about media or broadcasting, but a lot about life.
Yeah, a lot about some stuff. Luke's going on the buttons later on today. Jake's on camera for photographic duty today as well. So there's only 4 of them up there on the balcony. You're not missing anything. Derbyshire messing about.
They are messing about, but goodness me, we've got 5 close catches now. As here's Morley, left arm over from the racecourse end and backing up. Holden looks to pull the first ball. I think he's got a bottom edge on that, through his legs to leg slip, all along the floor. Madsen at first is making quite the deal of it all. Hands over his face. Can't believe it. How did we not get him?
That was bizarre.
Well, dropping short, Morley, as he comes in again. It wasn't that short, though, was it? And this time, Holden rocks back and just eases it to the first of 2 mid-wickets. So the 3 close catches, a slip, leg slip, and forward short leg. The 2 close catches at mid-wicket. There's a wide mid-off walking in. That's Harry Kane. As Morley steps in now, bowls, and Holden opens up over mid-wicket. There's nobody out there, so it's pretty safe as long as you make a reasonable contact. It's 4 runs, and Holden is level with Eskenazi now on 46. Middlesex are 94 for 1. They trail by 63.
Just got a quick look at the replay of that first delivery. If he hadn't have got some bat on it, he was in all sorts of trouble.
Because it wasn't that short, was it?
It was right in front. Right in front.
Well, do you fancy? You've seen the replay. Do you fancy it was a bottom edge through the legs?
I think it must have been.
To leg slip, yeah. It was a mess, whatever it was.
Yeah, it wasn't great, was it? That one was much better from Holden, trying to scatter some field. It hasn't worked just yet, but it might do.
Morley. Swing of the arms, and then he steps in, bowls, and he drops short again. Oh, it's put down at mid-wicket. Rocking back, holds and pulls it to the first of the mid-wickets. The catch goes down. It was hit extremely hard. Blair Tickner, I think it is, in there. And, well, he just parried it, really, didn't he? Pushed it back towards the track as it just thumped into both hands, to be fair. But goodness me, if it didn't thump into both hands, it probably would have been thumping into his nose. Chance does go down as such, as here's Tickner. Bowls, and on the back foot, Holden pushes back up the track. He will be disappointed he didn't take it. However, had he have taken the catch, Fletcher, I think we would be running out of superlatives for holding on to one like that. 94 for 1.
Some effort by the New Zealander. Absolutely incredible.
It was right out of the meat from Holden on the pull, who's rocking back now and working just past the short leg. There was a cry of catch it. Mid-wickets, the shorter of the mid-wickets. Takes the ball, the finer of the mid-wicket, sorry.
He had to try and parry it because it was going so quickly, and he is disappointed, and it's genuine disappointment.
Well, he's lucky it didn't do some damage as well, because when you parry it as much as anything, you can do more damage than actually trying to take the catch where your hands are that little bit softer. But 94 for 1 it is. Holden survives, but he's on 46. Eskenazi has strike on 46.
Created an opportunity, and it's taken them 40 minutes to create a proper opportunity, but...
I mean, I think they will. There'll be a pressure point today for Middlesex. I'm sure there will. They can't. They're still 63 behind, following on final day. When the only alternative, when there's only one winner, or there's only one side that can lose a game, that's where in itself pressure grows, doesn't it?
Yeah. Lots of dashing around the field at the moment for Alex Thompson's new over. So Zach Chappell's gone to backward point. Caleb Jules moved across to mid-wicket. There is a short leg and a leg slip, as well as Wayne Madsen that slipped mid-on, mid-off. Man on the cover boundary, man on the backward square leg boundary as well, as Thompson is in, and it's turned into the leg side by Eskenazi and fielded by David Lloyd. Under the helmet there. 2 fielders under the helmet, as well as Brooke Guest, who has his on, of course. Sue Redfern, standing umpire at the far end of the ground. Ben Debenham is the other umpire today. I think we've mentioned the umpires today, yeah. Always good when you don't mention the umpires. A good job, these two, in this match. There is Thompson, 3rd delivery of the over, pushed into the offside. The 2nd was pushed there as well, but more back towards the bowler. Again, there's no run. Runs remain important. Runs important for one side, really, and wickets important for the other. It's just how a game of cricket should be on the 4th day. As Thompson is in again and goes past the edge, and now I'm not sure whether that's taken any of the bat, but it wasn't taken by Brooke Guest.
Look at the reactions.
David
There were
Lloyd is
three
still-
who had a chance at that.
David Lloyd is still flat on the floor. And Martin Anderson had a go at it soon after. Are we saying Eskenazi has now been dropped? You look at the replay, I'll look at the live action. Because it all happened so quickly. There's the replay. In comes Thompson again and bowls, and that one is clipped into the leg side. And again, there's no run.
Yeah, by the way that Eskenazi ripped off that bottom glove, it's
What are you doing?
you tap the screen twice and it goes back 10 seconds.
Does it?
Yeah, look at that. Rock and roll.
I never knew that.
You can rock and roll it.
I never knew that. Oh yeah.
Out of the gloves.
Next delivery is met on the pretty much on the full by Eskenazi, pushed up towards mid wicket where it's fielded by Jewell, and the over comes to an end. So Eskenazi now been dropped.
Well, the probability after the ball looped up out of the gloves with three around the bat, and it looped up quite high, didn't it? It was comfortably, almost double head height of, or double the size of Eskenazi. It burst out of the gloves of the keeper. With three around the bat, you thought, well, someone's going to take it. But it landed safe in between the leg slip and the short leg. And the entire field could only look on in disbelief.
One was a drop and one was a miss, really, wasn't it? As much as anything. The first one was a drop, that was a miss.
But funnily enough, the harder one was the drop.
Oh yeah.
The miss was.
How do we get it back? How do we get it back to live?
Yeah, keep tapping to the right. There you go.
Over there.
Scroll, rocks forward. What do? Do you rock back and roll forward?
I have no idea.
You're the rock and roll king, aren't you? That's what your car sticker would be. The rock and roll king.
Pip me again, son. Is what it'll say. Deep in conversation is Blair Tickner, Wayne Madsen, and Jack Morley. Tickner has who missed the first game of the season because he was still playing in New Zealand in the Plunket Shield for Central Districts. Also won the T20 with the Central Stags, along with Ben Smith, who's the Derbyshire batting coach. He was down there coaching them. He's definitely the leader of the bowling attack, and he's the man they turn to for any kind of advice or inspiration.
Only 4 close catches for Holden now as Morley bowls, because they've dropped one of the mid wickets back to a deepish position as Morley bowls. Oh, now he's gone past everything. How has that not bowled him? How's it not? Well, let's see if the umpire signals runs. No, it's byes. A drive attempted by Holden outside off. And, well, as the keeper guessed replays his efforts, he's swinging his gloves from off to leg, suggesting just how much that one turned to beat the inside edge of the bat and beat the top of the stumps. Wow.
Can't stand it.
Morley's in, and Holden is forward tickling to the deeper mid-wicket now and takes a single, 99 for 1. Is that 3 in 3 overs now? I think it is, isn't it? 3 near misses.
Yes. Yeah.
Holden's on to 47. Eskenazi on to strike on 46. The spinners were always likely to be the key. And as strange as it sounds, that's why Middlesex batted first, because they thought it would be a slow burner, but they thought, fielded first. They thought if they could get through Derbyshire quickly enough in that first innings, then bat once, then the final day would actually be the third innings. Well, it is the third innings, isn't it? But it's them following on. So it's playing out as probably everybody expected, but Middlesex just thought they'd get a little bit more assistance on that first day from the grass. Yeah, that we saw at Derby than they did.
Never be fooled by the grass.
Is back to bumper stickers. Is a push to points by Eskenazi on 46 off Morley, no run.
Yes.
Slip and a short leg.
Having it made up as we speak.
Forward goes Eskenazi, defended to point, 99 for 1.
These two are going to be key, aren't they? Morley, Thompson, absolutely key.
Deep point set back for Eskenazi and deep backward square leg for the sweep. As, forward goes Eskenazi, pushing to the deep point. That's an interesting one. I'm going to imagine that's because he wants to bowl at Holden. He's mostly interested in the footmarks outside the off stumps to the left-hander. Why otherwise would he have a deep point for Eskenazi right now? Well, he's got his wish because he's got a single. He's got one more ball this over to Eskenazi.
But he'd rather bowl to the right-hander, you would have thought.
But I think it's the footmarks, to be honest. I think that is the big interest, because yes, anywhere else, left arm off break to the right hander, you'd have thought that would be the key. But here, I think this is really their big chance. That's certainly the discussion points that I've heard in the evening. Anyway, this one's short and pulled by Holden along the floor, deep backward square, collects. He'll be very happy with anything short, Holden, and he's been keen to take it on so far, but it very nearly led to his downfall. 101 for 1, 48 Holden keeps the strike. Estenaz has 47, 5 Sports Extra here at the County Ground in Derby with Dave Fletcher and myself, Kevin Hand, for BBC Radio Derby and BBC Radio London.
Nicely done.
Thank you. Once a day.
I'm just glad that you've got Morley and I've got Thompson, because Morley's overs don't finish until he gets to .2, because he bowled 2 balls at the end of a Lewis Rees over yesterday when Rees went off after 1 over and 4 balls, and it just confuses the heck out of me. We're going to get a change in bowling here, are we?
Oh,
I don't know.
Interesting.
Now, this is. Well, Blair Tickner looks like he's going to bowl. No, he isn't. He's got his cap on. Now, Morley's come across. Thompson has come across. He's going to continue to bowl, but he's come across and had a word with Jack Morley about something. That is interesting. To a point. 2 spinners passing on information or asking for information. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Holden, who's 2 away from a half-century. Eskenazi's only 3 away from his. 101 for 1. Thompson bowls, and that one is just defended out square on the offside. Chappell with some neat footwork. Allows the ball to bounce up off his outstretched right foot and into his hand.
And that's quite the annoyance, isn't it, Rees, 1.4 overs, because it means that both spinners now are desperate to bowl at the left-hander, i.e. footmarks at the other end.
Yeah.
There's no footmark. There are no discernible from here anyway, footmarks in front of Eskenazi. He prods away at one as I speak, but
Yeah, I don't think
they're not, it's not the same.
No, he's going to go to look at the pitch that's immediately in front of us, which is the pitch on which they played against Northamptonshire, also a hybrid, and there's not a mark on it. In comes Thompson again, bowls to Eskenazi, who pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Well,
admittedly, there were only 3 days play on it, but there's just no marks there.
Well, that was the note on this one, wasn't it? Just how dry it is, the dustiness of it.
It's very dry. Very dry. It's April. Apparently. Next delivery is dropped a little bit shorter by Alex Thompson. There's a dive by Caleb Jewell at mid-wicket. He's missed it, and the ball is going out towards the boundary. Morley gets there now. They're going to come back for the 3rd run. They're not. They stick to 2. And Eskenazi now on 49. Both batters on 49. 104 for 1. Middlesex trailing by 53. Something's going to have to happen quite quickly for Derbyshire here.
Well, the good news is for Derbyshire that of Middlesex's top 8, there are 5 left-handers. They do admittedly have one of them already.
Yeah. One of them's hobbling around on 1 foot.
Yes.
Next delivery strikes the back pad. There's a stifled appeal for leg before wicket from Thompson, but I think he knew. And they're going to go through for a leg by. 105 for 1. Now Middlesex. They'll be shouting for anything soon. We're getting to that point, aren't we?
Well, I was going to say 3 near misses in 3 overs. And if we've got spin bowling all day, there's enough out there for the spinners that no batter should ever feel happy.
No, indeed. Nor either commentator.
We do our best to not feel happy.
105 for 1. 2 balls to go in the Thompson over. He's just been speaking to Blair Tickner, who has decided on a field change, and Harry Kane comes up from deep backward square leg to mid-wicket. Martin Anderson goes in at, no, where does he go? And he's going to wear the helmet. He's going to be second slip, but he's so close at second slip that he needs a helmet, and that means that Tickner himself goes to backward point. There's also a cover and a mid-off and a mid-on. Nobody on the boundary, which is good to see. I mean, even if Middlesex get to 100, oh, there is somebody out on the boundary, you're right, out on the cover boundary. He's the only one, though. It's Thompson bowls, and that one is pushed back to him by Holden. Who is it out there?
I'm going to miss something obvious here, but why have they got
Morley.
Deep point back again?
I don't know.
Now, he does like a reverse sweep, Max Holden, but
It's not going to help him out there, is it? Not going to carry out there, you wouldn't have thought. Next delivery, he goes back and forces it up to wide mid-on. Around goes Zach Chappell. They're going to come back for the second as well, as Chappell picks up That's a half century for Max Holden. Off 89 balls, 6 fours. And it takes Middlesex up to 107 for 1, trailing by exactly 50 now. Derbyshire still looking for that breakthrough.
The Middlesex coaching staff are on the walk down below as they all just stop below to applaud the 50. Richard Johnson, the head coach, who took 10 for 45 here.
He did.
Middlesex's best post-war figures. Former England player, headed down to Somerset after a few injuries, didn't he? And then
It's very shiny, isn't it?
I'll let you comment on that, Fletch.
Well, it is. Well, I'm allowed. It's very, very shiny, his head. I don't think my head's ever been that shiny.
Do you think he waxes it?
He does something. We'll have sun cream on.
There
I
you
imagine, won't he? If he hasn't, he needs some.
Rory Coots, his assistant, is with them, and Ian Salisbury. He'd have enjoyed it out there today, wouldn't he, Sauls? Former Surrey, England spinner. Here's Morley, left arm around now to the right-handed Eskenazi, who tickles to mid-wicket. Off the front foot, there's no run. Did I mention Tim Mercer? I better, just in case. He's the bowling coach.
Well done.
They all look very ponderous walking around the outfield at the moment. I'd imagine slightly nervous, but they won't admit it. Forward goes Eskenazi, pushing back, and it is no run again. Undefeated Derbyshire, looking for a second win of the season.
Stop it.
Morley steps in, he bowls, and this is worked down to deep backward square with Sack Chapel Fields. Eskenazi has his 50, does he not? He does. It was a slow ripple of applause for Eskenazi. He didn't quite get the same reception that Holden got there. There you go. He's raised his bat to the 4 coaching staff, who are the only folk away to our right. Oh no, I tell a lie, because in the demolition stand, away to the. Oh no, and in the moved. Was it the moved stand? You call it?
One in the move stand and 6 in the demolition stand. There is a good sprinkling in the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground and a few on the grandstand. I've just seen a picture as well on the stream of the new stand to our left. And there's a few in that as well. It's a terrific view from there. New 900-seat stand.
So we've got the demolition stand, the moved stand, the permanent temporary stand.
Yeah. The new stand.
The new stand.
The grandstand stand.
And the grandstand stand. Here's Morley. 3 close catches and mid-wicket not far away, a short mid-wicket. He runs in to collect. Got a silly mid-on as Holden turns into the onside.
It's a shame one isn't named after you, because it would be the handstand, wouldn't it?
Morley's in, bowls. And this is turned to mid-wicket. And there's no... Even you smiled at your own joke on that one. Pleased with yourself.
Pleased with that one.
That's your second best one of the match. Well, we haven't worked out... You're still not claiming your best one of the match yet. He said, I've got the hair of a teenager and the beard of a 60-year-old.
I don't think it's mine.
You think it's Griff? It's tickled to mid-on by Holden defensively, which Dave Jepson, who was here on the second afternoon, said it was a backhanded compliment. I said there was no compliment in there at all. I'm saying you've got the hair of a teenager, so it's a right mess, and the beard of a 60-year-old, so it's great.
I don't think it would have been meant as a compliment, whether it had been me or David Griffin. Thanks to Mick Wood for the kind words, and good to have you along on the stream. He was here yesterday. Watching and listening, more importantly, at home on the BBC Sport website and app, or 5 Sports Extra, with Kevin Hand and Dave Fletcher. Alex Thompson to continue. This deficit will have been wiped out by lunch. And then, who knows? Sun is shining in Barbados. As in comes Thompson and bowls to Eskenazi. Gets a little bit tangled with his forward defensive there.
You've waited nearly 16 years to say that, haven't you?
It was the first time the sun's been out for 4
Certainly
days
in
in
April.
a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, in April, absolutely. It'll be warm in Cardiff as well, which is rare for a Derbyshire visit. Thompson in and bowls. That one is driven back to him by Eskenazi.
That's where you head on Thursday evening, is it?
Yeah, played at Cardiff in one of the pink ball games, the day-night matches. Oh, it was miserable. Miserable, 2017. Thompson in again, defended once more by Eskenazi.
I think Middlesex played in a pink ball match in 2017, but I can't really remember it.
You will have done. Yeah, everybody
No,
did.
I'm not sure. I can't remember it.
Oh, was it bad?
Yeah.
Okay.
Middlesex play Kent next weekend, funnily enough.
Was that the one? Next delivery is defended by Eskenazi. Yeah, Derbyshire. That was the first time I'd seen Derbyshire win. 18 months into my stint as Derbyshire commentator, having not seen them win at all in 2016. A bit like 2023. Once last season. Thompson bowls, and it's defended by Eskenazi into the onside this time. Caleb Jewell picks up the Australian opener.
What is the secret to Derbyshire's current success?
I'm not sure.
Undefeated Derbyshire.
I'm not sure. I mean, the only new members of the side, well, the only new member of the side really is Caleb Jewell. Morley was here on loan from Lancashire at the end of last season, and Anderson was here on loan from Middlesex at the end of last season. They played a big part. Wayne Madsen, the captain now, rather than David Lloyd. Madsen, last captain this side before this season in 2015. Thompson flights this one, and it's pushed up towards Chappell at mid-off, and there's no run. That was the final ball of the over as well. It was a maiden from Alex Thompson. He's now bowled 11 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 20. So, but yeah, there just seems to be more fight about them, a bit more resolution. Is that?
I mean, their seam attack looks good. Reese,
Yes.
Tickner,
Yeah.
Chappell, Anderson as fourth seamer,
Yeah.
and then 2 decent spinners.
And Dahl as well, who,
Yes.
if playing, is part of that seam attack.
Would Dahl have bowled ahead of Anderson, or would Anderson have bowled ahead
I
of
think
Dahl?
he'd have bowled ahead of him.
Yeah. Yeah, Anderson was a young quick at Middlesex in the academy, and a couple of back injuries. He practiced his batting an awful lot, and all of a sudden became a batting all-rounder.
Yeah. Dahl bowls ahead of him and bats just above him. Didn't bowl much at Leicester due to a back spasm. As a result, isn't playing in this match. Although he did play against Northamptonshire.
The longest of pauses again in between overs.
It's going to be like this, I'm afraid.
I think they're shooting themselves in the foot here, though. They want the more overs, the better today, surely. Keep rattling through the overs. It brings that second new ball ever closer as well. They are, 34 overs into this innings. There are 81 remaining in the match. So, again, if you're bowling spin and you're going through it quickly, you could have 106 overs in this day, which they need all the time they can get. The more time there is, the more chance for Derbyshire win. Here's Morley, left arm over, he bowls, and this is worked off the back foot by Holden in front of the leg slip. He picks up a single as a long leg comes around, more a deep backward square. Coming around to long leg, and they have one more to the total. Holden's on to 52, 109 for 1. Sports Extra live here at the County Ground in Derby, BBC Radio Derby and BBC Radio London. We're live on the BBC Sport website and app. As ever, Dave Fletcher alongside myself, Kevin Handers. Here is Morley, left arm around the wicket. He bowls. This is dug out by Eskenazi into the offside. Slip and a short leg crouch down. There's a deep backward square and a deep point. Still can't quite work out the point of the deep point. As Morley steps in again, a swing of the arms with his first step, and curls up, coils up, and eases this, and bowls to Eskenazi, who eases this one into the offside. The deep backward square. He's both run saving and catching out there, but deep point, I guess it just slows them in terms of they're still behind. 48 is the current deficit as they follow on as Morley bowls and forward goes Middlesex's white ball captain, Stephen Eskenazi, taking charge of the T20 side towards the end of next month. Max Holden was his former T20 opener, but he's dropped down the order now, Holden in the T20s, despite a prolific period at the top because he's so good at playing spin. This is short from Morley and hammered by Eskenazi for 4. That was a real long hop from the spinner. And the ball rattles into the fence that surrounds the groundsman's hut. It's a real enclosure there, isn't it? You can almost imagine a few velociraptors being penned in there. It's just the ground staff penned in for this one, though. I'd imagine it's like Fletcher's compound at home, but that's to keep people out rather than keeping himself in. Was the commentary position up there and the media centre at one time, but now the groundsman's hut Is Morley. The ball's been retrieved. No, Madsen's got to adjust something. He's bringing the deep backward point, deep cover point around to deep backward point. Deep backward square is just being fiddled slightly as well. Where's he going slightly finer? As here's Morley bowls, and on the back foot, Eskenazi defends. He has 54 from 116 deliveries, and that was the end of the 35th over. So another 45 until the second new ball becomes available, which would leave 35 in the day. I'd be racing through these overs if I was spinners and the Derbyshire captain now. I don't think you're particularly building the pressure by slowing it down. I think getting more overs in would build far more pressure. 113 for 2. Holden 52, Eskenazi 54. The partnership is 113 because Fernandez fell to the first ball of the innings. Fletcher's given me a nod because Dane Patterson, former Nottinghamshire of course, is making his way around the boundary rope at the moment. Samit Patel, his former Nottinghamshire teammate as well. Samit's off for a net. Dane's just off for a walk. He's on his own now because Samit's departed around the back of the stand towards the nets. Now, another delay. What are we delaying now? A long chat once more. I think this is hurting Derbyshire. I don't think this will frustrate Middlesex. I don't think this will break their concentration. I think they're doing themselves a disservice here. Madsen is leading the chat. Tickner's there. Who else is involved in the Brains Trust? Chappell's not, because he's up leaning on his mate's shoulder at the far end. Fletcher's back. Speaking of the Brains Trust, that's another long conflab down there. I really think they're doing themselves a disservice here. I'd be getting more overs into today rather than slowing it up and feeling that that's building pressure on Middlesex. I don't think it will at all.
Well, I think the fact that the game's going to end in a draw means it won't matter ultimately. But
have you given up now? Have you consigned it to a draw?
I think they needed 2 wickets in the first hour.
I just think whenever the first one, I think there'll be 2 or 3 that fall quickly at some point. I do think that a little pressure will build. You know, once that door just opens slightly, and then it'll be a case of can Middlesex just settle it all down again and get through the day. But I don't think slowing it up is helping Derbyshire at all.
Well, the good news is that incredibly long delay means I haven't missed my over. Here's, not for everybody else though, Alex Thompson in and bowls, and it's cut away by Holden out towards the man patrolling the cover boundary, Jack Morley.
You beat me to it. Good news for who, Fletch?
Yes. Holden moves to 53, 114 for 1. Deficit now just 43 runs. There's no real urgency out there, is there? The body language doesn't say, well, we're right on top of this and we know we're going to do all right.
Well, we've seen them a few times in the game where they really slowed things down to build pressure, and to me it made sense at that point. It was, you know, the meticulous field placing. I always talk back to games watching Shane Warne captain in Hampshire against Middlesex years ago, and Fleming in that same season captaining Nottinghamshire at Lords, and they slowed everything down, and they were moving, you know, just the slightest move of a field or almost every ball just to try and build pressure. I think it played a big part in this match, but I don't think right now it's what they should be doing.
Short leg and a silly mid-on now for Thompson, who is in, turns that one into the leg side, Eskenazi, and it's fielded by Blair Tickner. He's fielding an orthodox mid-wicket, but has to peer through 2 players, 2 helmeted players, to see the batter. There's a leg slip as well. Eskenazi waits, and this next delivery from Thompson is turned into the leg side, down towards fine leg, just to the right. In fact, it hasn't come off a bat. It's a bye again.
Turn and bounce.
Well, Anderson dived to his right, couldn't get there, and it's gone for 4 more. The deficit is now, it's down to 39, 118 for 1.
But yeah, exactly what you're saying about the lack of, it feels like intensity at the moment out there. I think slowing the game down is doing that.
I think you might have mentioned it.
But in your point about intensity, though, I agree. I think there's not a great deal of intensity out there, and I think that's why.
I think they've seen this pitch for the last 3 days and 1 session, as this one is turned into the leg side and parried by David Lloyd back towards the stumps. This pitch is not conducive to results.
And it's back-to-back hybrids
at
home for Derbyshire, we should point out.
Slightly irritatingly. As this one is turned into the leg side, it's along the ground and it's going down towards long leg. Around the boundary comes Jack Morley, who gets there now. They come back for a couple. Good work from Morley. 120 for 1, deficit 37.
A learned cricket watcher early in this match said to me, Derbyshire are unbeaten coming into this game, playing a fancied Middlesex side who won their last game. They got on top of Lancashire, they got on top of Kent, but then lost that game.
Thompson bowls. That's a full delivery. It's driven out into the offside by Eskenazi. Kane goes around to do the fielding, and they come back for 2 more. He moves to 58, 122 for 1.
So serve up a hybrid, level the playing field against them, and come out of this match unbeaten would be, and look to next week at Glamorgan, who are bottom of the table. All of a sudden, you're still unbeaten against Glamorgan, and you go there and pick up a victory, and the table looks quite nice for Derbyshire. So
I think it's a fair summation.
Yeah. For me, hybrids aren't for Championship cricket.
No.
Perfect for one-day stuff, limited overs, but they're not for me for Championship games.
That was the last ball of the Thompson over. 12 overs for 25 now.
If were this to have been a normal April, which means losing at least a day per game in April, that's not wholly true, but you know what I mean. There's bad light, there's rain, time lost. A hybrid gives you no chance of a result. You need all 4 days of a hybrid to hope that you might get something out of it.
Ben Aitchison is on the pitch as a substitute fielder for Blair Tickner, who's just going up the stairs away to our left. Aitchison is at the moment at mid-wicket. Big Liverpool fan. I think he was at Anfield yesterday.
Oh. Morley, left arm over he bowls, and Holden on the back foot, works off his legs. That's a lovely shot. Back at a square, they'll pick up 2. Long leg coming around. He'd just been moved that little bit finer. Trail by 33 now, Middlesex. 78.5 overs remain in the game.
I'm sure if it was at Anfield, somebody will tell me.
Oh, he was, wasn't he?
I think so.
Yeah. Morley's in, bowls, and this is worked to mid-wicket by Holden. There's no run. Yeah, I think it was all discussed in the press box this morning. There was an email sent around as well that he was at Anfield yesterday. Here's Morley, bowls, and that bounces up, hits the pad, and is taken by 2 of them at the same time. They were almost holding hands as they took that both leg slip and short leg. I mean, if that had taken back, you can guarantee it would have gone through the hands of all 4 hands that were holding the ball at the end.
Other.
Yeah. Morley bowls and Holden, full face of the bat, pushes back up the track, and there's no run. I mean, there's a lot to be said as well for 2 set batters in a pressure situation, isn't there? Which is what Holden and Eskenazi are. Elias deploying next with his not broken toe, but heavily bruised toe. That bounces and turned off the hip by Holden in front of the short leg, or fine of the short leg, sorry, in front of the leg slip. They had just come down from 4 to 3 around the bat as well, hadn't they? Perhaps need to crank it back up. 1, 2, 5 for 1. Again, we talk about that deep point. Would you not have deep point in close catching at the moment?
I don't think it matters because the game's going to end in a draw.
You've had enough. Are you thinking about the burgers at lunch already, Fletch?
No, they were dreadful last time as well.
Were they?
Yeah, they were awful, I'm afraid.
Oh, I thought you were building me up across the game. The burgers were great.
No, we used to get really nice ones, and last week it was
Are they a bit naff?
soggy chicken burger in a dry bun.
A soggy chicken burger in a dry bun. Oh. So what have we got to look forward to today, Fletch? Here's Thompson, he's in bowls, and this is turned to the short leg. Very much the inside part of the bat from Eskenazi, but low in front of the field of that one.
I was thinking
he's taken it was all along the floor, really.
A 2-hour solo commentary stint from Nikesh Ragani at some point.
We've called for reinforcements today if this does turn into the most dour affair in the afternoon.
We'll get him on.
You're going for it already, though. You've given up. Middlesex's propensity to collapse, like any team, I think, is still... Dug myself out on there, don't I? Like any team.
You have been watching this game on this pitch, haven't you?
Yeah.
On a normal pitch in this situation, you'd say Derbyshire were heavy favourites going into the final day. But on this pitch, given the match situation, I'm not sure. They were certainly on top, and they will almost certainly, when we speak to Mickey Arthur at the end of the day's play, he will tell us, and he'd be right to tell us, that Derbyshire were on top for very, very long periods of this game, which they have been, against a Middlesex side who most people expect and thought were going to be promotion contenders, certainly, if not certainties. But not on this pitch. We've now got trousers down from David Lloyd because he's going to come on to bowl, so he has to remove the pads that he's wearing. And as a result, Caleb Jewell's got the fielding pads on already, which is good news. And I think those pads, have they been taken off? I think they probably are.
Did you see David Bumble Lloyd's trousers down piece in the Lancashire match recently? That was very good.
No.
He wasn't happy. They were taking forever, putting on pads as well. Trousers going back up. It was all over socials.
Well, ordinarily,
Clipped up. It was great.
Ordinarily, they're supposed to really go off, aren't they, and be replaced by somebody and put your pads on or take your pads off. It's like no Donald's in the building. Looks like him.
I think Middlesex, coming into today, would have been very, very disappointed to lose this game because, again, as you said, hybrid pitch. You've got a side who's hit 472, a side then 315, 8 short of the follow-on. They'd have been very disappointed. I'd suggest from this position, they'd be almost furious to lose the game from here.
Of course they would. Of course they would.
But that doesn't mean that they won't.
They probably needed 2 extra wickets last night, Derbyshire. They only got 1 in the 19 overs that were possible yesterday in the Middlesex second innings. They also went along at 3 and over, which sort of told you how it might work. David Lloyd then, who is now an off-spinner, not medium pacer, around the wicket, bowling to Holden, who drives the ball up towards cover, and there's no run.
I mean, they've created 4, possibly 5 chances in an hour and 15 minutes. Only one of them went to hand, though, didn't it? Oh, no, 2, because the keeper, one popped out of the keeper's gloves.
Next one is a full toss from Lloyd, and it's bunted up towards mid-on. And Holden moves to 57, 126 for 1.
So you take those and put a couple of fresh batters out there. If you make that breakthrough and you open up an end.
Kevin, if my auntie was my uncle. 126 for 1. You can hypothesise as much as you like.
Please. This is a message to the catering staff. Please don't send dry chicken burgers with soggy buns or whatever it was. Please don't.
I'm not going to join in with hypothesising.
It could be a long afternoon for us all if we get that for lunch today.
Here is Lloyd over the wicket to Eskenazi, who goes forward, meets a full-length ball on the half volley and just traps it underneath his bat. Leg slip, short leg slip, short leg, new word, slip. Backward point cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, mid-on and man out on the deep square leg boundary for the sweep shot, which Eskenazi hasn't even threatened to play. He defends that one very comfortably indeed.
There's at least 1 too many back, isn't there? There has been.
I think there's too many back. I think you're absolutely right on that as Lloyd bowls and it's pushed out into the offside. Eskenazi takes a step down the track but with his hand facing Holden and shouting no, no, no. Ball is fielded by Thompson at backward point.
I'm surprised Thompson's out of the attack with the bounce he was getting, but obviously they just want to give Lloyd a go and see what he can get.
Golden arm bowls and that one is full and pushed out into the offside. Thompson realises all of a sudden that he's one of the few players who are within fielding distance of that one, so he has to race around to do the fielding and picks up the ball. They take a single. That's the final ball of the over as well, for what it's worth. Eskenazi moves to 59. Holden has 57. Middlesex 127 for 1, trailing by just 30 now with 45 minutes to go until lunch, and they have scored at 3.36 over the course of this innings, which is quicker than either of the first 2 innings by some distance. And Thompson swapped ends.
This might not be a bad move, because one of the things that were noted in this match was that for the Middlesex seam attack, which, pretty well respected, Patterson, Rowland Jones, Cullen was probably getting the most out of it, bowling up the hill from the city end. They said that just a little bit of a slope there was helping him get a bit more bounce. So Thompson from that end as well, he's getting some nice bounce. If he bowls from this end, then maybe with a slight hill going slightly the other way, maybe they play back to him and 1 they shouldn't, but we'll see. So again, it's worth a try, isn't it? Change the ends, see if they get any more joy.
No question. Do something, for goodness sake, do something.
Here's Thompson, right arm over, tall off spinner, he bowls, and this ball's worked into the onside, but it's fielded at short leg. There was a real dust bowl that Middlesex played at the Oval many moons ago, and did I mention this to you yesterday? I can't remember whether it was yourself or Dave on Saturday. So we were talking about the height of Thompson and how he almost looks a little bit like the Middlesex and Sussex spinner, Ollie Rayner. As forward goes Eskenazi pushing back. And Rayner's finest hour came on the dust bowl at the Oval when I think Gareth Batty, certainly Gareth Batty, Zafran Sari maybe was at the other end. And they prepared a turning surface. A dry surface as Eskenazi turns to short leg, but it didn't really spin, but what it did do was bounce. So Ollie Rayner, who wasn't the biggest spinner of the ball, but he was 6'5", he took 15 in the match. And Hashim Amla was playing for Surrey at the time. I remember Amla plunging forward ball after ball to Rayner, and the ball was going past Amla's neck. It was extraordinary. It's his Thompson turning into the onside as Eskenazi. There's no run. It's not quite that kind of dusty surface here, but
no.
But bounce maybe
Held together by nylon.
Yes. Yeah.
One thing I have noticed, certainly in this innings,
Thompson to Eskenazi, the right-hander defends.
is that at the start of the innings yesterday evening, they put the light roller on it. And today, before the start of play, they put the light roller on it. So they might be slightly afraid of it cracking up.
Is that Middlesex's call, the light roller today?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I think so. You can use the heavy roller twice, can't you? Which should be banned anyway.
There's a quicker, flatter one from Thompson, which is played off the back foot to short leg. It bounces back off the short leg to Eskenazi, who catches it and tosses it back to short leg and said, that's what you should have done.
It's that kind of day, isn't it?
127 for one. Speaking of cracking up, if we get those chicken burgers for lunch, that may well be what happens live on the BBC this afternoon.
I never complain about free food. I just show my disgust. Lloyd to continue then from the city end with the permanent temporary stand behind him. I hope we didn't build this up too much this morning. I don't think we did. Well, I certainly wouldn't have done. Nye Donald is in
the last game standing of the championship round. Build it up. Undefeated Derbyshire.
Comes Lloyd and bowls, and that one is defended by Holden. Into the onside came Fields.
But as well, I think we have to say, which we probably haven't, Holden and Eskenazi are doing a brilliant job right now. We probably haven't said that at all, actually.
Lloyd bowls and he drives out into the offside, does Holden. Around the boundary goes Morley to do the fielding. They come back for a second comfortably enough. He moves on to 59. 129 for one. Just 28 behind now. Middlesex.
And two brilliant T20 players who ply their trade all around the world now in the winters. These two, but doing a fantastic job here in first-class cricket.
This one is defended by Holden out into the offside. Chris Heighton going to join the fun in the nets. I might go and have a watch of that later. 129 for one. As Lloyd is in again and he cuts, does Holden, and it bounces beyond Blair Tickner. I think he's hurt actually. He stayed down.
Oh, no.
Might have ricocheted off his hand and into his face there. Wayne Madson's gone across to see if he's okay, and he clearly isn't because he's still down on his knees with his head into the ground, and he looks to be in a little bit of pain now. What's he going to rub?
Yeah, give us a clue.
He's not limping, so it's not below the waist.
It's ricocheted into something painful.
Yeah.
Possibly a couple of things.
We need Matthew to show us a replay of that one. He's okay. He stayed out there. Unfortunately, the replay might.
He's not rubbing anything.
No, he's not rubbed a thing. In comes Lloyd and bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside. They're going to go through for a single. Eskenazi moves to 60, 131 for one. Not even a sign of a. Maybe that's 30 seconds behind, so they wouldn't be able to, would they, of course? At 131 for one. 60 each now to Holden and Eskenazi. The deficit 26. And Lloyd to complete his over, bowling to Max Holden, who heaves the ball into the leg side. Has that gone all the way, or has it bounced? It's bounced, and it's 4 runs out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Holden moves to 64, 135 for one. Middlesex trailing by just 18 now, with 75 overs left in the day.
Do they send Morley now to the city end, the shorter of the two frontline? Is it fair to call them frontline spinners for Derbyshire?
I think they would be disappointed if you didn't call them frontline spinners.
Then,
Morley and Thompson.
Yeah,
I think
David
Lloyd might be surprised if you called him one. He's not that yet.
Well, yeah, that's why I was tentatively
working hard on it.
stepping through it all so as not to upset. We don't like to upset people, do we, Fletch?
Chappell's gone off, and Aitchison is back on. He's gone down to the backward square leg. Ben Aitchison. Tickner stayed on, which is good.
Apart from whoever cooks the chicken burgers. We'll upset them. Good food days 1, 2 and 3 though, but always burgers on the final day, you say. Is it always chicken burgers on the final day?
No, it never used to be chicken burgers.
Oh, I see.
Never been a food, has it?
Thompson is in, bowls, and this is turned to mid-wicket, and there's no... Wait, chicken burgers or chicken in general has never been a food?
Chicken in general, I'm afraid. No, it's not one of my favourites.
Fish?
No.
Is it beef all the way? Are you on a carnivore diet, are you?
Beef, pork, yeah.
Here's Thompson, bowls, and forward goes Eskenazi, pushing into the offside. And there's no run, 1:35 for one it is. BBC 5 Sports Extra. Here at the County Ground in Derby, BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio London, Dave Fletcher and myself, Kevin Hand.
The eyes of the nation on the County Ground in Derby. And this is happening.
Thompson bowls, a bit of flight and a forward defence from Eskenazi. Oohs and ahs around the bat. There's a lot of excitement around the bat, at least, Fletch.
Much excitement in the stands, is there?
Oh, the best seat in the house isn't filled today.
Oh, he's just one across.
Yeah,
If it's the same person, don't know. In his lucky seat.
Thompson bowls, and this is pushed back by Eskenazi off the back foot. So on the far side of the ground, the permanent temporary stand, there is netting across the bottom of it to operate as a sight screen. And the next section, there's one seat right up at the top, which is the best view in the house for this pitch. As forward goes Eskenazi, defending into the offside, and there is no run. It's been occupied all match apart from today, and now it's unoccupied, but the one next to it is.
It's weird, isn't it?
Best seat in the house.
Why is he not sitting in the best seat in the house?
Yeah.
You'd think he would.
1:35 for one. Thompson's in, bowls, and Eskenazi rolls his hands across the top of it in his distinctive way as he defends down to mid-on the front foot. 1:35 for one. Middlesex trail by 22. And Holden 64 will have the strike. Eskenazi 60. And the partnership is 135 because Fernandez was out first ball of the innings 41 overs ago.
To give us false hope. It's been the perfect 85 minutes for Middlesex, hasn't it, really? These two, as you quite correctly say, Max Holden and Stephen Eskenazi have done really, really well. And it's causing all sorts of discussions out there. Where Madsen now in conversation with Blair Tickner and Zach Chappell. Zach Chappell appears to be holding a helmet for some reason. And I don't think David Lloyd is going to continue because, where is he? I can't even see him now. I don't think he's out there. Sounds like a marching army down below us. Players going out for a net. I think I saw Anuj Dal disappear down below us.
Is this for the charge later? The Derbyshire bats are all getting prepared to score 100 off 10.
I'm not sure Anuj was going to be allowed to bat. What we could do with here is something happening, really. Because, again, with that +4 over, I don't say it again, I'm about to punch it.
Slowing it down.
No, it doesn't. Well, it doesn't make any difference, does it? That's the problem. They put +4 on the scoreboard, which means that they can do what they want for...
Yeah, but the punters here today aren't going to be happy with this, are they? Slowing it down like this. Come on, get on with it.
I think the punters will have seen the pitch as well. I think you just seem to be taking the pitch out of the equation here, Kevin. The pitch is not going to produce a result. It's a hybrid pitch.
But at least let's have some cricket on.
Going to deteriorate enough for a result in this match. Derbyshire scored 472. Middlesex only missed the follow-on by 8. And now the Derbyshire bowlers, who had to bowl for 115 overs, are having to bowl again straight away on a pitch that isn't helping them in virtually any way at all. I can't quite work out why you're getting overexcited about what's happening out there, because
what's not happening that's annoying me.
But that's the issue. That's an ECB issue with putting over rates on scoreboards. They shouldn't be anywhere near scoreboards. Captains shouldn't know until the end of the game whether they're in front, behind.
Oh, that's good.
And that way they wouldn't be able to do what they're doing now, because it happens all the time. Because when they get minus, they see it on the scoreboard and they bring on the joke bowlers and they get through 5 overs quickly, and all of a sudden it gets to 0. But when it's +4, they do what they're doing now. And it's not just Derbyshire, and it's not a criticism of Derbyshire solely, but it is criticism of county cricket that this overrate nonsense needs to be addressed. Thank you very much. Here's Zach Chappell. It's not the first time I've said that, by the way. So
I enjoyed every bit of that.
here is Zach Chappell around the wicket to Max Holden from the City End bowls, and Holden pushes this one out into the offside, where it's fielded by Harry Kame, and there's no run.
Well, no one will disagree on that as well, on the overrate
Well, they
business.
can. I'm more than happy to
Well, the best thing about it,
discuss.
the craziest thing about that is the complaint that cricketers play too much, but they regularly put an extra hour on their day's
Yeah.
work every single day.
Absolutely. How many times have we finished on at 6 o'clock? I think it's happened once in 10 years, and that was Sussex. Fair play to them. As Chappell is in and bowls one that keeps low and beats Brooke Guest behind the stumps as well, and they go through for a bye. 136 for 1 signalled now.
Your 6-hour
Right,
day
yeah,
is
right.
turned into a 7-hour day almost every single day.
Yeah.
What other walk of life would somebody do that? And then complain we work too long.
Well, I put the hours in, Kev, as you know, but I wouldn't want to do it every day. I was going to say feet up tomorrow, but of course it isn't feet up tomorrow. I'm back down at the Pirelli Stadium for the big one.
But could you imagine turning up to a boss the next morning and saying, I worked too long, my hours are too long, but you just worked an hour longer than you needed to yesterday?
Yeah. Oh, excellent. Some results. Anyway, this one is turned into the leg side as Kevin's phone starts talking to us.
That's the smart speaker. It's great, isn't it? What if I say,
No, but-
play Derbyshire versus Middlesex, day 4 now? Is it going to do
I
it?
think you have to say Alexa the bit at the front, though.
But it's not Alexa.
Well, you can't do it then.
It's
can you?
Steve.
Is it? But that's what you do with your Alexa, by the way. We should mention that, shouldn't we, really?
Are other Alexas available?
No. Here comes Chappell again. Bowls, and that one is pushed by Eskenazi up towards Lewis Rees at mid-on. Blair Tickner just keeping himself loose, doing a few stretches at mid-off. He was at mid-on, actually, Lewis Rees. 2 mid-wickets. That's often a sign that a team is not getting what they want when they put 2 mid-wickets in.
There are no other games today. That's why we didn't get any results, by the way. We're the only one standing.
Here's Chappell. Bowls and the extra grunt of effort from the Derbyshire quick.
And you can, of course, say to your smart speaker, play.
I think it's say. Do you say hello, Alexa? I don't know what you say to Alexa because I'm a Google man. But whatever you
But
say
you
to
can't say
Alexa,
it's Google.
no, you can't. It doesn't work on Google. You say play Derbyshire versus Middlesex, day 4. The day 4 bit's crucial because otherwise it won't play anything. Mine don't anyway.
We could just carry on listening to us on Sports Extra and the BBC Sport website and app.
There's so many ways to listen to us, and the Derbyshire stream as well. I mean, you can't get away from us today. Final ball of the over then from Zach Chappell. He's in the bowls to Eskenazi. That's down the leg side, neatly taken this time by Brooke Guest. Wayne Manson had just put himself in at a short mid-on, so they had 3 on the leg side, all catching. Unfortunately, the ball didn't go anywhere near them. And back onto the field comes David Lloyd. That's why I couldn't see him. He wasn't on the field. It was Ben Aitchison replacing him. How many hours have we had today? I can't work that out.
We've got 30 minutes left to lunch,
Yes.
to the chicken burgers.
Yes.
Everybody's going to be tuning in at 1:40 to know if we had chicken burgers.
If they don't tune in for anything else, they can tune in for that.
They won't need to tune in to know what we had for tea. We can tell them that now.
Yeah, nothing.
We'll save a chicken burger for tea, just so we can moan about it this evening. 136 for 1. Thompson now beginning his 15th over, number 25 from 14. Is this his first bowl from the City End to Holden? I think it is.
Ooh.
I know the excitement.
Yeah.
Slip and a short leg, deep backward square leg. He's being given some sort of instruction from Madsen at slip. But here's Thompson, start the over. He's got a deep point as well. Everybody else on the single and he bowls to Holden, who pushes back and there's no run. The fact that the close catches have come down to 2 also tells us a story now. slip and a short leg or a left around the bat.
I wonder if it's anything to do with the pitch and there not being anything.
They're
really
more in
it.
danger being close to the bat, get away from it.
First class cricket on hybrid.
Thompson bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the onside. It's fielded at mid-wicket. There's no run. 136-1. Yeah, I don't think this is I do think that this is something they need to stop. First-class cricket on hybrids. It's only recently come in last year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it's because of the amount of cricket we play across the squares.
Imagine if we were playing with a Kookaburra ball.
Forward goes Holden. Back up the track to Thompson. There's no run.
I think we're playing those later in the season, aren't we? Joy of joys. I think it might be at Chesterfield when Lancashire are the visitors. Might be a Kookaburra. It won't be a hybrid.
Might make day 3 at Chesterfield then.
Well, Jimmy plays.
Here's a bit of flight on this from Thompson. Is that leading edge all along the floor to mid-off? His body was shaping towards mid-wicket, Holden, but the ball is fielded at a deepish mid-off, which has allowed them a single. Everything about the shot was shaping towards the onside. It didn't feel like a leading edge, though, because it went so quickly along the floor and calmly along the floor as it went. Maybe he just kept that bat face open. Yes, he did. He just kept the bat face open at the last. Back to Eskenazi, and 3 around the bat. A short leg, a leg slip, and a slip. And Thompson in the sunshine here in Derby. He bowls to Eskenazi, who defends, and there's no run. What? We're nearly there. Come on, you can do it.
Driving me mad.
We'll get some coffee in us at lunch. We'll go back through the BBC Radio Derby playlists as we did through Sunday morning. Thompson bowls, and Eskenazi plays into the ground. It's parried up from short leg to leg slip, who takes the ball one-handed. Bit of excitement there, Fletch.
Wasn't there?
137 for 1. It's been a long while. We had those 3 near misses in 3 overs, didn't we? And roughly 5 chances in the morning session overall, but it feels like it's been quite a while since the last. 112 balls faced by Holden for his 65. Eskenazi has faced 145 for his 60. Middlesex trailing by 20 now, 137 for 1.
Well, Holden was dropped on 46. It was a real tough chance for Blair Tickner. He did well to get his hands in front of his face, otherwise he'd have lost all his teeth. And then Eskenazi was missed by Brooke Guest. The ball looped up, and neither the leg slip or the short leg could get to the ball to catch it on the rebound. And that they, as you say, they both came in very quick succession. Both batters were on 46 with the score on 94 for 1. It's now 137 for 1. Middlesex trailing by just 20, and the discussions continue with Lewis Rees, Wayne Manson and Zach Chappell involved. Manson, the skipper, is now jogging very gently back towards his position at slip. I assume he's going to go in at slip. Bringing back the spare helmets, one of 3 spare helmets that are now out there on the ground. And he has a field with 1 slip, backward point who's quite deep, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, short square leg as Chappell bowls, and it's turned up to the mid-wicket, who is Caleb Jewell. No run. There's a man out on the mid-wicket boundary. That's David Lloyd, who's talking to his fellow Welshman, Nye Donald, who's still recovering from that. He told me it was a collarbone rather than a shoulder, which is interesting, but either way it was unpleasant. And Alex Thompson down at long leg. That is the field. They're almost spread far and wide. Holden on 65. Chappell bowls to and he plays and misses at that one. Hello. Goes through to Brooke Guest. That wasn't a particularly good shot from Max Holden, I would suggest.
No, and it does feel as though we're at the stage where it's a breaking concentration for the batter as much as anything that will bring a wicket at this stage.
Would take a mistake, which is what it would be.
Yeah. Whatever little bit of bite there was for the spinners earlier that caused those near misses. There was the one that went over the top of middle and leg, turned inside the drive of Holden.
35 over, still a new ball. In comes Chappell, by which time the game will definitely be a draw. That's a glorious drive from Holden. It was half volley outside the off stump, but just driven away beautifully. Holden moves on to 69, 141 for 1. The lead, the Derbyshire lead, is down to 16 now.
Well, there's centuries to be had here for both, aren't there? Which for Eskenazi, Holden's already got 2 this summer. And for Eskenazi, it would be Well, you think that would probably nail him down to partner Robson if Robson returns next week against Kent. Top of the order, back from paternity leave.
Chappell in bowls to Holden, who just dabs it down back of the square on the offside. Morley does the fielding. And there is no run.
Come on, Chappie. Geeing him up out
Anthony
there.
from Hena sends me a message entitled Thoughts and Prayers. It sounds like there have been mild
that for the chicken or the
chances
cricket?
in the first hour, but we're still praying for wickets. He's hoping that a bit more drama to come, apart from the catering.
There we go.
Thank you, Anthony. This is Chappell. A little step forward by Holden, turns it into the leg side. It's a slight misfield by Martin Anderson initially, but way down by all those S's. He's got his fielding pads on at the moment, actually, so we can forgive him that.
Are you writing off any moment of drama but for the chicken for the remainder of the day?
Well, there won't be any drama with the chicken either. I don't think there's going to be any drama until I get home tonight and discover whether the pizza shop's open or not. And I can't remember if he opens on a Monday. So there's a little bit of jeopardy still in my day, which is always nice to have a bit of jeopardy. Here comes Chappell and bowls. That's pushed into the offside by Holden. The final ball of the over. It's only Zach Chappell's 5th over of the innings. 141 for 1. Middlesex trailing by 16.
The pizza shop may shut on a Monday, is it?
Could
I mean,
do.
they're not like Barbers, are they? Barbers shut Wednesdays, don't they?
Well, how on
Or is it
earth would I
Tuesdays?
know whether a Barber's is open on any day of the week?
There was a time.
I find that vaguely insulting, Kevin Hunt.
Well, who does your beard?
I do my own
Oh.
beard. What's he talking about?
Turkish barber, surely. Get your beard done.
No. There is one at
What's
the bottom of the street, actually.
What's your barber? What's your barber of choice? What's your pizza of choice?
Oh, 12-inch hot and spicy, always. But might just be the
What about the pizza?
Might be the garlic bread with steady. Might be the garlic bread with cheese and tray doner meat tonight with a bit of luck. Jack Morley's back with his left arm off spin. Well, he will be back at some point. He's currently talking to Wayne Manson whilst Lewis Rees polishes the ball.
Oh, get on with it. I know what you're saying. There's not much going on, but even still, it is painful watching them talk it through every over. How is the over rate still +4?
Because we've had 35 overs so far this morning. That will go up to +6 or +7, I'm guessing, at lunch.
This is Morley back on at the racecourse end, isn't it? So he wasn't given a go at the city end, which is where he may have found a little bit more bounce, the diminutive bowler, but there we go. Slip and a short leg. He's left arm around the wicket to bowl to Eskenazi on 60, and a lot of flight. This ball's pushed back up the track. No run.
Do you know who I feel most sorry for? Nikesh Ragani. He stepped into the breach today, he's not listening, to present 5 Sports Extra.
This one's flatter delivery from Morley, played off the back foot to Eskenazi, coming for what was going to be a thrilling finish here at Derby.
finish, and yeah, I think he's dropped off somewhere.
Morley, slip, and a short leg. He's in bowls, and this is pushed defensively into the ground where it dies immediately in front of it. Actually rolled back, didn't it? Onto the toe end of the bat from Eskenazi. That'll be the slope. It's barely noticeable out there, though, is it?
I can't work out where it is. I have been told a number of times, but I still don't know.
Here's a bit of flight and a forward defence from Eskenazi back up the track. He's fielded at extra cover, no run.
Clearly there's a slope at the far end because you can see the building at different stages of it. But I'm not sure where the slope is.
Yeah, there would be a lip at the right-hand side of the members' pavilion, wouldn't there, if there wasn't advertising boards across the front of it. So here's a full delivery, push back. No run. Eskenazi remains on 60. Is that the 150 up? It is. 150 balls faced for Stephen Eskenazi. And he's on 60. And well, poor old Nathan Fernandez, who had the birthday the other day, unfortunately, whoever scores the runs is going to be the one that will stay in the side with Robson. As forward goes Eskenazi again, pushing back, and Eskenazi probably done that in this game, hasn't he, with his 60 in this innings at least. Middlesex trail by 16. That's the end of the 45th over. We have just under 20 minutes until lunch on the final day here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Derby and BBC Radio London, 1:41 for 1 it is. I'm Kevin Hand, alongside Dave Fletcher.
Hello, Kevin Hand.
Hello, Dave Fletcher.
Thank you to Gary, afternoon to him as well, Gary Hickeybottom. It's Derbyshire Disability Cricket Club's first game of the season on Sunday. It's at Darley Abbey Cricket Club. They're playing Cheshire. So if you want to get along to that, Derbyshire women play their first game in Tier 2 here on Saturday as well. There is a slight clash with the game at Pride Park involving Derby County and Stoke City, which starts at 12:30. You will, of course, be able to hear that on BBC Radio Derby. Build-up from 11. I'll be at Charlton on Saturday afternoon for Burton's final game. They play tomorrow night. All frequencies against Wigan. Here's Zach Chappell in and bowls. That one is pushed up to mid-on by Holden, and there's no run.
Oh, you're not going to be able to go to Wrexham next year, are you?
No.
Gone up. What was the press food like at Wrexham?
That was nice.
Oh.
Yeah, it was nice.
No chicken burgers at Wrexham?
No, it was good. There were a lot of cameras there. Not as many as there would have been there on Saturday tea time, of course, but there were a lot of cameras there. They get told off for calling it a circus, which it is. In comes Chappell and bowls. That one's edged wide of Wayne Madsen, down to third man for 4 runs. Madsen dived away to his left. I think it hit the ground just in front of where Madsen was diving, but he didn't get there anyway. And it's 4 more to the total. Middlesex move on to 145 for 1. Middlesex 12 behind, and will have a lead at lunch of some description.
That was a painful picking up from Madsen as he picked himself up off the floor there, wasn't it? Hands over mouths.
Chappell in again and bowls. That one, he doesn't know where that is. He almost chops on Holden. Plays it down into the ground and it bounces past leg stump. So Zach Chappell just making the odd thing happen here.
Limping Leas nearly had to make his way down the pavilion steps there, didn't he? Will he be batting with a runner in the second innings? That'll liven the afternoon up if Deploy's out there with a runner. At least for us, trying to keep up with it.
Yeah, that always confuses me too much.
They're going to bring in the second slip now.
Might be a bit late, with the ball having gone in that vague direction a little earlier. So Madsen moves to second slip, Jewell into first. So a flying bottle, and as Thompson throws a bottle to Donald. Here is Chappell around the wicket, bowls, and this one is off an edge and down to third man again for 4 runs. It was a much more aggressive shot that time from Max Holden, who picks up another boundary. They move to 149 for 1, Holden up to 77. There is no third man, of course. There never is.
Well, that was just a naughty drive as opposed to a very good delivery from Chappell, isn't it? We talked about a break in the concentration from the batters, and he was...
Played it a long, long way from his body.
Yeah. Flashing very hard at a very wide delivery.
You said that Derbyshire were looking for an extra fielder. There was a gap. They're probably looking for about 4 at the minute. Still 2 slips in place.
Even third slip wouldn't have had a go at that one, I don't think.
I think it would have gone flying over their head as Chappell bowls wide. Oh, and that isn't taken cleanly by Brooke Guest, and then hits Caleb Jewell on the back of his calf and is signalled wide by umpire Redfern. Well, I think that's fair enough.
We shouldn't have laughed, but that was funny. When
That
it
was awful.
hit Jewell's
Awful cricket.
leg.
Look how wide it
Ow!
is.
Just see the replay.
I'm not sure Brooke Guest could reach it. I'm not surprised Brooke Guest could speak, Fletcher. Not surprised that Brooke Guest couldn't reach it. It was so wide and going wider. Now Caleb Jewell's come out of slip. And we've got 2 mid-wickets for the final ball. No, it isn't the final ball, is it?
Bit like me throughout the cricket season. That's so wide and going wider.
We've got 2 mid-wickets and a short mid-on. I think that's Anderson and Jewell in the mid-wicket positions, and Wayne Madsen at short mid-on. Here comes Chappell in and bowls. That one's guided down to backward point where Harry Kane does a good tumbling stop to prevent a run from being scored.
It's actually doing us a favour not having teas at Derby, isn't it?
Why's that?
It's hard work in the summer, isn't it, to keep the weight off? I did feel it last night. I got back to the hotel room last night.
It's not something that's ever really worried me so much, I have to say.
Yeah, but there comes a point where you have to think, all right, I can't keep eating cake and biscuits.
When's that?
About October 1st.
No. It's even worse in the winter.
Just
when
in
I'm
time for Christmas.
Sitting on my couch. In comes Chappell and bowls. That one's turned into the leg side by Eskenazi. And the over comes to an end. A couple of flashes, a couple of balls down to third man. 12 runs off the over. The deficit now just 6 with Middlesex on 151 for 1. Holden has 77. Eskenazi has 60. And I about to apologise to the listeners for not being able to bring you the excitement that you perhaps thought you might get. It ain't going to happen. This is an excitement-free zone.
We can have some excitement up here, though, Fletch.
I'm not really into fake excitement. I don't like cheerleaders.
Morley.
Either in the commentary box or on the sidelines.
Morley's into bowl from the racecourse end after a lengthy pause for whatever it is now. A slip and a short leg. And a leg slip. Crouching down. Left arm over to Holden, who he nearly had turning one past the inside edge of a drive from wide outside the off-stump earlier this morning. A reverse sweep first up from Holden. Goes to slip, and they inquire politely of umpire Debenham, not out.
It hit the ground.
So did that just...
He reverse swept it into the ground.
Ah, it bounced up. Yeah, I was wondering.
Don't mind him doing that, though.
Interesting appeal then, as here's Morley bowls and Holden drives back. I think I'm right in saying that Holden feels he's safer on the reverse sweep than the orthodox sweep. I'm having a chat with Mike Gatty, not about Holden, but about sweeping, because of course in the World Cup we were talking about reverse sweeping, but not Holden in particular as his. Ball onto the back foot, Holden turns it to mid-wicket, and there's no run, because of course Gat was infamously out. I say infamously, he was out in a...
Famously.
Yeah. But it was infamous at the time, because he got absolutely...
Well, you get pilloried, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. You could play 100 of those shots and get away with it.
Yeah, here's a length ball again, and Holden rocks back to it and turns through somehow. Short leg. They've all got their hands on their head again. 2 taken. Holden moves to 79, 153 for 1. But yeah, much now where the reverse sweep... Oh, he's got out to a reverse sweep, but you know, Gat's point, much like people used to say of the sweep, the reverse sweep is a shot. To say it's, you know, high risk. It's no higher risk than the sweep, as here's Holden driving to mid-on. Quick single taken. Just wide of the mid-on fielder. Fumble by Lewis Rees.
My maths may have let me down earlier.
Go on.
It's not the first time. At the end of this over, we'll only have had 28 in this session. I thought it was much more than that, and said so out loud. So we might get through to 31, 32, which is about par for the course, unfortunately, these days.
Morley bowls, and forward goes Eskenazi in his run. Yeah, but the vast majority of that's been bowled by spinners today, which tells you just how slow it's been.
Absolutely.
154 for 1. Holden 80, Eskenazi 60. And it was definitely the ploy early on to slow it up, to try and build the tension by slowing it all down. But I think that was counterproductive early on. Later on, I will certainly...
I don't think it makes any difference.
Yeah, later on, I'll certainly bow to the fact that by later in the session, it really doesn't matter because the tension's coming out of it. For now, at least.
Nick Webb has already posted the details of Derbyshire's game against Glamorgan down at Sapphire Gardens.
Who wins?
On Friday, but unfortunately he's put my Twitter handle on it, and now I'm receiving replies from Glamorgan supporters, one of whom has said hopefully play better Friday, Nick. Well, yeah. I'm going to be looking at those for the rest of the week now. Thank you, Nick.
Keep you entertained all afternoon.
Well, good if they say anything interesting. Zach Chappell to bowl his 4th over of this spell and his 7th of the innings. 48th over. Holden on 80. Eskenazi on 60. He's bowling to Holden initially, and Holden turns this one down to Thompson at long leg for a single.
Large parts of Spain and Portugal hit by power outage. How are they going to listen to us this afternoon, Fletch?
No, if you're on a phone, well, I suppose the...
You've got to charge it. The internet.
The internet might be down, yeah.
What would we do in a world without internet now, Fletch?
I'd be absolutely fine. I lived through it before. I could live through it again. Talk to people at the dinner table.
No, you wouldn't.
I would. I do. There's Chappell. In and bowls to Eskenazi, who turns that one into the leg side for a single. 156 for 1.
Would it be fair to say that the groundsman's hut is surrounded by an enclosure not too dissimilar to Fletcher Towers, apart from yours is to keep
No.
people out?
No.
We were saying that it looked like a velociraptor, or I was saying, you were doing your update elsewhere. It's like it's keeping velociraptors in that enclosure over there in the groundsman's. It's well guarded off. It's a little compound, isn't it?
I'm not suggesting that this game is petering out even this early, but if you're talking about velociraptors being kept in a groundsman's hut, and we're all in all sorts of trouble.
I was on my own at that point, to be fair, talking to myself, as you do. That one beats the edge from Chappell outside the off stump from
Good
Holden.
spot.
Through it
There
goes.
was a ball there. Yeah, I'd completely lost interest.
I didn't know whether you were looking or not. I'll fill it in.
No, I wasn't.
You were looking for velociraptors.
I was trying to work out what one was.
You must have seen. Even you must have seen Jurassic Park.
No.
You've worn the T-shirt.
I told you how I buy my T-shirts.
I know.
I look inside.
I think you need to watch all of the films for which you own T-shirts now, including Cars 2.
Yeah, we have got the cars on. In comes Chappell and bowls a full-length delivery that's driven gloriously by Holden for 4 out towards the extra cover boundary. Middlesex are now in front by 3. And this game has gone. 160 for 1. Holden moves on to 85.
The game's gone, Fletch. The game's gone.
Well, it's gone a long time ago. And very soon it will be gone completely if it keeps reducing as it is. But that's probably a discussion for another radio station. 160 for 1. Holden waits. Chappell in and bowls to him, and he drives this one as well, but he didn't time this one anywhere near as well as the previous one, and Blair Tickner fields it at mid-off.
Middlesex's annoyance in this game at themselves, I don't think was really with the ball in the 4-7-2 of Derbyshire. I think where they feel actually where we could have done better in this game was somebody went on like Anderson did to 3 figures in the first innings. 3 into the 50s. A couple of other starts as well, wasn't there? In the 315, but no Centurion.
Chappell bowls, that one squares up Holden a little bit, and it comes off the outside edge, but it's not picked up cleanly by the man at backward point, who is Jack Morley. And the over comes to an end at 161 for 1. Eskenazi on 61. Holden's moved on to 86. Middlesex lead by 4. 6 minutes until Nikesh Regani really has to earn his money by holding the lunch interval on Sports Extra. Good luck, Nikesh.
Just read out the scores from elsewhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
Holden is on 86. Eskenazi's on 61. So a chance for Centurion in this innings. Potentially a chance. Well, there is a chance for 2 Centurions in this innings at least. Need to get to lunch first, though. 5 minutes away. It's that little period where a batter goes completely into their shell to not get out before the interval, mainly for their mate, the next one in, because it's not so much you've done yourself a disservice just before lunch, you've done your mate a disservice as well as his. Morley bowls. Oh, and going hard at that one. He's got it away through point. A wide delivery from Morley, and Holden goes after it, and he gives it the treatment it deserves. He went after a wide one against Chappell, didn't he? But that wasn't a block hole, half volley like that was. It was a length delivery. This one was very much there to be hit. And hit it he did. He moves to 90. 165 for 1.
It was there to be hit, wasn't it?
Oh, does he think about his century before lunch now? 5 minutes.
Yeah, why not?
Well,
Bit of excitement.
because if he gets out, Leas Deploy will be extremely upset with it.
It'll just go off now.
Here's a length ball, and he does go after it over the bowler's head for 4. I think it's just dipped. It was a low full toss in the end by the time he plunged forward and slapped it back over the bowler's head. He's on to 94. So century before lunch it may well be. 169 for 1. Madsen is charging from slip.
That would be reaching the century before lunch, of course, because he was on 35. He's not going to get a century before lunch.
Well said.
Is he?
Well said. Charging from
Rian
slip is
Ahmed
Madsen.
almost got a century before lunch.
Did he?
For Leicestershire, yeah. I think it was Rian. Opened the batting against Derbyshire. A couple of games he was experimented with as an opening bat. And he's a very attacking opening bat. So his maiden first-class century on this ground for Leicestershire a couple of years ago.
What do you think Madsen's just said to Morley?
Slow it down, son. We're nearly at lunch.
Morley's in, bowls, and he's bowled him! Holden's gone for the huge shot and he's bowled. Well, as Madsen had walked down the track to speak to Morley, so Eskenazi had gone to Holden, and I'm sure Eskenazi's chat to Holden was, don't forget there's a full afternoon for this century as well. Holden falls for 94. I did wonder whether the milestone might bring a mistake, and Holden has tried to do it in a rush before the interval, and Leas Deploy will have to come down the steps before lunch. The Middlesex number 4 likely to be with a runner, having got a heavily bruised toe. Will they send Deploy in at this point though? 169 for 2. Middlesex lead by 12. And we did say it would probably have to be a batter's error, and unfortunately for Max Holden on 94, that was an error in judgment, I'd say.
Well, that was brainless cricket. Absolutely brainless cricket from Max Holden, who was batted really, really nicely, got a little bit overexcited, and misses out on a century by 6 runs. The 6 runs he was clearly trying to score from that blow there, and I have no idea what possesses a batsman to do that, but, well, out come 2 batters, and presumably it's Nathan Fernandez.
It is, poor old Nathan Fernandez.
So he's going to get a bit more action. First ball, but what on earth was Max Holden doing? Interesting, I've just watched a replay of that, and you might be right. I had no idea clearly what Wayne Madsen said to Jack Morley. But he runs, you might see him there, just came in off the screen. He runs back down the pitch, pointing at him as though to say, I told you what was going to happen. There he is on our replay now. Absolutely incredible. Yeah. Middlesex have dominated the morning session. I mean, they're now 12 in front, so they've scored, I shouldn't have started that. They've scored 109 runs in the morning session without losing a wicket. They get to within 4 minutes of the lunch interval, and Max Holden does that.
Well, as you say, Madsen had a long chat with him before that delivery. Eskenazi did likewise. He walked all the way down himself then to speak to Holden. You can only imagine that Eskenazi said to Holden, just be careful. Just be careful. Back-to-back boundaries. The second of the 2 was very nearly a 6 over the bowler's head. And then he went for the 3rd boundary of the over, the 3rd ball of the over, but he was bowled. So limping Leas is out to the middle. He's got a very heavily bruised right big toe.
I reckon they've got 1 ball here.
Before lunch?
Well, look, it's 12:59.
Well, yeah, it's taken Leas that long to get to the middle. I can tell you, I looked at it, and it was 56 when the wicket fell.
Which is enough time for another over, or to get this over finished and another one started. But I'm not sure that there will be now, you know.
Look at Middlesex slowing it down now.
Well, they're working against themselves, Kev.
Fernandez is the runner at square leg. You wouldn't imagine that he'll be needed before lunch now. 3 deliveries left of this over. Leas Deploy, the former Derbyshire batter, on strike as Morley bowls to him and he drives through the covers. A lovely shot. And Fernandez sets off the runner. He'll have to, because it is going to plug. Oh, not plug, it's going to slow up just before the boundary rope. They've said, oh, yes, no! Oh, goodness me, there's going to be a run out! There is! There is! They've got another one! And Fernandez and Eskenazi is absolutely furious. Furious. He was turning for the 3rd. He was nearly halfway down. It was always 3. But somehow he's out, and Middlesex have lost their 2 set batters before lunch. Holden falls in the 90s. Eskenazi is run out, and that is lunch. And Deploy and Fernandez are going to have to follow for Eskenazi back to the pavilion. He is spitting. He is absolutely spitting. And Fernandez and Deploy, I think, will be walking even slower, not just because of limping Leas's very bruised big toe. Here come Derbyshire, who will be dining very happily. Middlesex are 169 for 3. They lead by 12. Pressure, Fletch. Pressure does strange things.
We've had an hour and 56 minutes where absolutely nothing has happened, and now Middlesex have just imploded before lunch. Thanks for listening to us on Sports Extra. We'll hand you back to Nikesh Ragani, who's in the box next door. And for those of you listening online and via the stream, I'm going to get off because I've got an update to do. We will be back in about 40 minutes' time. Absolute madness out there, genuine madness out there, with Middlesex going to lunch, I think, on 171 for 2, but I'm not entirely certain. We'll confirm that all. For 3, I beg your pardon, yeah, for 3, of course. So after Max Holden and Stephen Eskenazi were out in the last 4 minutes of the morning session. We'll try and digest that over the course of the lunch interval, and we will be back in 40 minutes.
Supporters are invited onto the outfield for the duration of the lunch Please do not take any drinks onto the outfield. Please be aware of players warming up and flying balls when they are into the outfield. Derbyshire Falcons women take on Yorkshire women in the historic first women's Metro Bank one-day cup fixture ever to be played at the county grounds next Saturday, starting at 10:30 a.m. Entry is free for the game and the members' lounge will be open to all. So come and support your Falcons in their first home game of the season.
goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
I thought you were going out there ready to take the bowling for us. Put the pads on. Pads?
Welcome back to the County Ground in Derby for the afternoon session on the final day of this game between Derbyshire and Middlesex, which for the first hour and 56 minutes of the morning session was just drifting harmlessly towards a draw. And then Middlesex imploded. Max Holden, bowled by Jack Morley, trying to swing himself off his feet to get 6 to take him to a century. And Stephen Eskenazi run out by Harry Kane's throw, a mix-up between Eskenazi and Leas Deploy's runner, Nathan Fernandez. And not just a run out coming back for the third run moments before lunch. Eskenazi out for 61, Holden for 94, Middlesex 171 for 3. So Leas Deploy, who's faced one delivery, I think, is yet to get off the mark. Oh no, he's got 2, hasn't he? Of course he's got 2. I've written that down wrong. He didn't get 3 though, but he's got 2. And currently Middlesex lead by 14. Absolute carnage just before lunch. Made no sense. Anyway, let's see what happens in the afternoon session as we welcome listeners to 5 Live Sports Extra as well to the County Ground after an interesting morning. I say interesting. For an hour and 56 minutes it wasn't massively interesting. And then Middlesex imploded. So we'll see what happens in the early stages of the afternoon session. Ryan Higgins is the new batter. Leas Deploy out with the runner. Is it the same runner? That's my first question.
What do you think they did with him?
Well, he was out for a duck, and then he ran out the set batter. I thought they might replace...
First ball duck in the follow-on.
Yeah, but I thought they might replace him as a runner, but he's been...
No, I was just thinking, although that being said, I did think that Deploy's clear frustration seemed to be... Sorry, Deploy's. Eskenazi's clear frustration seemed to be with Deploy.
I don't think Deploy had much to do with
Well, yeah. Deploy couldn't have been calling that third run, could he?
Well, if he was, he wants shooting. He's on strike anyway. Jack Morley's got 2 deliveries to bowl in his over. That's your over, isn't it?
It is, and it's Morley. I've already taken 2 wickets in it, haven't I?
This is some over.
Slip, leg slip, and a short leg and a short mid wicket, and Deploy turns to just fine of the mid wicket. There was a very clear.
Oh, I think there's 2 there, boys. Come on, 2 there.
No. Yes. Once it was past the mid wicket, so through they come, and Ryan Higgins comes on to strike. Higgins, who was out early yesterday morning, when he was probably the great hope yesterday morning for Middlesex to save it, given that Deploy had the foot injury and was the main man. He was there at the time, but you kind of look to Higgins. Right, go on. Higgins will save this. He's got to do it today. 172 for 3. I'm still adjusting to the brightness of the afternoon session, having just come out of that dark room that I've been lying down in for 40 minutes.
I still think it'll be a draw.
You do?
I do.
A slip and a silly point and a short leg, and Morley's left arm around from the racecourse end, and he bowls to Higgins, who cuts, and it gets through backward point, tumbling stopper, a bobble in front of him. I think it's Chappell there, is it?
No, it's the other one.
Tickner, my apologies, and a single it is out to Thompson, sweeping up on the boundary. 173 for 3, and that is the end of an over that began before lunch and resulted in the wickets of Holden bowled and Eskenazi run out. Middlesex's 2 set batters, who had a magnificent morning for Middlesex. And there were chances in there, and now the chance for Derbyshire is the near misses that they had in the morning session, of which there were 4, maybe 5.
2, certainly.
If I'm including the one that bounced over the top of the Midland leg as a near miss.
Let's include all the ones.
There were only 2 chances.
Let's include all the ones that didn't turn, and no, you can't. There were 2 chances.
Oh yeah, I said near misses. Near misses. It nearly missed the stump.
Yeah.
Or it did miss the stump.
Well, exactly. So it's not really a chance, is it?
Here's
If my auntie was an uncle.
Tickner.
Well, Tickner from the city end.
The point is, there was a little bit of pressure for a little while, wasn't there? 3 and 3.
No, not really. That's a microphone code. No real pressure. What can Tickner do here? Leader of the bowling attack, of course. Middlesex leading by 16, 173 for 3. Derbyshire needs to take 7 wickets quite by tea, I would suggest, and that seems unlikely. In comes Tickner and bowls to Higgins, who turns that one into the leg side. It's fielded there by Caleb Jewell, and there's no run. That's pretty much the scenario that we're faced with here. The runs that they score in this session tend to be scored by Derbyshire in the final session. That's the way the game can end in a positive result. You would say only Derbyshire can win it, but will they? Here's Tickner. In and bowls. That comes off an edge, a leading edge, out into the offside square. Harry Kane does the field. Ryan Higgins was trying to turn that one into the leg side and failed.
The next 2 in, both got 50s in the first innings. They'll be very disappointed not to go out and do the same again if needed. That was the disappointment of the first innings, as we mentioned earlier. For those that are joining us this afternoon, Middlesex got 3 into the 50s, but didn't get anybody to go on to the century, and they ended up 8 runs shy of the follow-on.
As Tickner is in and bowls, that one's down the leg side. Tickner bowls himself off his feet. Higgins doesn't make contact, and it's taken well by Brooke Guest.
Were they to lose the match now, I don't think their disappointment this evening will be to say, well, we got 2 fellas to get to 50 and they didn't get to the century. That will be our disappointment.
That's the major.
I don't think that'll be the...
That's the major takeaway from this game.
But yeah, first thing this morning, as I said, I think Middlesex would have been very disappointed to lose the game. They'd have been furious, I think, to lose the game. What was it, about half an hour before lunch we said that?
Next delivery is short from Tickner, and Higgins ducks underneath it.
That should still be the case.
I think whenever you say we said that, it's pretty much you.
Mm-hmm. But we agreed on it, though.
Well, I might have said yes just to keep you quiet, really.
Wait, you thought they were going to lose it?
No. I think it's going to be a draw.
That's what they were saying.
Well, I've been saying it since 11 o'clock this morning.
You were saying it since 11 o'clock on day 1. Hybrid pitch.
No, I wasn't. We didn't know it was a hybrid pitch at that point. We didn't find out until...
Stumps on day 1.
Stumps on day 1. 173 for 3. And goes Tickner, full delivery, clipped away nicely. I was going to say 4 runs, but Alex Thompson emerges from behind a large pillar. And they go through for a single. He almost overthrows Brooke Guest as well there with the throw, but Higgins picks up a single and moves on to 2. 174 for 3. It brings on the stricken Leas deploy with his broken toe. Good job, they've got a week off next week, Middlesex.
Week after.
Oh, you won't be playing next week, are you?
Kent are at Lords on Friday.
Of course, so he won't be playing in that, will he? Not without a lot of painkillers.
Well, that's a good point. Sam Robson potentially will be coming back for deploy.
Well, deploy looks like to be the favourite at the moment as he hobbles his way up the pitch to do some guarding pointlessly.
Slowing things down now, Middlesex.
Well, they're only wasting their own time. Fernandez, his runner is at square leg, and the umpire is at point. As Tickner bowls a short delivery, makes Deploy duck underneath it. It goes through to Brooke Guest. It's the end of the over, the first full over after lunch. 50 have gone, 65 remain in the day, so still plenty of time for more Middlesex catastrophe. 174 for 3. Deploy has 3. Higgins has 2. Middlesex's lead is 17 runs.
They will very much hope that was it. That was the little moment of madness.
Well, it was 2 moments, which is exceptional, really. The first moment was, I believe I've been quoted on the BBC Sport website.
Oh, yeah?
With my, that was brainless cricket.
Oh, dear.
No, I'm happy with
Poor
that.
old Max.
Well, it was. What was he doing? 4 minutes before lunch. I know what I'll do. I'll swing myself off my feet and try and get a 6 to get to 3 figures. In a game we're trying to save, and we almost have. And then the second one was just madness. Absolute madness.
Deep mid-wicket is being sent a little straighter. They've got a deep backward square, mid-off, mid-on. Cover, deep point, backward point, and 2 close catches around the bat as Morley begins his new over to Higgins. Up on his toes, he strikes that one sweetly out to deep point, effortlessly for a single. Just guiding it around, which is all Middlesex have to do for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, it's all they have to do at 5 to 1 as well. They've just given Derbyshire a little bit of a lift as well, which is something that they would have been very keen not to do.
Well, they've got the big 2 in now, in Deploy and Higgins.
These are the big 2 now, are they not the big 2 who were the big 2 before?
There's a lot of flight on it, and this ball's driven away beautifully through the covers by Deploy. Glorious shot. He moves to 7, 179 for 3, overpitched virtually. It may have even been a full toss that from...
It was a very wide delivery.
Yeah, it was. It slipped out.
Poor.
But yeah, in terms of reputation, these are the powerhouse, aren't they? The number 4 and the number 5.
Are they?
They are.
Okay.
Higgins went to Gloucestershire, back again, Middlesex. Delighted to have him back. We're disappointed to lose him in the first place. Careless, wasn't it?
Should have given him a game.
Deploy, arriving from Derbyshire, now has to defy his former county. As Morley with a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg, so 3 close catches for the left-hander. Apologies, didn't mention that. Only 2 for the right. As here's Morley in again, bowls, and Deploy on the back foot, strokes back to mid-on, and no run. But yeah, the next 2 both got 50s in the first inning, so again they'll be keen to push on should they need to at some point today, and we'll enjoy a day in the sun at Derbyshire.
Now the runner is swapping over.
Ooh.
No, he's not. Or is he? What's he doing?
Square legs involved somehow. Umpire.
He can't stand there. That's the only thing I would be certain of. He can't stand where he's standing at the moment, Nathan Fernandez. Perhaps he's come for a chat with...
They're slowing things down, Fletch.
I don't mind that. It's going to end in a draw anyway, Kev. I've never been bothered about anybody slowing anything down other than the fact that they've put +5 on the scoreboard now.
It's Morley in bowls, and this is driven through the covers again. It's very nearly a full toss again from Morley. It's not actually going to make it. It was, again, it may have been met on the full. He was just wary of Yorking himself, I think, Deploy. So just eased that one away. And they have taken 3 comfortably on this occasion as well. That was a carbon copy of the ball that led to the run out of, and the stroke that led to the run out of Eskenazi. 182 for 3. Higgins on to strike on 3. The lead is 25. 7 wickets standing and 64.2 overs remain in the game. There's a slip and a short leg, and Morley is around the wickets to Higgins, and the right-hander plunges forward to defend into the offside. Comfortably slow. We've had 12 minutes since lunch on the 3rd day here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Also on BBC Radio's Derby in London via the website. As here is a short one from Morley. He's not quite got his length right in this over, has he? It's either been a full bung or a long hop, and he stamps at the crease at the non-striker's end in frustration at the end of the over.
Snatch his cap, and we didn't. He just took it.
He's polite, really, isn't he? 183 for 3.
He's a good lad, yeah. But in the Elite Bowl, slightly better than that as the afternoon inevitably progresses. As afternoons tend to do, in my experience. I love the Middlesex partnerships has come up, and for the third wicket, the partnership was 2. There was only 1 delivery, but it was quite an exciting one. 2 runs were scored off it, a run out. Everybody went off for lunch. It was chaos.
Oh, we haven't spoken about lunch yet.
Very nice. No, hats off to Derbyshire. They're back to proper burgers again, with actual, well, probably actual meat in them. Blair Tickner is just moving players around here. He's pushing. It's I think that's Yusuf bin Naeem on as a 12th.
He can't push him. Oh, he's pushed him fine, I see.
Gone out to mid wicket on the boundary. There is a square leg there as well. That's Jack Morley. Anderson down at third man. Madsen at backward point. There is a point and a mid off. A short-ish leg, not massively short, and a mid wicket for Tickner, who's in now and bowls, and Higgins gets up on his toes and pushes that down. There is no run. I had an email over lunch today from Tim Prestwich. Not the ideal time, Tim, to send me an email because I can often miss those, but he's not quite sure where Jack Morley bowling slow left arm off spin comes from. Well, that's because that's what he's bowling. Yes, they are also known as orthodox slow left arm, but he was just slow left arm, and that doesn't describe what he's doing because, of course, he could be bowling left arm leg spin. However, he redeems himself, Tim. Having just upset me a little bit. It's ticking around the wicket balls to Higgins, who turns this one up to Jewel.
Will I be able to redeem myself by the end of the day,
I would
Flesh?
have thought so. You are, of course, quite right, he says, in saying that this hybrid pitch has ruined the match. Driven, he says, by political correctness, which has obviously gone mad. He doesn't say that. Too many matches are being played on county squares with the resultant consequence that hybrid pitches are required. Minor matches should be played on outgrounds. Kind regards, Tim. Thank you, Tim. It was good to hear from people. You know how to get in touch. This is a short delivery that doesn't really bounce as much, perhaps, as Higgins was expecting, and lands some distance in front of Brooke Guest.
He did well to get as low as he did below that.
Well, he had to, didn't he, really? Because it only just went over his back.
That was like me doing those squats at lunch next door.
You've been doing squats?
You see me, I'd sit on the what are they called, those little seats that were provided for us?
Well, there were seats. That's what we call them. Well, they weren't provided either. They just happened to be there. Come on, Kev. Calm down.
What were they?
You were sitting on a cardboard box.
There we go.
That's what you were sitting on. This next delivery is turned nicely by Higgins down towards fine leg. There is one. It's Alex Thompson.
But they're a newfangled cardboard box, aren't they? They're made specifically to be seats that you can...
Yes, the cardboard box seats, effectively, yes. I don't know, for concerts and things like that, I think. 184 for 3 at the end of the over. Deploy has 10, Higgins has 5. It's not the end of the over.
Griff made me test them out, both of them. There were front row ones, they were a bit smaller.
Right. For reasons of accuracy, there was no coercion.
Oh, I thought you meant on the cardboard box.
No, there were cardboard boxes, but there was no coercion. Griff said you can try one if you want.
No, he told me. He said
And
try
he
one.
did, which is the same thing, isn't it?
Well, no, Griff never asks. He tells.
No, he doesn't. So the short leg has come out of short leg and is now a sort of short square leg. And, he needs the helmet. So he is going to be a short leg.
Who is it?
David Lloyd. Takes the helmet from Brooke Guest. Pops it on. Well, he will do in a minute. There we go. Goes into short leg. No, it's not short leg, is it? It's Silly Madoff. No, it's short leg. It's Liz Deploy who's batting. There's a short leg and a square leg, and they're basically standing. And then Nathan Fernandez just behind them, and then Harry Kane behind them. In comes this next delivery from Tickner. He turns it around the corner down towards Alex Thompson at fine leg, and they go through for another single. There's a fine leg and a third man, and they keep swapping. The third man is Martin Anderson down below us. Alex Thompson's done the fielding off the last couple of deliveries at fine leg, where Madsen comes up to point. David Lloyd is now moving to leg gully. Backward square leg, shortish. Nope, he's moving back. And now Caleb Jewell is moving to leg gully. And Yusuf bin Naim is coming in off the mid-wicket boundary. There already is a mid-wicket out there, so they probably didn't need two. Short leg, leg gully, backward point. As Tickner comes in and bowls to Higgins, the bowls a short ball that he doesn't have to play out anyway, so they could have had the fielders anywhere they wanted. And that is the end of the Blair Tickner over, which went on for about half an hour, it felt like. 185 for 3, 10 overs for 36. Blair Tickner now deploy, has 11. Higgins has 5. And Middlesex lead by 28 runs. Good grief.
Had a message from Alex Hode, who said another 4 or 5 short-term injuries ahead of Friday would be nice. Alex, who works on the BBC Sport website, fills in on BBC Radio Kent every now and again, and is a Kent fan.
Another one. I didn't know the first bit.
4 or 5 short-term injuries for Middlesex alongside Leas Deploy would be nice ahead of Friday. Kent to beat Middlesex in 3 days down at Canterbury. Which means, unlike Derbyshire, they're not undefeated.
Another chat going on here, by the way. That's why Kev's trying to get me to rise. Between Jack Morley and Wayne Madsen. Now, the last time they had a chat, a wicket fell the next delivery. And Madsen came charging down the track, pointing at Jack Morley with delight. It's the first of my timed updates now. The lunchtime one went on a bit.
Was it due to be timed at the lunchtime update?
Not at 1 o'clock, fortunately.
Morley, 3 around the bat as he bowls to the left-handed deploy. He's back to right up. I think he must have got bat on that because it was only half an appeal, but having gone as far back as he did, even if it was missing leg stump, you'd have thought that had screamed more.
Looked like it was missing leg stump by some distance, didn't it?
Yeah.
Because he went back and back.
Morley bowls, and this one's short and heaved over square leg for a single deep long leg. Comes around to deep backward square leg to collect. There's the replay of it now. Oh, goodness me. That came back a long, long way, that one. And that was why he ended up pushed so far back as he was. And, turning down the leg side. 187 for 3. Here's Morley to Higgins. He'd like to turn one like that to the right-hander. There is the footmarks outside the off-stump for the left-hander for Morley to go into. Slipping a short leg for Higgins as Morley bowls. Around the wicket, it's left alone by Higgins through to the keeper. Middlesex with a team that have 5 left-handers in their top 8. So the footmarks at both ends are certainly of interest. But Higgins will get his next in. We'll hope to have a big say as right-handers as this one is pushed back by Higgins off the front foot. 187 for 3. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Dave Fletcher and myself, Kevin Hand, for BBC Radio Derby and BBC Radio London as this ball's punched into the offside for a single by Higgins. Out to deep backward point it goes. Don't forget you can pick up all the county cricket, county championship matches and blast matches across the summer on the BBC Sport website and app. You can even ask your smart speaker to play it for you. As Morley is going to step in down below us over the wicket to deploy. He's got those footmarks to aim at again. Deploy takes a moment's pause, scratches at his crease. Leans over his bat now. Big step across outside off stump and he turns this one. Back got a square on the leg side and then cries yes, or it's Higgins indeed who'll have cried yes from the non-striker's end as that ball is down to long leg for a single. That'll frustrate Morley. Just got the left-hander back onto strike. Higgins and Deploy are both at the same end. That's the end of the over and they both nudge gloves and have a natter. Wes Fernandez, he's coming across to have a chat as well. He's all the way up at what was a straight mid-wicket as the runner. Just a little deeper than that, of course. The three of them have a little natter and nudge of the gloves between Fernandez and Higgins as well. The two have to do the running. A lot of work to do. 62 overs remain of the game. Time to perfection, not only the update, but to be back for the start of the next over. Dave Fletcher, 189 for 3.
19.18 seconds.
Oh, you're a little premature there.
A bit short. It happens. Blair Tickner to continue from the city end. Yusuf bin Naim still on the field, but He won't be for long because Zach Chappell, it looks like, is coming down the steps. There's Tickner bowls. That one is a short delivery that doesn't really get up, and it's pulled around the corner by Leas deploy for a single. Out towards Harry Kame. He moves to 14, 189, 4-3. So I imagine that Ben Aitchison will be back. He went for a net at lunchtime, I think. The Derbyshire quick bowler is hoping to play next month. Will be first team ready next month. He's already played for the seconds. Having not played a first team game, I think, since July 2023. In comes Tickner, bowls another short delivery, and Higgins deals well with it. Goes past Madsen at backward point, and they've run one. Go on. Now they've stuck to one. Higgins moves to 7, 190 for 33 runs, the lead now. Come on, Tickers. Come on, Ticker boy. Come on, Tixie. Take your pick.
Tixie.
Yes, I think I'd go Tixie. if I was forced to go to one of them, Tixie will be the one. I just call him Blair. Around the wicket to the left-handed Leas deploy, short delivery, pulled and I was going to say 4, but it isn't because they've got fielders all round the boundary now for some reason.
Bumper theory already. 2 relatively new batters to the crease. Would you go bumper theory already? I suppose deploy is
Kev, it won't make
hindered.
any difference what they do. It's going to be a draw. Stop theorising.
You wouldn't want to hurt poor old Leas either, would you, in the process?
And you certainly would. Of course you would. He's playing for Middlesex. You've already hurt him. You've already hurt him once.
I suppose if he's going to miss a match, it may as well be for a bruised shoulder and a bruised toe.
Re-hurt him. That pre-existing injury. 191 for 3. Tickner is in, bowls to Higgins, short delivery, ducks underneath, it goes through to Guest.
What's up?
Settled back into what
What's
it
that?
was.
What's that shrug for?
It's settled back into what it was before lunch now, isn't it? Middlesex, let's not forget, Middlesex basically gifted Derbyshire 2 wickets. They'd been moving relatively serenely in the morning session until Holden had that rush of blood and was out for 94. And then Stephen Eskenazi, well, getting run out is one thing, but getting run out, coming back for a third.
He wasn't happy.
Tickner bowl, short delivery, Higgins ducks underneath, it goes through to Brooke Guest. That is quite bizarre.
What's the umpire upset about? Redfern's being told by umpire Debenham.
It's because
get
Ben,
down.
No, Ben Aitchison is standing on the boundary's edge, but he isn't actually a fielder. Although, if I'm honest, they probably wouldn't put 2 fielders next to each other in the outfield, given that they only have 9 of them anyway. But anyway.
Yeah, come on, don't slow it down.
Well, it's in their interest, isn't it? 192 for 3. Final ball of Tickner's 11th over. Yet to get a second innings wicket, and he bowls a short one, bowls himself off his feet. Higgins ducks underneath it. It goes through to Brooke Guest, and the over comes to an end. 191 for 3. Middlesex leading by 34. Deploy has 15. Higgins has 7.
He's very careful as he got up there. Fernandez goes to tend to some gardening where he tumbled. As he got up,
is he allowed to do that?
Oh, yeah, good point.
I don't know. I mean, he might be.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't object if he did, but I just wonder if he's actually allowed.
I guess he's the batter at the non-striker's end at that point, isn't he?
Yes, I suppose.
Because Deploy is the one who's out of the equation as the injured batter. But yeah, he was very, very careful as he got up there. I have to admit, I kept a very close eye to see because he tumbled right into the danger zone, but then he got up by putting both his hands down onto the ground, then springing up without, letting his feet touch the danger zone. Sue Redfern was keeping a close eye. 192 for 3. Slip, a leg slip, and a short leg for Deploy as Morley, his left arm over the wickets to Deploy, slows up. Who's doing something? Are they doing anything? Nobody's doing anything. Here's Deploy. He's ready to go now. And Morley's in, bowls, Deploys forward, turning just fine of the first of 2 mid-wickets, bisecting them. He's going to pick up a single here. Morley will be mightily frustrated with this. What he wants is a few balls at the left-hander in succession, rather than his constant singles.
But he wants to bowl at the right-hander, surely.
I think those footholds are of more interest. I don't think they're getting much.
He'll want the ball of the right-hander.
Well, there is. I mean, certainly there is that left arm around the wicket to the right-hander. Slow's been mostly turned, though. Slow's been mostly turned slow. Turn in this match as this ball's eased backward of point by Higgins, and there's no run.
Do you want to try that again?
The turn has been mostly slow.
Okay.
It was the burger. It was too much red meat at lunch. I needed some chicken. Not quite as heavy at lunch, is it?
Nobody ever needs chicken.
Full ball to Higgins. It's eased back into the offside. Anderson collects.
Parsnips was an interesting diversion, wasn't it?
Parsnips and burgers.
Who eats parsnips?
With burgers.
With anything.
Is Morley to Higgins. This ball's dabbed to backward point as well.
Zach,
3 for 3.
one of the students, then declared that parsnips were his favourite vegetable, which I find
Well, you all piled in on poor old Zach at that point, and I must admit, it was slightly cowardly of me not to admit that parsnip are one of my favourite veggies as well.
That'll be brought up at tea then.
It's Morley bowls, and this is punched out to deep cover. Well, they'll pick up a single. Well, you were all having so much fun at Zach's expense at that point. I kind of sat back and just enjoyed the show.
Well, they let themselves down this morning, the students, by going off to the cob shop without telling anybody. So they've been copping a bit for that. Luke is currently on the buttons 2 doors away from us. I know he's listening. Well, I hope he's listening. Yes, he is listening, thank you.
This ball is onto the legs of Deploy, turns a single down to deep backward square leg. Very excited about that one for some reason, Morley. I didn't quite see it myself, but 195 for 3. As Deploy moves to 17, Higgins has 8. The end of the over, there are 60 remaining.
You've sort of got to get excited out there in the middle, haven't you, really? But I'm not sure what there was to get excited about there. It's going to be a Blair tickets to continue as the umpires have a chat about something. They're probably just trying to keep themselves awake. 194 for 3 and a lead of 37. Derbyshire need 7 wickets. They need them just after tea at the very latest if they have any chance of winning this match on a pitch where the only assistance has come from the Middlesex batters today so far rather than the surface itself. Will be Leas Deploy on strike, short leg in place. Ben Aitchison getting his steps in, now coming out to deep backward square leg. There's a short-ish leg, there's a square leg, there's a deep square leg, there's a deep backward square leg, and there is a long leg. I wonder what this is going to be. 194 for 3. And Madson's at mid-off at the moment. And in comes Tickner, bowls a short delivery and Deploy bails out. Well done, Tixie. So it means that Alex Thompson calls him Tixie because that was his voice down below us. Bless him, poor old Alex Thompson without a P, just gets called Tomo. Which is adequate, I suppose.
If he had a P, would he be Tompo?
Well, he'd have to be, wouldn't he, really? The silent P in Thompson, he's decided it's not worth having one. Clearly, somebody back in his lineage has decided, well, this P's pointless. Tickner over the wicket. Also on the foot of Leas Deploy. He's been given out leg before wicket. Tickner strikes and poor old Leas Deploy is hobbling again. He was struck full on the foot. I think he knew he was out. He went for a walk, and I say walk, I'll use the word advisedly, that's barely a walk that. He looks like a 200-year-old man as he makes his way off there, Leas Deploy. He's gone for 17, and Middlesex 194 for 4. If it wasn't broken before, it might be now.
Ah, poor Leas Deploy, that's horrible, onto that same toe. I mean, it was coming, wasn't it? And he knew it would have been coming as well. Nose and toes from Tickner. He went for the nose first, then he went for the toes, and he hit the spot. Middlesex now 4 down. And Deploy as well, hampered as he is, it's difficult to ask him to bat all day with an injury. So that was always against him. Middlesex's gun batter departs. But 2 right-handers out there now. Ben Geddes, who got a 50 in the first innings. Higgins who didn't get too many, but will be hoping for some in this innings. And we are still at the stage of the match, I'd suggest, at 4 down now, where Middlesex really do need a centurion from somewhere to help secure this game, because they are going to need to bat through to at least half of the evening session, I'd suggest, at the moment at 4 down, because this will slow their scoring rate yet again.
I did well not to laugh, if I'm entirely honest with you. We're just watching a replay of it now. It's a terrific delivery from Blair Tickner, full, straight, on the
it's his
stump.
back foot?
Yeah, it's his back foot. Hit him
Oh,
on
he's
the-
all right. Oh, he's got 2 bad feet.
He's
now.
got a broken one on each foot now.
Oh, I
That's
feel a
why-
little bit better now.
That's why he could barely walk off.
Oh,
He's
bless him.
just about getting up the steps now, is Leas.
Oh, the
Bless him.
poor fella. Oh, the poor fella. So he's got 2 bad feet now.
Well, he definitely won't play, will he, against Kent? Now look at him hobbling away on the replay.
Poor fella.
Magnificent piece of bowling from Blair Tickner.
I mean, I know he's an ex-Derbyshire player, but he is one of the nicest blokes you'll
He's a
meet.
lovely bloke. He's a lovely bloke.
So you've got to feel for him a little bit.
Not at all.
Poor Elias.
Not in the slightest.
Is he limping, Elias, if he's got 2 bad feet? Can you limp on both feet?
Well, he certainly looked like he was. He looked like he'd left his horse.
Hobbling.
It looked like he'd left his horse somewhere. He was in all sorts of trouble. Great delivery, though. Exactly what you want from your overseas quick.
Yeah, I mean, very, very clever cricket, that. Nose and toe stuff from Tickner.
Who's going to be bowling to Ben Geddes, the new bat. Crouches down now and he gets a short delivery first up from Tickner.
Not sure that was so clever.
No. Allows him to duck very comfortably underneath it.
He runs back to the top of his mark.
He never stops. He never stops.
And then he, before he runs in, he then does some...
But then he realises that they're trying to slow the game down, of course. So he stops running and just starts strolling very carefully. He's going to come around the wicket now to Geddes.
Oh. How many have they got back? 2 or 3?
2. Plus, 2. And this one is shortish, but outside the off stump, and he just sways.
I'm going to be grumpy,
backwards.
Dave. I'm not going to be grumpy, Dave. I'm going to be grumpy, Kev. But that's daft. Come on, there's a new batter. See if his feet are moving. Blast his pads off. Don't be bumping it in and letting him sway inside and out on a hybrid as well. Where the ball.
Is it a hybrid?
I mean, honestly, they've got. Well, he's nearly actually long stop down here, isn't he, Anderson?
Yeah, not far off.
With right arm around to the right hander, he virtually is.
Fielded there at Leicester earlier in the season. His next delivery, that does get his find the bat. It was short of a length again, and he just turns it comfortably down to long leg for a single. Geddes to get off the mark. 195 for 4, leading by 38. Now Middlesex.
Nose, hips. That was the first 3 deliveries to Geddes, which I think he'd have been quite happy with.
Yeah.
He's going to remain around the wicket to Higgins. Now, to Higgins, I don't mind it, but to a new batter, come on.
Yeah.
Don't go straight to the short theory.
Middlesex 4 down in the second innings, leading by 38. I think you're in the perfect position to criticise the way Blair Tickner is bowling from a Derbyshire perspective. He's on his way in now. Bowls to Higgins, and Higgins just about tucks that into the leg side. Harry Kane comes around to do the fielding, and a successful over, in which he spoilt rather by conceding that single, because it would have been another wicket maiden. It wasn't. He's bowled 12 overs at 1 for 40 now. Blair Tickner 195 for 4. Middlesex. Geddes has 1. Higgins has 8, and the Middlesex lead is 38.
The coaches have gone for a walk again. They've left the dressing room. Murtagh, bowling coach, Rory Coots, the assistant coach, and Richard Thompson, the head coach. Not quite halfway there yet, are they, on the final day? 59 overs still to go of this match. 195 for 4. Ben Geddes will have strike on 1 from 3. Higgins 8 from 26. And here's Thompson replacing Morley. So 2 right-handers, and they go to the off-spinner. But as I say, I think Morley was more interested in that, in the footmarks outside the off-stump of the left-hander. They go immediately to Thompson then, who has none for 26 from 15. Morley's 1 from 66 from 16.2, because he had to finish Lewis Reese's over. So the tall off-spinner from the racecourse end in absolutely glorious sunshine here at Derby. There's a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg, and Thompson steps in now, bowls, and a short ball, which Geddes Thought about rocking back too, but he was already forward on the front foot, so he just stayed there and dabbed it back up the track.
Obviously wasn't watching Max Holden. Would have tried to smash that into next week.
There's Tickner again. Balls, lovely bit of flight on that one, and this time a big stride forward from Geddes, pushing it back to the bowler. 57th over of this innings, 195 for 4. 58 overs left of the match after this, as flatter delivery brings Geddes a little more tentatively forward on his lunge. Spinner fields off his own bowling in the offside. Deep backward square and deep cover point to set back everybody else on the single bar. Slip, leg slip and short leg, so 4 on the single is his. Thompson bowls, flatter, straighter, and a forward defence once more from Geddes.
I've just seen my photograph on the BBC Sport website. I'm quite pleased with that.
Was this your brain dead moment?
No, it's a different one, but it makes me look a lot
Well, not
younger.
your brain dead moment.
No, I knew what you meant.
It's Thompson bowls and forward goes Geddes. Top ball again. What was your comment this time?
I don't know, some rubbish. There's 2 people listening to us now, so we've got no escape.
Here's Thompson in bowls and a bit of flight is pushed back. And there's no run. Is Alex one of the 2, or is Alex just listening from home?
Alex who?
Alex Hode.
Oh, he's one of them, yeah.
Yeah, who else is listening?
Ben Feasy.
Hey, Ben. Back on the live sport page for the BBC Sport website.
There's as many listening as there are in this commentary box, which seems slightly absurd, but I hope you can find enough to do, boys.
Oh, they're tuning in their droves as Middlesex lost their 4th wicket, Dave. They all believe. There's a chance for undefeated Derbyshire to pick up a 2nd win of the season.
Somebody does. So it's going to be Blair Tickner to continue since lunch. 4 overs, 1 for 7. A lot of balls they haven't had to play at, of course. This is the time you want your overseas quick bowler to step up to the plate when you really need him. Middlesex leading by 38, and he's going to be bowling initially to Ryan Higgins. In he comes now, and Higgins ducks underneath the first ball as he goes through to the keeper. Thank you, Joe. Joe was listening as well. I'd expect him to.
Oh, I did say I'd give a shout out to the Northgate at Lords, the chaps who let us in every day.
Perhaps,
And Chappesses.
yeah.
All those tuned in at Lords back at HQ. I said to them, do they have it on when Middlesex are away from home as well? I said, yeah, absolutely.
They prefer it when they're at home.
Why is that?
What do you think?
What, more people to deal with? Or less people to deal with? They'll be
No.
delighted on the Northgate. They'll be feet up today, won't they?
You're not on it.
Ah.
In comes this next delivery. It was a fuller in length. I had to say it in the end because you weren't twigging.
Well, no, they got the stream on, whichever the stream is. So
Guy-
they will at home.
No, they love Guy. And who doesn't?
Mrs. Swindles, apparently.
That was pushed out into the offside, oh dear.
Afternoon, Guy.
Afternoon, Guy. See you in September. Got to keep in with the security on the North Gate because they let us in the day before. Top people. Here it comes. Tickner again. Into bowl, Higgins. Full delivery down the leg side and well taken by Brooke Guest. He tried to flick it away there, Higgins, but couldn't make contact.
Oh, wait for this, Fletch. News from the BBC HQ. We're on course for over 100,000 on the page today, on the BBC Sport page, which for one game that isn't Lancashire or Yorkshire is madness. So there we go, 100,000 on the live sport page. That's because they don't want to listen to us. They're looking at the live sport page, but even still, good on the live sport page.
Here comes this next delivery from Tickner. It's a short delivery, unsurprisingly, and it goes through to the keeper, Brooke Guest, without Higgins having to do anything about it.
And then there's all the poor folk listening on 5 Sports Extra that can't figure out how to change the channels, so we've got all them as well.
Very good. I've just been I'm trying to work out how I was being insulted by my son, but I have been. Says that the picture on the
Did he
BBC
say you got the hair of a teenager and the beard of a 60-year-old?
No, it was as bad though. He claims that the picture on the BBC Sport website is at least 20 years old. Here's Tickner bowls. That is short. He does take it on Higgins, and he's going to get runs here. He's only going to get one of them, though, because Thompson is coming around from long leg to deep backward square leg to do the fielding, and Higgins moves to 9, 196 for 4. Thank you, Charlie.
How old is it? Because it'd be even worse if it
I
was...
don't know. I genuinely don't know. It's probably...
Did you send it to them, or have they found it somewhere? Have they sourced it themselves?
I haven't. I don't send photographs of myself to anybody. Too dangerous, that, and you get caught doing all sorts of things before you know what, you're on the front page of the papers. Here comes Tickner again, and bowls to Geddes, who's struck on the pad, a little inside edge possibly. And then there's a kick at the stumps, or kick of the ball at the stumps by David Lloyd that misses. He gets excited by that. End of the over. 196 for 4. Middlesex lead by 39. Geddes has 1. Higgins has 9.
Look, that was the most exciting point of the day, and we're talking about anything but the cricket.
What was the most exciting point?
That last delivery. Inside edge onto the pad. Oh, Matt Cole's picture is actually 20 years old. His hair is as black as night. I won't say who sent that. I promise, Alex. Occasionally. Brought in BBC Radio Kent commentator, as well as live sports, live text extraordinaire.
I'm just glad that they can't... they haven't got my number or anything, so they can't send me messages to try and put me off. Nick's been back.
It's Thompson. 3 go down around the batters. Right-handed Higgins turns the off-spinner to mid-wicket. No run.
Perfect delivery to a man with an injured foot. Show no mercy, former captain or not. On a serious note, we all hope Lewis is okay. Of course, he says, by the way, if I'm able to walk at all at 200 years old, I'll be a happy man. Yes, thank you, Nick. He was walking like a 200-year-old man as he left the field. I remember saying it now.
Thompson, he's in, bowls, and forward goes Higgins. Bat and pad together. I fancy an inside edge onto the knee roll, and it deflects well fine of Madsen at slip. Thompson again. Higgins having faced 33 deliveries, and he bowls now. It's eased back. Oh, by Higgins, they're going to take a quick single, and they are through. Well, there's no runner anymore, is there? But even still.
Thank you, boys. He did look like a 200-year-old man. Oh dear, I'm going to be careful what I say now.
What, getting quoted on the BBC Sport website?
I don't like it.
It's Thompson bowls and onto the splice of the batters. Geddes defends that into the offside. Big plunge forward, but a bit of bounce there for Thompson.
It's this horrible glare of publicity that I like to shy clear of, really, which is...
You might be in the wrong industry there, Dave.
Well, not the 2 teams that I cover.
Thompson bowls and forward goes. Geddes pushing back, a dot ball.
As much as I love covering both Derbyshire and Burton Albion, the glare of the spotlight rarely falls on us.
Thompson. Away from us he goes. And that loops up off an inside edge onto the pads, and the turn and the bounce takes the inside edge, and Geddes is gone, caught at leg slip for 1. Middlesex are 5 down, 197 for 5. They lead by just 40 runs. There are still 56 overs remaining of this match.
Oh my word. That was it was a good catch in the end, wasn't it? I think it was Martin Anderson, potentially. I'll wait for official confirmation. It was David Lloyd, I beg his pardon. It was David Lloyd who took the catch. It was a really good catch, but the turn and the bounce. Derbyshire won't want to be chasing more than 120 here, Kev.
Oh dear.
Do not quote me on that.
Yes, quote him.
So,
I want to see it. Headline now.
I don't think they will want to be chasing too many. They won't want to be chasing too many anyway, will they? But Geddes won off just 13 deliveries. One of the players who would have been disappointed not to have scored more than the 50 he got in the first innings, I'm told. And, well...
Here's the replay. First look at it. And it pitches a fairway outside off stump.
Good catch.
Yeah,
really
bit of
good
turn.
catch. No doubt in the fielders' minds either. Guest didn't turn around and look at the umpire and wait for the decision. He knew straight away, the wicketkeeper, as he just walked towards David Lloyd. That might have been kidology, who knows, but we can't tell from here, clearly. But
on the replay, it probably wasn't as much bounce as I thought. It was more turn. I assumed it was a bit of bounce the way it looped up. It kind of rolled up the inside edge onto the pad, and looping into the onside. But end of the over. What's up?
Now all of my friends, I'd call them friends. You know, they're acquaintances more than anything. They're all getting excited now, and I think one more wicket. I'll tell you what. One more wicket. I promise I'll get excited. I can say no more than that, really, can I? Some aren't used to watching their teams win, of course. So
They haven't won it yet. Middlesex are 40 ahead.
well, yes, quite. When Derbyshire played Middlesex and beat them, was it at Chesterfield? Many, many years ago. They bowled them out for 29, so it's possible. Yeah, anyway. I wish I'd remembered the stat that Griff told me about. Zach Chappell is coming on to bowl now.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking of that same stat, actually. So they've beaten them twice by an innings in their history, which isn't that many times.
I think that might have been one of them.
But yeah, then there's another one that goes one step further, isn't there? Come on, Griff, you're tuned in.
No, he's not. Here's Chappell in and bowls and strikes Higgins on the pad. He likes it. Far too high. Sue Redfern shook her head straight away. And there is no run, obviously, because the ball just bounced out into the offside. I don't know why I said that. I was just thinking about something else. It has been a remarkable turnaround. So what, between 4 minutes to 1 and 25 past 2, including a 40-minute break, 4 wickets have suddenly fallen. I say suddenly, have fallen. And Chappell is on his way in again. Bowls, and Higgins turns that into the leg side. I was looking for the runner there. He's not out there anymore, is he? And there's no run, despite the fact that Harry Kane couldn't pick the ball up cleanly at mid-wicket, and it actually went past him. So, 55 overs and 4 balls left in the match. Derbyshire pressing. And slightly more attacking now than they had been, with a leg. Oh, it's a leg side field though as Chappell bowls. That's clipped into the leg side because that's the line that they want him to bowl. I think they want him to bowl a little bit shorter than that. The ball is thrown back in by Thompson as they come back for a second, and they get back comfortably enough in the end. And Higgins moves to 12, 199 for 2. So there's a leg slip, a short leg, a straight mid-on, mid-wicket. If the short leg hadn't been there, it'd be a catching mid-wicket. On the boundary, there's a mid-wicket on the boundary, as well as the long leg down below to our left. And then on the offside, a mid-off, a point, and a gully. As Chappell is in, bowls a full-length delivery to Higgins, and Matson swoops.
Go on, say it.
But he shouldn't stand up, he shouldn't run across the pitch like that. He swooped from that short mid-on position to pick the ball up in front of Zach Chappell and waited for them to bump into each other there. It must have been quite close. That was bizarre.
He knew what he was doing.
Likes to be involved. The Derbyshire skipper, Wayne Madsen. 199 for 5. Chappell over the wicket, bowls, and Higgins turns it along the ground, I think, out towards the mid-wicket boundary, not far away from the left hand of David Lloyd.
Yeah, it was all on the floor, wasn't it? I was inhaling there, but as much that it's the fielder in the game now, aren't they? They're just all of a sudden a little bit more lively. Every little turn close to a fielder is a near chance, isn't it, in their opinion, or trying to get into the batter's mind by doing it.
Should Derbyshire go on to win this game, and it's by no means guaranteed even now, clearly, it will be those 2 wickets just before lunch that everybody will look at, because they were entirely self-inflicted. I'm not sure there was much Geddes could have done with the ball that spun and deployed. Well, he was trapped in front by a glorious delivery by Blair Tickner, but Holden and Eskenazi, what were they doing?
Well, Esky, it probably wasn't his call. He was furious, wasn't he?
He should have stayed where he was then. Next delivery, and that one is guided off an edge down into the gully region where Anderson does the fielding by Davis, and it's the last ball of Zach Chappell's over. Only his 8th of the innings, 0 for 31 Middlesex 200 for 5, leading by 43, 13 to Higgins. And Davis yet to get off the mark with each wicket that falls.
2 right-handers out there. I think Morley should probably be back into the attack, and he hasn't had a go from the City end yet, so it's got to be worth a go just seeing if he gets a bit more bounce from that end.
Davis is left-handed, isn't he?
Oh, apologies, Geddes is gone, hasn't he? Oh dear.
I thought that.
It's all a
I
blur.
thought the batter was a left-hander, and I'm thinking I better just check this because he just played it into the gully.
It's moving so fast now, we can't keep up with it, Fletch.
All of us. Well, we're going to be snowed under, aren't we?
Here's Thompson, he's in, bowls. It's just short of a length, and this is turned backward a square on the leg side, of course. Davies is now out there. He's about to face his second ball, yes.
And he wants to bowl at the left-hander.
Indeed. Well, this is the one, right arm around the wicket with that rough outside the off stump.
He's trying to kick some of the rough away. I'm not sure that's going to work.
Now, Morley had some joy against Holden as a left-hander. Will Thompson from this end have some joy against Davies as the left-hander. Right arm around the off-spinner. Slip and a short leg. Davies one of the 3 to hit 50 in the first innings, as did Geddes and Deploy. We've both gone. Here's Davies backing up, and he turns into the onside, no run.
There's been an official correction to the previous dismissal. It was Caleb Jewell with the catch, not David Lloyd, for anybody keeping that kind of record at home. I've just changed mine as well. I must admit I couldn't quite work out who it was. He was immediately surrounded by his teammates.
On the back foot, Davies turns into the onside. Short leg scampers to collect, but it's behind him and or in front of him. And mid wicket comes in.
Oh, look, there's a light flashing at the phone. That's better.
Thompson bowls, and this ball's pushing back up the track from Davies. Was it a
It
reflection?
wasn't a
that
light,
was
it's a
annoying?
reflection. Can you see it in the
Oh yeah.
halfway up the permanent
Oh,
temporary
no.
stand? Nobody needs that. If you're listening to us,
Oh no, I'm looking at the car windscreen now.
No,
Once
no.
you see it, you can't unsee it.
no, that's out of our vision, really.
There's a short ball outside of the off stump through to the keeper.
Got some football/cricket related news from Derby County in a moment.
Oh,
I say news.
Thompson bowls, and Davies over the top of it defends. It's Scoulert for thick edge all along the floor to backward point, no run. End of the over, 201 for 5. Davies none from 6. Higgins 14 from 40, and he'll have strike. Middlesex lead by 44.
The BBC Radio Derby are reporting that the former Huddersfield Town head of football operations, Lee Bromby, is set to join Derby County's interim recruitment lead, whatever that is. He'll be working with the Sporting Intelligence Department,
Which is led by?
Ed Smith and Mo Bobbat, as well as the Talent Identification Lead. I don't think you can have enough leads. Mark Thomas until the end of the summer transfer window. So Lee Bromby, who was at Huddersfield Town, his recruitment there was terrific. They just failed to get out of League One at the first attempt, and he's coming to Derby
In case
County.
anybody missed it in the middle there, the cricket link is former England, Middlesex and Kent batter
Ed Smith and Mo Bobbat was in the ECB setup as well, I believe. They're the Sporting Intelligence Department. Capital S, capital I. Here is Zach Chappell in to bowl to Ryan Higgins, who pushes the first ball of the over out into the offside. They go through for a quick single. That is another substitute fielder. It's Nick Potts. So that means there are 2 off because the 2 substitute fielders are fielding in the offside, or now the leg side as it turns out. Ben Aitchison there as well. There is no Blair Tickner on the field at the moment, I don't think.
Does he live in these parts now, Smudge, Ed Smith?
No idea.
He'd surely come and watch today of this, wouldn't he, if he did? I haven't seen him.
He might be doing Sporting Intelligence at Derby. They've got a big game.
Well, he
at the
won't find
weekend.
much of it here.
Got a big game at the weekend.
Well, not up in this commentary box anyway.
Here's Chappell bowling down the leg side to Davies, and the ball goes through to Brooke Guest. Martin Anderson is out there, so who isn't out there? Alex Thompson is, so's Jack Morley. Harry Kane is at mid-off. Lewis Rees is the other man missing at the moment. Rees and Tickner not on the field at the moment. Here comes Chappell in and bowls, and that's left alone by Davis to go through to the keeper. Davis with an average of 22 in first-class cricket.
22.
22.03. Apparently. According to my laptop, I don't carry such records around, obviously. I don't carry them around for Derbyshire, so I'm unlikely to carry them around for Middlesex. Remember the very nice pink T-shirt away to our right-hand side as this next delivery is wide of the off-stump and left alone again by Davis to go through to Brooke Guest. Just walking across the East Midlands demolition stand. I like that. I've got a pink T-shirt at home. I put it in the tumble dryer.
What colour was it when it went in?
Well, no, it is pink, but I don't think it fits anymore. Unfortunately. So it was of the highest quality. Short leg's gone in again now. David Lloyd, he's not that short. He's a pitch and a half away. 2 slips and a gully. Chappell bowls, and that one is pushed into the offside by Davis. Picked up by Kame, again moving around from mid-off.
Second new ball is 18 overs away. How far ahead will Middlesex be by then? If they were going at 3 and over, Fletcher will tell you. 56.
It'd be about 100 in front.
54. So yeah, be 100 ahead. Take 18 off the match. That's only 35 overs left at that point. 100 ahead.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it? Possibly. As this next one is turned into the leg side by Davis. It's picked up by Nick Potts. 26 on his back, and the over comes to an end. Chappell's now bowled 9 overs for 32. Middlesex 202 for 5. Davis yet to get off the mark. He's faced 11 deliveries. Higgins has 15, and the lead is 45. Tickner is back. That's the end of Nick Potts for now. And Alex Thompson is going to continue. Whenever Wayne Madsen talks to Zach Chappell at the end of an over, and it always makes me chuckle, but Zach has the look of a weary man quite a lot, because he puts a lot of effort into his bowling, and he was down with his hands on his knees, which sort of brings his head about in line with Wayne Madsen's head when he has his hands on his knees. It's very good.
Here goes Thompson to start the new over. Right arm over the wicket, he bowls. That's defended on the back foot by Higgins, eased into the offside. There's no run. 202 for 5. Lead of 45. 52 overs remaining in the game. Here's Tickner again. Bowls plunging forward. Higgins and defending. Of course, all the talk of the second new ball, if they were to break this partnership, Derbyshire, then Middlesex, Derbyshire would very much be thinking they were into the lower order of Zafar Gohar, Toby Rowland-Jones, Blake Cullen and Dane Patterson. If they got that far, they'd be thinking, let's take the second new ball out of the equation. But Higgins, who turns this to mid-wicket, will have very different ideas, as will Davies. He began his first-class career as an opening bat for Middlesex against Hampshire during the it was the year after COVID, because Middlesex were allowed back at Lord's. That year they played Hampshire. Flatter delivery from Thompson. Higgins turns to mid-wicket, but he makes the signal with his hand that did sharply turn as well. 202 for 5. Slip leg slip and short leg crouch down. 2 balls to go the over as Thompson bowls. Sweeping hard is Higgins, and he gets it away. Wide outside the off stump. He gave that no chance to turn as he smothered it on the sweep for 4. All along the floor that was.
Nice shot. Really nice shot. It's got a couple of posts on X to me. Somebody here, Justin, says, I reposted the BBC Sport article from last night, the headline of which was Chappell takes 4 wickets as Derbyshire close on Middlesex win. He did send this one at 12:53. Might have been a bit early. Watching today's game on YouTube, and this article was a little bit premature. I'm also now worried about velociraptors, which is something to do with Kevin talking about velociraptors earlier on.
Keeping the needle wagging while you were away. Here's Thompson bowls, and forward goes Higgins. This ball's turned into the onside. Actually, that's a dot ball into the over. 206 for 5. It was a 4 that was whipped into those green surrounds of the groundsman's hut, which caught my attention.
We call it a fence
Fencing.
up here.
Fence. It's quite a fierce fence.
It's a great fence.
It's certainly keeping them out, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I haven't seen one on the outfield yet in
But
this
is
match.
it really doing much? Is it really doing much, that fencing? I guess it is.
It's the timing of Justin's message that's perfect, though. 12:53. Within 3 minutes, Max Hold'em was out. Within another 2 minutes after that, all hell broke loose. And there have been 2 wickets since lunch as well. Leah's deployed for 17 and Ben Geddes for 1.
I wonder if they calmed Eskenazi down yet. Both set batters in consecutive deliveries and one to a run out.
Remarkable,
which
wasn't it?
possibly, or probably wasn't his call by his fury.
Zach Chappell bowling to Davis, who lets that one go outside the off stump through to the keeper. Yes, it was a little weird. It gave us all hope again,
Have you lost that hope
where
now?
there was none. No, I haven't. No, I haven't lost it yet.
How much longer before you lose it? Oh, tea's what? Tea's. We're going by the overs, but of course, final day.
20
Tea's
to
at
4.
3:40, so
Yeah, 20 to
we are
4.
57 minutes away from the tee ins full.
Here comes Chappell again and bowls that one. Doesn't miss the off stump by much as it's left alone by Davis to go through to the keeper.
So after tea, there's probably still going to be about 35, 36 overs left today.
Yeah. The ideal would be to dismiss Middlesex on the stroke of tea, not lose any overs, and then come out and just knock them off.
Ease it off, yeah.
The last close finish we had here was against Leicestershire last season when Derbyshire eventually managed to bowl Leicestershire out, but there were only 4 overs left in the final hour, or 3 overs left in the final hour. I think they needed about 50. In comes Chappell and bowls. That one is guided by Davis to backward point where Morley fields and there's no run. And then for some inexplicable reason, the umpires decided that in the last hour, you don't lose 2 overs, which clearly is nonsense. And half an hour later, after various phone calls to the powers that be, they decided, nope, that is absolutely right. You do lose 2 overs. Oh, really? So Derbyshire came out, might have been 2 years ago now, actually, came out, bowled, batted 1 over. In comes Chappell again, bowls wide of the off stump through to Brooke Guest. Davis showing remarkable restraint here, commendable restraint. He's faced 15 deliveries now and he's yet to get off the mark. He knows what his team needs. And that was fairly bizarre. It was 2 years. It must have been 2 years ago. It was Haider Ali who came out to face the over. Leicestershire was slightly behind on the run rate, or the over rate rather, and bowled one of the quickest overs you've ever seen, just to get it back up to acceptable levels. Here comes Chappell again and bowls. That's left alone by Davis, and it goes through to Brooke Guest. If you just imagine that's what's happening out there, he's leaving it alone and it's going through to the keeper, you won't be far wrong. 2 slips and a gully, a point, an extra cover. Must be a... No, there's no third man either. So there's a... Doesn't look like they've got enough fielders out there. Mid-on. Mid-wicket and a long leg. As Chappell's in again and bowls. Ooh, that wasn't far from the edge. Tickner's back out there too. You saw him raise his arms there in the background. Decent over from Zach Chappell. No runs from it. Another maiden. He's bowled 3 of those in his 10 overs now. 206 for 5 it remains. Higgins has 19. Davis still to get off the mark after 17 deliveries now. Middlesex lead by 49.
BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, bringing you the commentary from here at the county ground in Derby. BBC Radio Derby and BBC Radio London. Dave Fletcher and myself, Kevin Hand, live on the BBC Sport website and app.
Beautifully done.
Thank you. Oh, it's Morley, but from the...
You don't like him from this end.
I
do
do,
you?
but I just
want
think
him
it's
from the
worth
other
the
end, don't
try,
you?
isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose he probably is. I know you prefer him from the other end.
If that end gives you a little bit more bounce, and he's the shorter of the 2 spinners,
Which
then
he-
Thompson's had his go down there.
Which he absolutely is.
And worth a go to see, but maybe they'll switch Thompson back down there now as Morley's back on. Slip and a short leg for Ryan Higgins, 19 from 47. As Morley will step in with a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square should Higgins look to go after the sweep again. A lot of flight on this, and they sweeping that, he'll just stroke it back into the offside. 19 from 48 for Higgins. They do need to keep the scoreboard ticking though, just in case the wickets go at the other end, of course, as here's a short one, and that one's pulled hard. Well, that'll keep the scoreboard ticking. That was a real long hop from Morley. Higgins on to 23. Middlesex at 210 for 5. They lead by 53.
That was awful.
Yep.
Poor piece of cricket from young Jack Morley. He doesn't need anybody to tell him, I'm sure.
Yeah, first one slipped out, didn't it, and was a full bunger, and then the second one was dragged down. Tickner's just come to have a word with Madsen at slip about something, but here's Morley around the wicket to Higgins, who strokes a single out to deep cover. 211 for 5, so the left-handed Davies back onto strike, and Morley can target the footmarks to the left-hander again. He got one this morning to turn and beat the inside edge of a drive wide outside off stump, and it went over the top of middle and leg against Holden. One time he really didn't want the ball to bounce. Up it went. When it went so far that it must have been a footmark that he dropped it into out there as slip and a leg slip and a short leg crouch down behind the left-hander. As a lifting ball outside the off stump. Where did that come from?
The footmark again, I think.
Oh, dearie me.
Yeah.
Through it goes to the gloves of the keeper. Well, who needs the bounce from the City end? Here comes Morley. In bowls, and Davies gets right in behind this. That was something else, that ball before. We're just going to see the replay of it now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oy.
I mean, that landed, as you say, in a footmark, so it's a relatively full length. It's beaten the outside shoulder of the bat on the way through to Guest. Morley bowls, forward defence, dug out by Davies. Just a little too full, as much as they were getting excited about it. It was nearly into the block hole. 211 for 5. Middlesex lead by 54. There are 50 overs remaining of this Division 2 match. Where Derbyshire starting the game ahead of Middlesex, looking to move well ahead of them if they can find a way through these last 5 and rattle off whatever's required in the final 50 overs of the match. So we're not quite at the halfway stage of the final day yet, are we? 50 to go.
No.
And they've picked up, what, 4 to this stage. Yeah, it's just how we were roughly saying halfway through the evening session is where Middlesex have got a bat to. That's still about right, isn't it?
I think so. Zach Chappell to continue from the City end with a permanent temporary stand behind him. Sprinkling of members on the members' balcony. The new stand away to our left has got a few people on it as well. Well, I think I've just seen a picture of the permanent temporary stand on the stream. Here comes Chappell on his way in bowls to Higgins, who pushes this out into the offside. Immediate cry of no as it's fielded by Aitchison. I have to say, it looks in very good shape. He's got a wonderfully manicured beard, Ben Aitchison. Looking forward to seeing him back in first team action at some point in the near future, hopefully. Fingers crossed, touching wood and all that. As Chappell's on his way in again, bowls to Higgins, who turns this one into the leg side. It goes beyond the dive of David Lloyd. It's fielded by Nick Potts. And they go through for a single. Higgins moves to 25. It brings Davis onto strike. He's yet to get off the mark, having faced 20 deliveries. And I know he's done a terrific job so far, but it does start to weigh on your mind after a while. We should take advantage of that. What does one magpie mean? I think there's one on the far side of the ground.
Is it 1 for bad luck and 2? No, 1 for luck and 2 for bad luck.
It's 1 for bad luck. It's something to do with the mating season, isn't it? And if you see a magpie by itself, that's bad luck for the magpie, certainly. Here comes Chappell. It's a ball to Davis, who turns this into the right side. It's going to scramble through for the first run. The pick up and shy at the stumps from Potts misses. Davis was scrambling. He's there in a cloud of dust. He's got home. He's going to need new gloves, isn't he? Of course he is. And he gets off the mark with a fairly risky single by Sue Redford. Just waves her hand in front of her face, almost as if to say there's a lot of dust around here, and there was.
The tragedy of all that. Griff. Is that Griff at the bottom of the members? That's where he was earlier.
No, I don't think so.
Is it not?
No.
I say he sat with his feet up. I mean, man after my own heart and all, but he's missed a great shot there. The big puff of dust in the dive.
He doesn't sit with his feet up, Griff. Here comes Chappell again. Strikes the body, midriff kind of area of Ryan Higgins. And ball dribbles out into the off side. I don't think it's him. I'm fairly sure
No.
it's not.
Somebody sat next to him, so it's probably not.
Oh, you're right. It is him. Underneath the members.
And he's not got his camera out
balcony.
either, has he?
His camera's there.
But he's not using it.
No, he's not really interested in Middlesex batters, though, is he? Here comes Chappell again in bowls to Higgins, who again gets wrapped on the pad, and that's hurt. I don't know if that's missed the pad and got the inside of his knee, but he's down on his haunches. I don't think Derbyshire could have bowled much better this afternoon than they have, in all honesty. That one has discomforted Ryan Higgins a touch. Batters show no pain. Well, he struggled there. Meanwhile, at the other end, Davis is punching his right leg. As if to say, well, my pads work. How are yours? Here comes Chappell again, running towards us. And Higgins pushes this one back towards him. And it was the final ball of Chappell's 11th over as well. 2 runs from that one, 213 for 5. Middlesex's lead is 56. 49 overs left in the day, in the match. Davis has 1, Higgins has 25. And Zach Chappell is now bent over, leaning on his knees. I don't think he's going to be carrying on for too much longer. He's just had a pat on the back from Wayne Manson there. He's now in conversation, of course he is, with Blair Tickner. And Blair Tickner has just given a little punch of fists to Zach Chappell as he wanders off to graze somewhere down at mid-on by the look of it.
213 for 5. There's Davies on 1, Higgins on 25. Try and bail Middlesex out of a bit of a mess on the final day. Morley's left arm over to the left-handed Davies, who backs up to this one and defends into the onside. Short leg. Waits for the ball to trickle towards him. 48.5 overs to go, so this is the halfway point for the final day, or the end of this over is, as that ball's driven through the covers by Davies. Too much flight from Morley. Width as well, and Davies finds his first boundary. He moves to 4 from his 23rd delivery. 217 for 5. They lead by 60 now. So yeah, we reckon they need to bat for about 30 more overs. At 3 and over, that's 90, which means the lead's 150. 150 from 16 overs, if they were bowled out at that point. Here's,
that might be too many.
Yeah, here's Morley in bowls, and Davies pushes back into the offside. No run.
Too many by about 100.
Yeah.
If they were thinking of declaring.
That's roughly how we figured it out. Morley. Bowls, Davies pushing back off the back foot, and there's no run. But yeah, it was roughly all of our workings out, wasn't it, today? Coming to the ground halfway through the evening session, and it'll be well dead by then. It's Morley bowls, and Davies dabs it back. 217 for 5. We've seen sides go out after tea and chase 200, haven't we? But yeah, getting 150 with 16 overs left, that should be more than enough. As that didn't seem to get up for Davies. He went back and across and has hooked it fine. I think through the legs of leg slip, with a bottom edge. But it feels as though it was fortunate that he did get that bottom edge on it, because it didn't really get up, and he may well have been in front. 219. 4-5. Davies moves to 7. Higgins will have strike on 25, and we have reached the halfway stage of the day. 48 to bowl on the final day at Derby.
Definitely kept low. David Lloyd has popped off for a moment, and Martin Anderson has returned in his place. So Nick Potts is still out there. Ben Aitchison is still out there. These Derbyshire players will be weary, having enforced the follow-on, with Middlesex scoring 315 first time around. And now up to 219. It's been a big effort from the Derbyshire players. And it is indeed, but I'll show you what I know. Zach Chappell is going to continue from the City end. 4 overs for 6 in this current spell so far. 11 overs for 34 in total. He has a point, a gully, leg gully and a short leg. That one is pushed out into the offside. They're going to go through for. They're not going to go through for the singlers. Higgins pushes it out into the offside. Davis fancied one of those risky singles, as he took in the previous over. The ball was already in the hands of Ben Aitchison. He turned around and went back, got back into his ground. There's also Wayne Madsen at that short, straight mid-on. Hands on knees with his left foot right on the edge of the cut strip. As Chappell comes in and bowls up, and he's pushed out by Higgins. They are going to go through for a single. It won't be a shot at the stumps from Harry Kane, because he didn't pick it up cleanly, and Higgins moves on to 26, 221 for 5.
Smell of freshly cut grass. Can you smell it? It's come through the window above. So my one's open, your one's shut. The ground staff working somewhere. It does sound like there might be a mower or something going. Just what hay fever sufferers need right through the final day of the game. Couldn't they wait until tomorrow? There's a mower of some description, isn't there? Can you hear it?
I can. Here comes Chappell again. In bowls. Oh, there's a bit edged and caught, and Davis is gone, and Zach Chappell has another breakthrough. He just pushed tentatively at that one, Davis. It was a simple catch, just moving to his left for Brooke Guest, the wicketkeeper. And Middlesex, all of a sudden, at 220 for 6, leading by 63. I'm not sure he had to play at that one.
Well, that's the question, isn't it? As we look at the replay, it looked like a good ball from here, but the question will be the line. As Chappell, as Chappell's around the wicket to him. And it's all happening because Fletcher's got to do his update next door as well. Let's have a look at that line again. There it is. Yeah, I think he did. I think that was a good ball. I think he did have to play it, that, to be fair. I felt it was a good ball from here, but as Fletcher said, the question would be the line. We're not quite in line, but looking at it, that is clattering into the outside of the top of off stump, and Davies gets a good one from Chappell. Beautiful ball. Fair play to him. The big man has his first wicket of the Middlesex second innings. He got 4 in the first dig, and he might have just opened a door that Middlesex may not be able to shut before the match is out. 220 for 6. And they're into the lower order now. Zafar Gohar, a very, very good bat, makes his way out to the middle, but he's got a very, very big job to do here alongside Ryan Higgins. So Higgins is on 26. Middlesex's lead is just 63. They have 6 wickets standing. 6 wickets down. Chappell 1 for 35, and hitting the top of the outside of off. So had to play it at Davies. A good catch taken by Guests. Another left-hander. Chappell will remain around the wicket. They're all having a chat with Higgins at the non-strikers end. Somebody's looking at his bat. They've picked it up and having an eye of his bat at the moment, which will all be kidology, I'm sure. Chappell, I'm sure, isn't offering nice words to either of the pair at the non-strikers end. It's Harry Kane who turns away from us, having admired Higgins' bat. You're going to need plenty more runs with that today. May well have been the words, because that's the thing, Middlesex do need to score to get away. There's still 47.3 overs remaining of the game, and they lead by just 63. 220 for 6 then. BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, live here at the County Ground in Derby. Dave Fletcher and myself, Kevin Hand, for BBC Radio Derby and BBC Radio London, respectively. Here's Chappell in, bowls, Gohar's forward, he pushes 2 point, there's no run, 2 slips and a gully, point, wide mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, short leg and long leg, the 5-4 field for Chappell around the wicket to the left-hander. How many seconds?
20.79.
Oh, yeah, a shot.
My apologies, though, because I sort of started pointing at you rather alarmingly. When I looked to see
I'm used to that nowadays, Fletch, to be honest.
What time the wicket had fell, and it said 3 o'clock, I thought, I better do an update then. Did he have to play at it?
Yeah.
Did he? Okay.
Yep.
Chappell in and bowls, and that was left alone by Gohar. Late-ish decision to leave it alone.
Every chance that line could have taken the top of off for Davies.
fair
So,
enough.
yeah, it was a good ball.
Fair enough. We'll let him off.
Good ball. And as you say, the note that's kind of come back to us through the match is there's a little bit more bounce in it from the City end, which is where Chappell is bowling from. And the big man found a little bit of pace and a little bit of bounce on that one to take the edge and rush Davies.
Next delivery is edged along the floor by Gohar. It actually bounces a couple of yards in front of Wayne Madsen, who got his body in the way and stopped it, but it was a definite edge, and it's starting to happen again for Derbyshire once again. 6 down now, Middlesex, 220 on the board. Higgins crucial, 26 not out. Gohar yet to get off the mark, and the visitors' lead is 63 runs with 47 overs remaining. And I cannot understand what I was talking about for the first hour and 56 minutes this morning. It's looked destined for a draw until Middlesex imploded.
Yeah, like I say, Middlesex this morning, they'd have been very, very disappointed to lose this match coming to the ground today. And an hour and 30 minutes in, they'd have been furious at that point, and they were in such a good position to save the game, but it's cricket, isn't it? So here is Morley, left arm around to Higgins. He bowls and a forward defence, there's no run. I mean, overall, you know, Middlesex's greatest anguish would be 8 runs. And those are the 8 runs they missed the follow-on by.
Well, that would have saved the game, wouldn't
But
it?
you've scored 315 to miss the follow-on by 8. So here comes Morley. This ball turned into the onside, but nonetheless, 1 down overnight going into the final day on a hybrid. They'd have liked to have backed themselves, and they might still save the game, but they've got a lot of work to do. Morley, slip and a short leg behind Higgins, who digs this out back to the left arm spinner. So 46.3 overs remain, and that is just 11 overs after this to the second new ball. They only lead by 63. Morley, flat delivery, turns a short leg on the bounce by Higgins. All of a sudden, that what felt like a long, long way away for the second new ball doesn't feel that far away at all now, especially from Middlesex's perspective. It's looming. The lead is not particularly great as the wickets have tumbled. The scoring rate obviously is not, well, it's certainly not climbing. As Morley steps in, bowls, lots of flight. It's almost a low full toss in the enders. And it may well have been, as Higgins meets it and turns to deep mid-wicket, a single one to come of the over. He's on to 27. 2-2-1 for 6. Safa, Gohar takes guard. Left-handed bat. And much like Morley, slow left-arm spinner. Spinners v spinners. It's always fun, isn't it, when this happens? There's always... well, part of them desperately doesn't want to get out to a fellow spinner, but part of them as well, I really want to score runs against a fellow spinner. Slip, short leg, and leg slip go down. There's a short mid-wicket as well as Morley bowls, and Gohar backs up. He eases a single into the offside. 1 test for Pakistan, but he's England qualified now, Lahore born. But yes, long resident now qualified for England. May have to do, well, it's pretty likely. He might, well, I don't know. What do you reckon? Will he have to do some bowling tonight, Fletch?
Potentially. I've moved from no chance to potentially. The barometer is moving.
I mean, it really is Higgins or bust. And
He's massively important, isn't he, for them now? And he's just taken a single off the last ball of the over, and Gohar has exposed himself to Zach Chappell, which I'm not sure is entirely the right thing to do. Gary Hall sends, in relation to the deploy wicket, he said, did you notice that he was also run out by a sharp-thinking fielder? Well, he would have been if he hadn't been given LBW. He says, I was very impressed by said fielder. Thank you to Gary. Here's Chappell in a bowls to Gohar, who edges this one, and it's just short of Wayne Madsen diving to his right at second slip. It goes away for 4. That wasn't a million miles away from the Derbyshire skipper. The ball is starting to bounce slightly variably now, I would suggest. And that's a good thing for Derbyshire when they've got the ball. Perhaps not such a good thing if they're chasing 110, 120, 130, however many they may end up chasing if indeed they do.
Madsen looking at the spot where it pitched. It would never have carried 2K.
No,
That's a second. First.
It wasn't a catch.
No.
It wasn't a catch. It was an
He's taken a step forward, though. He's eyeing up where it pitched, and he's taken a step forward.
As Chappell comes into Gohar again, and Gohar takes 2 steps towards Chappell and then drives the ball very pleasantly up towards long off, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. Is he? Harry Kame's giving chase, and yes, the ball wins the race to the boundary. And these are valuable runs, of course, for Middlesex as he moves on to 9, 230 for 6, leading by 73.
Well, if we go back to our 150 with 16 overs left, then Middlesex still needed, another 75 runs to get to 150 and start to feel like we've probably got enough runs that we're far enough away that they're not going to get this.
They don't want to get there too quickly.
75 runs, 4 wickets.
They'll have to slow it down, Kevin.
Well, exactly.
Here comes Chappell again in and bowls, and Gohar just pushes the ball back to Chappell on this occasion, and there's no run.
Anderson's warming up.
Yes, he hasn't bowled for what seems like a lifetime.
Is he just keeping loose, maybe? It would seem odd to go to Anderson now.
I'm being asked by Chris Bridden if Lewis Rees is injured. I assume he is. He's not on the field at the moment, and he did come off midway through an over yesterday. In comes Chappell and bowls. That one is turned by Gohar down towards long leg, where it's fielded by Thompson. Gohar moves on to 10, 231 for 6, and he also asks how much of a lead did Middlesex need before I can get concerned. Derbyshire might lose, which is a very Derbyshire thing to say, and I think in previous seasons we would all be thinking exactly the same thing. I don't think there's a danger of Derbyshire losing this game. It's whether they can get these final 4 wickets and actually win it. But last season, that would have been the first thing on nearly everybody's mind, and potentially the season before, and the one before that, season before that. It's a different beast, it would appear, at the moment. In comes Chappell and bowls a full delivery that's driven by Higgins. Got his toe to it. Chappell deflected it to Harry Kame. There's no run. Yeah, I think we're going to see Martin Anderson.
Yeah, he's ready to go, isn't he?
Yeah, looks like it. He has a very heavy strapping on his left leg. I think it was his left leg, but I can't remember. But it was a heavy strapping. And he hasn't bowled yet in this innings, which is pretty unusual since he arrived from Middlesex. He certainly contributed to this game as Chappell bowls, and that one is defended by Higgins. Heavy ball pushed out into the offside. You can see the bat move in his hands. It's picked up by Kame at cover, and the overcome. No, it doesn't. Does the over come to an end? It does. Of course it does. The over comes to an end. And again, Zach Chappell with his hands on his knees. He gives every ounce. And I think that might be it. But I said that last time. He's just given a high five by David Lloyd. Brooke Guest takes the helmet down to the far end and also gives Chappell a low 5. Anderson in conversation with Tickner, just off the square, and it's going to be Jack Morley to continue from the racecourse end by the look of it. 45 overs to go in the match, and still a draw or a win for Derbyshire appears possible. Chappell has just asked to go off, so I think we can safely say they've got enough sub-fielders yet. Nick Potts isn't out there anymore. It's just Ben Aitchison, who's currently windmilling his arms, more to keep himself loose than anything else, because clearly he can't bowl as a substitute. There's even a gathering of people on the top deck of the Performance Centre now. And of course, free after tea, if you want to come along and watch the denouement.
Here's Morley. 3 close catches. It's a short mid-wicket, not far away, but that's a full bunger and put away through the covers. He's just let a few too many slip out today, hasn't he? And that one will go all the way to the ropes, unlike the deployed drive, what would be the final ball of the morning session, which pulled up just short. And then ensued the chaos of the run-outs. But 4 runs it is. Higgins moves to 27. Middlesex 235 for 6. They lead by 78.
He started the madness by bowling Max Holt and Jack Morley, but of all the bowlers, he's been the most expensive. He's going at more than 4 and over, which in the context of this game is a lot.
Zafar Gohar, he waits, and this ball's played
That's the one.
back into the onside. No run. Yeah, just asking the question, that delivery. Slip. Leg slip and short leg, and short mid-wicket now crouched down as Gohar goes back. Turns to mid-wicket and there's no run. They have Zafar on the scoreboards, but and indeed on the stream, but it is Gohar that he has on his back and prefers to go by, as this is given a bit of flight and Gohar turns to short leg, no run. What are you thinking?
We've seen who's coming on. It's Nick Potts is getting ready to come on and replace Zach Chappell.
Worries me when you're thinking, Fletch. Here's Morley bowls and Gohar goes back and defends. Back into the onside. Now he mustn't have a rush of blood against his fellow spinner. It is such a wonderful balance watching spinners bowl into spinners. Morley in bowls and Gohar goes right back to this. Drops a heavy bat down onto that ball and pushes it back up the track. No run. 2, 3, 5, 4, 6. The lead is 78. There are 44 overs remaining and we have 25 minutes to tea on the final day.
Jack Morley, of course, has played. We talk about the rushes of blood of Holden and Eskenazi / Deploy / Fernandez
Yes.
just before lunch. Davis himself had a rush of blood last night because he was the last man out and he was caught on the boundary just down below us. He'd hit a couple of sixes, hadn't he, in quick succession off Zach Chappell, I think. And it was Jack Morley who caught him down on the boundary down below us, which meant that Derbyshire were able to enforce the follow-on. So when they look back on this Middlesex, no matter how it ends, I mean, if it ends in a draw, I think they might have got away with one possibly, but if they lose the game, they will look to a number of moments in the match when they did rather inflict problems on themselves over the course of the last day and a session. Jack Morley just had an arm put around him by Wayne Madsen, and now Martin Anderson's been spoken to by the Derbyshire skipper as well. Anderson, who so far this season has got 5 wickets, one in the first innings in which he only bowled 5 overs. So the only overs he's bowled in the entirety of this contest, the all-rounder. So he'd be very pleased that batting at number 8, he managed to get 3 figures with the bat. He just checks that his run-up's okay, which he presumably thinks it is. Now makes his way back to his mark. His field, well, he's got a gully and a point and a mid-off on the offside. He's got a short leg, a backward square leg. He's got a long leg. He's got a mid-wicket. Wayne Madsen at a very straight mid-on, and Anderson bowls, and it's turned into the leg side by Higgins for a single. Just to the left of David Lloyd diving. A short leg, and now the field has to change over with the left-handed Gohar, with Middlesex on 236 for 6, leading by 79. Oh, we're going to get to see a little wonderful cameo from Caleb Jewell, I wonder. The Tasmanian opener.
Let's consider as well that of the 2, 3, 6 for 6, the vast majority of those runs have been scored by 2 batters as well.
In comes Anderson and bowls. That's left alone by Gohar through to Brooke Guest.
And I don't think anybody, including themselves, for one moment would deny that those 2 deliveries before lunch that have, completely changed then the morning session and may well change the match as a result were obviously moments of madness. But let's put a little bit into perspective how well they batted as well. And we did say that we mustn't forget how well they are batting.
They were in no trouble whatsoever, really. Where there was a couple of one very sharp chance and one miss. As Anderson is in a bowls one that keeps low and it misses the off stump by a fraction. It's not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest, and they go through for a bye. Wow. That one really did keep low. It shot along the ground. 237 for 6, a lead of 80.
We did say as early, I think, as the first evening that this would be a fabulous 5-day game, didn't we? A hybrid. And maybe it was with Dave Jepson on the second day. We were saying it's bubbling up for a wonderful 5-day game, but it's a 4-day match with a hybrid.
That's what we're playing.
Which is not much use, which is why we do not think that hybrids are the way forward for Championship cricket.
Anderson over the wicket to Higgins. And Higgins right behind that one, defends it into the onside. Potts picks up. He's at a conventional mid-wicket, really.
It may well be that we never did need a 5th day for this one, but Middlesex will hope that is the case, because that means they've saved the draw. Following on here in Derby, in absolutely glorious sunshine, which it has been for the most part.
Very warm as well now as Anderson is in and bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Higgins, fielded by the short leg Lloyd. And there's no run. Somebody just messaged me saying the dream is still alive. That's a Yorkshire fan.
Are they looking for a trip to Chesterfield next year?
Well, they're
Yorkshire
coming.
fans.
They're in the T20, of course, looking for their first win in 7 attempts. Here's Anderson, bowls to Higgins down the leg side. First really wayward deliveries bowled. And Guest collects. Decent enough start, though, for Martin Anderson. 1 run off the bat and a bye from the over. 237 for 6, Gohar 14, Higgins 28. The lead is now 80 and there are 43 overs left in the match.
Would it be former Middlesex batting coach and former Derbyshire head coach Dave Houghton that brought Anderson to Derbyshire, or was he gone by then, Houghton?
No, they only came last season.
How
He
long
came
ago
on
did
loan
Houghton
for 1 game, I think, under Houghton, possibly.
There you go, yeah. Yeah, but had he not signed at that point when it, or was that?
No, and he signed in the winter.
I thought he
I
was.
don't think Houghton's responsible for any of the players. He must be responsible for some of them. There were some that came and have gone. I was just having a nice time there, and you go and mention Dave Houghton.
Slip, leg slip and short leg, and this ball's turned to short leg by Davies off Morley to start what is Morley's 21st over, 1 for 83, 2 maidens. Gohar is on 14 as Morley steps in and bowls to him again, and this is driven to wide mid-off. The only player in front of points. I know cover point is. I thought cover point was going to settle behind the umpire, but there's a deep cover point, and then other than that, it's wide mid-off. Harry came as Morley bowls. Gohar backs right up to this one again, defends it into the onside.
Trabant has just driven into the car park. Looks like one of those East German cars, doesn't it? That little grey one to the right of all the cars. I don't know what it is. Can't be a Trabant. There can't be any left.
A lot of flight on this, and this ball's bumped into the offside by Gohar.
They're made out of papier-mâché, weren't they?
I tell you what, I'd like to see your Griff getting that.
I don't think it would be,
Tickner or
I don't think it'd be possible.
Tickner or Crawley. Crawley Chapel. Well, Crawley as well. He's no short one, is he, Zach Crawley? As this ball's pushed away into the offside by Gohar. No run. I do remember I was on the same flight as Stephen Finn for a match, and he was in economy. He was in coach. All 6'7", 6'8" of him. My goodness me, the poor fella.
I'm not a big fan of flying.
Here's Morley in bowls, and this ball's turned to short leg, and there's no run. 2-3-7 for 6. You did have to double look. Like, Finney, really? They've put you into economy. Surely everybody else can go in economy, but Finney'd have to go up a step, surely. Look after your fast bowlers. 2-3-7 for 6.
I think so.
I'm trying to think that was pre-England days for Finn, so he wasn't able to pull rank.
Before he was a celebrity as well.
Don't you know who I am?
I can't imagine him ever saying that.
TMS, Stevens Finn. Stevens Finn? TMS is Stephen Finn.
That's the one. Yeah.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5, Sports Extra, live at the County Ground in Derby, BBC Radio Derby and BBC Radio London. Myself, Kevin Hand, and Dave Fletcher.
And it's Martin Anderson to continue from the city end, bowling to Higgins, who pushes the first delivery just slightly into the onside, where it's fielded by Derbyshire skipper Wayne Manson. Lead 80, 41 overs after this one, tea in around about 15 minutes or so.
It's a good matchup, this, actually, Anderson and Higgins, because Anderson is at Derbyshire, because Higgins came back to Middlesex and he's taken the all-rounders role. So this is a...
Perhaps he's angry.
Yeah, I like it when he's angry.
He loves it up here. Martin rolls this one. That's on the leg stump. It's nicely stopped at leg gully by a diving Blair Tickner. Probably thought he was going to get some runs there. There is cover behind, but...
His Middlesex debut came...
Anderson?
Yeah, when he was partway through a Derbyshire-Northamptonshire match many moons ago, and he was recalled by Middlesex.
You're right.
And he crashed on the M1 on the way down, didn't he? It was only a
Yes.
bumper-to-bumper prang. It wasn't anything bad, but...
He's on his way in now and bowls. That again is on leg stump, and this time Tickner can't get the ball, but it's only going to be a single because Thompson is behind him at long leg. Does the fielding. Higgins moves to 29, 238 for 6, leading by 81.
Yeah, he was in the hotel overnight, due to start the game the next day, Northamptonshire, Derbyshire, and Martin, you needed back at Lord's in the car that morning.
I think that might have been under Houghton when he was on loan. Came on loan at the end of last season, as players often do, and they're about to sign or have signed a contract for the following season, along with Jack Morley.
So I couldn't remember. It was end of last season, was it? He was on loan.
Yeah. Around the wicket he bowls to Gohar, who has a little dabble at that one outside the off stump. It goes through the bookcase without taking the edge of the bat, and Anderson strokes his chin with his left hand. Alex Thompson gets excited down below at long leg. Complete with the sun cream slapped all over his face, quite rightly. Absolutely crucial to have that sun cream on. 18 off 37 this partnership. Zafar has 14 of them. Anderson bowls to him and he defends this one back towards the bowler, who picks up himself. He doesn't look like he's struggling out there, Martin Anderson, which is good news. So both teams back in action on Friday. Derbyshire down in South Wales at Sapphire Gardens with Nick Webb and the rest of the boys down there. Looking forward to that. As this next delivery is a full one, and Zafar Gohar just about gets his bat down on it, pushes it up to mid-on, and the over comes to an end. One from it, 238 for 6, Middlesex. Gohar 14, Higgins 19. The lead 81, 41 overs left in the day. Time starting to run out for Derbyshire. Need to get these 4 wickets as quickly as possible, which is why, with the over rate at +5, Wayne Manson has reconvened a meeting of the committee, which is basically Manson and his 2 overseas, Caleb Jewell, and I think it's Caleb, and Blair Tickner. It's definitely Blair Tickner. Can they plot away to get these remaining 4 wickets? It was Jewell. That's what they're looking to do. Morley to continue from the racecourse end.
So there's 14 minutes to tea on the final day, which will be taken at 3:40, regardless of the overs remaining. They're currently 41. There are 6 overs until the second new ball becomes available. So 4 overs before tea, so 2 overs after tea, the second new ball. Forward goes Higgins defending. You wouldn't imagine Middlesex will have gone too far by that point. They might just have got the lead to somewhere around 100. from the short leg, and here's Morley around the wicket. Bowls, Higgins defends into the offside, thick part of the outside edge of the bat. Trickles along the floor to backward points.
Good old Jacko.
Morley. Oh, no, Higgins isn't ready. Stands very upright, doesn't he, Morley, before he starts to step in. He bowls now, and this is driven to mid-off by Higgins. 29 from 74 balls. Holding it together with the visitors here at Derby. Morley gives it a lot of flight. Higgins, with a puff of dust outside off stump, drives it to the backward point with an open face. They're excited around the bat, but he was mostly in control of that. 2 balls left of the over. Morley's 23rd. Deep mid-wicket and deep backward square set back on the onside. It's a deep cover point as Higgins leaves alone outside the off stump. Hands on head for Morley from around the wicket, the left armour. Madsen looks pretty ponderous, doesn't he, at slip at the moment. The last near chance was to him as this ball's pushed back by Higgins, pushed back into his crease actually by that one by Morley, but the last near chance was that one that dropped just short of second off. It was Chappell at the time, I think, wasn't it, bowling to Gohar. 2-3-8 for 6 then, so we have 11 minutes to tea on the final day. 40 overs remain of the match. The lead is 81 with 4 wickets standing.
I think they're considering not or taking off Martin Anderson here.
The Anderson one, it seems a little bit of a gamble, bearing in mind he's kind of so much been out of the game, but he hasn't bowled for a while, has he, due to that injury?
But Tickner's got his cap off. Anderson's joined in the conversation. Alex Thompson's there as well, and it's Thompson who removes his cap. And why Madsen has decided it's time for a bit of off-spin from the City end. Thompson, who has 1 for 32 from 19 overs in this second innings. Picked up 2 wickets in the first innings. It's his first match of the season. Didn't play in the first 3. The only change Derbyshire made in the first 3 was Pat Brown making way for Blair Tickner after game 1 when Tickner arrived in the country from his Plunket Shield duties with Central Districts. We're entering the danger zone for Middlesex here, though. Not until we get to 4 minutes before the interval will we all get excited again. Then there'll be 2 wickets falling in quick succession. Possibly. So it'll be Gohar, the left-hander, facing the off-spin of Thompson, who's in now and bowls. That goes past the edge of his bat and bounces as well. That's a terrific first delivery from Alex Thompson. In fact, too good, some might say, as it turned and bounced and went through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. He's got a short leg in place as well. David Lloyd still under the lid. Next delivery, he gets as far forward as he dares, and pushes it back to Thompson, who just dries his fingers, the fingers of his right hand on the footmarks, the dusty footmarks, and gets ready to come in again. Bowls, and that one is again spun around. They're claiming the stumping.
Claiming everything.
I think they're claiming the stumping. I'd like to see that again. I didn't get the impression that he was necessarily out of his ground, but if you look at David Lloyd, who is right in line, well, not quite right in line, because otherwise he'd be obscuring Ben Debenham's view.
Bowler went first. He was claiming the court behind, but everybody else was appealing the stumping. Ooh, it was a little stutter, wasn't it? A little stumble.
Little stumble from Gohar with the back leg. The boys on the balcony will have a better view of that with their cameras. We won't have a camera from directly in line. Here is Thompson again, in and bowls, and Gohar pushes it out into the offside. They're going to slow it down as well. This is interesting. Here we go from behind. That delivery from Thompson. He goes forward. His foot is along. We'll tell you what, that's close. His foot seemed to travel along the crease line. Either way, you tell me if that's not close. I'll watch Thompson bowling with a second slip in now. Ben Aitchison bowls and back goes Gohar and pushes it out up towards Nick Potts on the cover boundary. And they go through for a single. He moves to 15. Gohar 239 for 6, leading by 82. It was close, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. I think he got the foot back down there, didn't he? You say it kind of came up and moved along the line before coming back down.
Certainly wasn't a catch.
No, but it was Thompson that got excited the first of all of them, wasn't it?
It's the third time you've beaten him in the over, I think. 3 times and you get the wicket, don't you? Is that how it works? Final ball of the Alex Thompson over, his 20th. He bowls to Ryan Higgins, who sweeps him. And he's going to pick up a single and keep the strike. It's out to Nick Potts again, who's on the square leg boundary this time. Higgins moves to 30. 240 for 6 now, Middlesex, with 7 minutes to go until tea. They have an 83-run lead with 39 overs left. I was just about to say minimum, but that's entirely pointless. They have 39 overs left because the lead is now sufficient that if we get down to the last hour, well, they might try and rush. It won't really help. Jack Morley to continue. Just 3 runs in the last 5 overs.
The lead, 83, 39 overs remaining. 25 to 4 on the final day as his. Morley to Higgins. He backs up and punches a single out to deep point. So Gohar comes on to strike. Left arm over to the left-hander. No such thing as a spinners union. There was a bowlers union, but really it was a quick bowlers union, wasn't it, in days gone by? Slip, leg slip, and a short leg. Short mid-wicket will crouch down. And Morley will step in. Bowls short of a length. Gohar was quite happily on the back foot to that one. Easing away into the offside. Still not wholly sure about the deep points that they keep deploying for the spinner. As Morley's in again, bowls and dabbed by Gohar into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. It does feel like that he could be a second slip really, rather than a deep cover point. Oh, that one's really turn and bounce out of a foot mark earlier to Holden's, but a couple more as well, as this one's short and played off the back foot into the ground. It loops up off the short leg towards mid-wicket. Looked quite high was the oddity of it. He did have that ball that spat past the edge of Davies. Or was it Gohar indeed, earlier in his innings? There was one that really did kick up outside the off stump as he's in now, bowls, and Gohar is a long way forward, plunging forward, which actually has been a rarity for him in this innings, and it strikes on the pad, rolls up, hits something, but then drops straight back down in front of him.
Hit him in the chest, I think.
Yeah. And we're all looking for that to roll up the pad and maybe take glove or something and bring short leg into play. Not so. Morley bowls. Oh, now again, that's got a bit of turn and bounce on it. Morley's quickly running back to get his cap so they can all get in position. How many minutes left? They're looking for, what, 2 more before tea, aren't they? There's 4 minutes left.
They should get them if Thompson continues at the City end.
2-4-1 for 6. But turn and bounce with those last 2 for sure for Morley. He is 1 for 83 with 4 maidens from 23.2. Because he had to finish an over for Lewis Rees. 84 is the lead. Here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra with myself, Kevin Hand, and Dave Fletcher.
No, BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio London.
I thought I was running out of time there before the over begins.
Oh, he's got his gloves on yet.
Let's give you the headline news. Yeah, he's delaying, aren't they? There's a shoelace to be tied with that close to tea.
Cleverly done. We're now 3 minutes away from tea, or thereabouts. A couple of balls to the boundary could do it.
Yeah, I think that'll be tea now. There'll be another loose shoelace before tea, I'm sure.
38 overs to go. Middlesex's lead is 84. They're 6 down. In comes Thompson and bowls, and that one is played backward of square on the leg side. And it's hit Caleb Jewell. David Lloyd was...
Higgins is asking something to the square leg umpire. Sorry.
But David Lloyd suddenly started beckoning somebody on from the sidelines there, almost as if it had hit Jewel in the head, but they're not coming on as the next delivery from Thompson's turned into the leg side. We're about due for a calamitous run out here with 3 minutes to go until the interval. They've missed the deadline for the calamitous shot and a bowled, and that one is swept out towards the square leg boundary where Zach Chappell is fielding. They go through for a single, and Higgins moves on to 32, 242 for 6. Jewel comes out of the firing line, although he is still in the firing line at cover. There are 2 slips as Thompson bowls, and Gohar gets a long way forward again. Defends back towards Thompson. Guest comes from around the stumps to do the fielding. Gohar taking as long as he dare. I don't think it's going to work. 2 balls to go in the over, and he plunges forward again and defends this one. He's not going to get out before tea. I said that about holding an Eskenazi before lunch.
I know what you're doing, Fletch.
I'm trying desperately. It's not working.
It worked this morning.
It did. Well, no, I never said anything this morning. I was
You
just
did. You said all morning long they're never getting out. They'll be
entirely
there all day.
entirely downbeat this morning. This is far more exciting. 242 for 6. Now it's Wayne Madsen who's slowing things down. Perhaps he fancies a cup of tea. The batters have just had a conversation, and Higgins has come all the way down the pitch to have the conversation.
He's very
with
slow
Gohar.
making his way back up.
Yeah.
Well, the irony being that we'll have the overs that we have today no matter what.
Well, we will.
Because they've...
Well, we do every day, don't we? We do every day, whether we finish it.
Well, whether it's bad light.
not.
Yeah.
Here comes Thompson to complete the over. Floats one up. Gohar pushes it out towards the extra cover boundary. They go through for a single. They move on to 243 for 2, and it's whether Ben
whether in
Debenham
position
gets
or not.
into position now. He has to be standing behind the stumps.
The batters have gone to have a long chat with Sue Redfern, but Sue Redfern doesn't matter because she's the square leg.
We're going to have one more over before tea. So after tea, there'll be 36 overs. And the batters have failed in their mission to slow things down.
They need to get shorter shoelaces, don't they? Make them more difficult to tie.
He should have tied one of his shoelaces to one of the shoelaces of Ryan Higgins.
Yeah.
A bit like Leos Deploy, Nathan Fernandez and Stephen Eskenazi did.
Here is the final over before tea on the final day. Then as Morley his left arm over, he bowls, and Gohar gets right in behind this one to defend into the onside. Every ball will get a fair bit of chatter now, won't it? Gohar walks to square leg, has a moment's thought, then gets back and settles into his crease. Slip, leg slip and short leg. Forward goes Gohar defending, short leg collects. Short mid wicket the next closest, but they've brought up the deep backward point now to an orthodox backward point. Gohar's in no rush, he settles down. Morley moves in, bowls, length ball turned. Oh, yes, no. Knows very quickly the reply. Yes, there was never a single there, was there?
No.
I think you're in agreement with Ryan Higgins. Yeah, Gohar, I think it was just that Gohar needed a call from Higgins because it was Higgins' call, but Higgins was probably saying, I was never going to call you through for a single there. This is a length ball turned defensively into the onside by Gohar, and there's no run. And I guess before tea as well, you're not on night watch, are you? But the senior batsman's at the non-striker's end. You're not going to be bringing him on to strike. So there's never going to be a single, even were the one even available, you'd have thought. As a flatter, quicker delivery is defended by Gohar. Pad and pad together. The ball falls between his feet, and he then takes his front foot and puts it behind the ball just to make sure it doesn't start rolling backwards. 2-4-3 for 6. 1 ball to tea. Day 4 here at the county ground in Derby as Morley moves in and bowls. Lots of flight, and Gohar drives it out of the block hole, toe end of the bat into the offside. It's fielded by Kame at the wide mid-off position, and that is tea
On day 4, Zafar Gohar has 16. Higgins has 32. The lead 86. 2-4-3 for 6.
Yeah, good afternoon for Derbyshire. Those 3 wickets. Les Deploy for 17, Ben Geddes for 1 and Jack Davis for 7. But Ryan Higgins holding Derbyshire up, 32 not out. Zafar Gohar on 16. There will be 36 overs in the evening session. And Middlesex at tea. 243 for 6, as Kevin said. They lead by 86. And we will return on the BBC Sport website and app and on the Derbyshire stream in just over 15 minutes' time for the evening session. It promises to be a thriller. Don't go anywhere. It surprised me. I wonder if it surprised you. We'll find out what happens in the remaining 36 overs. At the moment, Derbyshire would need 87 to win. They could comfortably do that. They need 3-4 quick wickets in the evening session. Can they force a victory against Middlesex? Join us in the evening session to find out.
Oh, well, they have the rights, but not the funding.
Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
Well, a very good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the County Ground Derby.
Get this crowd bouncing.
This Division 2 fixture hosts boxing.
Dispatched.
Time. 36 overs left to the match. And Middlesex following on a 243 for 6. So a lead of 86 now. The umpires are out there. No sign of anybody else. I've gone a little bit early. Dave Fletcher's alongside me, but he's got to do an update for BBC Radio Derby before he rejoins myself. Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app. And you can pick us up on the streams of the counties as well. And through your smart speakers also. So many places. And in a few moments as well, we'll be back on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Here are the fielders on the way out, led out by Wayne Madsen. Now for Middlesex, Ryan Higgins with 32. Zafar Gohar has 16. And 243 for 6 it is as we welcome back listeners on Radio 5 Sports Extra. The players just about out into the middle. The umpires are out there promptly. They're ready to go. 36 overs left, and it could go all the way to the wire. What shape, what fashion that will have, we'll have to wait and see. 79 overs into this Middlesex follow-on, so just an over away from the second new ball becoming available. They're 243 for 6. It'll be Higgins to have strike on 32. Zafar Gohar has 16, a partnership of 23. They made it through to the tea interval, but they've got to make it through the best part of another 20 overs, we'd reckon, before the lead would just be too much with the time left in the game. You'd lose 2 for the change of innings as well, wouldn't you? So maybe 16, 18 overs more. Second new ball may well hold the key to it all. Here's Thompson from the city end. Blue sky is still here in Derby. It's been for the most part across the 4 days, indeed. He's got a slip, he's got a short leg, and a leg slip as well. And Thompson, off spinner, tall from the city end, bowls a delivery with a little bit of bounce, which takes high up the inside edge of Gohar's bat onto the pad or body or some part, and it falls away in front of him, but an ooh and an ah from those around the bats. 243 for 6, and Thompson in his 22nd over is in again. 1 for 36 so far. Sunglasses on, he bowls just short of a length. Gohar, my apologies, Gohar, it's not Gohar at all, it's Higgins. Rocks back and works it out to deep mid-wickets, where he'll pick up a couple. And 2 more for Higgins. He moves to 34. 2 more for Middlesex. 245 for 6. The lead, crucially. And I do say crucially because time-wise, they just need to push themselves further and further away. It's now 88 as they follow on. Thompson to Higgins again. He bowls and a sweep from Higgins. Short leg ducks his head into his knees, and deep square collects. They have 1 run. I'm Kevin Hand, alongside me for the final throws of the session, Dave Fletcher.
Hello, Kevin.
Hello, Dave.
Draw looming.
We have 3 balls to the second new ball.
Ooh,
And that's going to be it, isn't it? That'll be the
Ooh.
final throw.
it will.
2 slips, a short leg,
The dice.
and here comes Thompson around the wicket to the left-handed Gohar, who tickles a single wide of mid-on. Yeah, it's certainly a waiting game for that second new ball now.
Stick it up him. Blair certainly going to take it because Blair Tickner's warming up.
That'll be fun. I mean,
Could be.
Zafar Gohar, Toby Rowland-Jones, Blake Cullen, Dane Patterson. Here's Thompson, bowls, and a quick single. His turn's just fine, a mid-wicket off the back foot. 1 ball left at the 80th over. Oh, they're going to turn it into 2. Yes, and the fielder in the deep.
It's poor fielding, really, isn't
Who
it?
is it out there? Is it?
Well, it's Jack Morley out there, but Blair Tickner sort of accompanied it for a short while. Wasn't the best cricket there. The lead up to 92.
Last ball of the 80th over. The right-handed Higgins awaits the tall off-spinner Thompson. He moves in, bowls, and just short of a length again. Higgins rocks back and turns to mid-wicket. That's it. 80 overs done. The second new ball is available. All eyes on the umpire, but we shouldn't look with any great amazement to see the hand waved in a moment with a shiny new cherry in it from one of the umpires. 249 for 6. The lead is 92. It's now or never really for Derbyshire.
Blair Tickner's just given the ball, the old ball, to Wayne Madsen, who's looking at it and has handed it to Jack Morley. So I don't think we are going to see the new ball.
What?
It's not the new ball yet,
What?
certainly.
What have we missed? 80 overs are bowled.
They perhaps think that the new ball will just race to all parts and will finally extinguish Derbyshire's hopes. but
Wow. One more for Morley.
Morley, 1 for 84 from 24 overs and 2 balls.
If it's not old enough, he's just bowled it into the ground to mid-off.
Might as well, mightn't he? You can always get the grass out of the seam later. Morley, 2 short legs, bowls, and that one is bat and pad together from Gohar, pushes it to square leg, fielded by Tickner. Anderson's out there, Chappell's out there, Tickner's out there. No Lewis Rees though, sadly. So he won't be taking the new ball as he has done for most of the season. Here comes Morley again. Gohar turns that one into the leg side. They think about a single. Go on, I dare you. They decide against it.
Well, there is that as well for Derbyshire. Would they have thought maybe we would have taken a couple more now if we'd have had Rees fit for this second innings, the Middlesex follow-on?
Possibly. You have to cope with these setbacks, don't you, really? Because Morley again, that one's defended out into the offside by Gohar, who at the moment is showing no signs of aggression whatsoever. Tickner's doing sideways press-ups. No idea how to do them.
I've got to see one of these. I still don't know what it is.
Gohar is in again, bowls. That one is defended out into the offside. There's an appeal from the man at backward, square leg. They get down on one side, put their elbow on the floor and basically push them. It's horrific. I imagine. I mean, I can't. I've never done one. It's a long time since I can't do press-ups, you see, because my stomach would be on the floor. Here is Morley bowling a quicker delivery that just keeps a little bit low. He's doing one now, look.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. That was pushed into the offside and there's no room. Very impressive for somebody who takes as long as he does to get off the floor again. Final ball of Morley's 25th .2 over. We bowled 2 balls at the end of a Lewis Rees over 24 hours ago. Gohar taps his bat in the crease. Morley is in and bowls to him and he smothers the ball once again. Dribbles out into the offside and the over comes to an end. Presumably Blair Tickner wants to bowl from the city end because he is coming on now and I think we will see the new ball after 81 overs. He has bowled from that end with some success. Dismissed Leah's deploy with a toe cruncher.
Oh, that was horrible.
It was magnificent. Not quite as good as the time Lockie Ferguson knocked Ricardo Vasconcelos off his feet with a Yorker in a T20 match. That was my favourite moment of the last 10 years, I think. He was quick.
Do you not like him?
Vasconcelos? No, I love Vasconcelos. I think he's a really fine cricketer, but it was funny. And Lockie was quick. There is the sign to say the new ball, second new ball has been taken.
You spotted Samit Patel earlier. That was one of the funny ones that went round for a long while, wasn't it? When he was turning for a second and he was sent back and he slipped both feet at the same time. That takes some. Beat him.
T20 captain. And a top man with it as well, Samit.
Yep. Yep. Always been very popular wherever he's been. 249 for 6. Here is Tickner. 1 for 41 from 13 with 3 maidens. Higgins is on 37. 34 overs remain of the match.
Over 8 plus 5. Middlesex's was plus something as well, so no issues with the points.
Which are 5-3 currently to Derbyshire on the bonus points. They'll be taking 16 as well for the victory. 2 slips and a gully. This spell from Tickner may well decide that. He's right arm over the wicket with the new ball in hand, and Higgins drives into the onside just in front of the mid wicket. He gets a hand to it, which will take a little bit of pace off. Catching up with it is Chappell, going back from mid-on. They've taken 2. 250 up for Middlesex, 251 for 6. They made 315 in the first innings. on course to make there or thereabouts again, and if they do, then that will save the match. So that's another 60 away, which will put them at that 150 mark with about 15, 16 overs to go, which is what we were plotting out. Actually, it'll take them a little bit longer to get to that one. As here's Tickner bowls. This is cut away hard by Higgins. There is a deep backward point, which I can certainly understand now against the new ball, and runs on the mind as well as wickets for Derbyshire as time runs out in the match. 2-5-2 for 6.
Using his stomach there, Ben Aitchison, to stop the ball.
Oh yeah, I've just seen his grimace at the end of it all. Oh.
Backward point. You've got to use your body. Get your body in line. Got a half century here against Notts in one of his first seasons. It might even have been his first season. Derbyshire played Notts at Trent Bridge and he was terrific. He's been blighted by injury for a while now. Hopefully he's back to full fitness. Good cricketer.
Tickner around the wicket to Gohar. First ball. He faces of the second new ball, and that's somewhere amidship as he makes the signal with his hand that seemed back in and struck him. Not for an LBW appeal. It's somewhere around the midriff. He's walked away towards square leg to take a deep breath and have a think about it all.
Do a bit of counting.
Yes.
As long as he only gets to 2.
2 slips and a gully. Tickner strides in, he bowls and just full of a length. That hasn't put Gohar off. Coming forward, and he defends solidly to mid-off. The final countdown. We're not quite into, in terms of the allocated overs, the final session yet. 32 overs per session. We've still got 33.2. We'll lose 2 for the change of innings should they pick up these 4 wickets.
We're already into 3 runs and over territory, aren't we? And that's without taking these final 4 wickets.
Yes. Tickner to Gohar. Oh, now bat and pad together as he defends. He was only halfway forward to that one, though, and didn't feel as convincing as the previous defence on the front foot. He's still stretching out the left leg. It was somewhere high up on the left leg that he was struck. Is that you rustling paper just to tease
Yes.
me? Or
Lloyd's getting the helmet to go in at short leg. Harry Kame and Zach Chappell swap over, so Kame is at extra cover with a very large expanse behind him. Chappell mid-on. Grandstaff have already got the hose pipe ready, look, just beyond the boundary's edge.
are they calling it off? Here's Tickner bowls. Oh, Gohar forward to that one. He was squared up somewhat on the front foot as he tried to get everything around and behind it. More convincing effort is shadow batted thereafter. 252 for 6. Both hands on his head for Tickner at the end of the over. Now both hands on his hip as he goes back to umpire Redfern's. Collects his cap. 95 is Middlesex's lead. 33 remain. Higgins 40. Gohar 17. And 2 former Gloucestershire boys, of course, out there in the middle at the moment for Middlesex. Teammates for a few years. They've got to hold it together.
Jack Morley's going to continue with the new ball.
I did wonder whether that was the ploy, giving him one more with the old ball, that he might
Yeah.
start up with the new ball.
He's going to bowl with the new ball, which some spinners don't like, do they? But he hasn't got much choice, really.
Yeah. Well, some do, don't they? They like the bounce.
Extra bounce and the hardness of the ball. What can he do here against Ryan Higgins, who's on 40? Partnership already worth 32. 252 for 6. Middlesex leading by 95 as Morley around the wicket to Higgins, who gets a full-length delivery and pushes it straight back to the Derbyshire left arm off spinner. Pulls his sleeves up again. And he's in again. Higgins goes back and that one pops on him. It takes the shoulder of the bat. There's the advantage of using a new ball. But that just popped off a length, really.
Must have got a little bit of grip as well, mustn't it, by the way that he played.
Did well to play it down into the ground. It was Tickner who fielded it at backward point or sort of deep gully. As Morley is in again, and this one is defended by Higgins straight back to the bowler.
Tell you what, look at that turn. Where's that pitch now? You can see it yourself.
I'll have a look if he hurries up and bowls it on the tally. Ooh.
Pitched around leg.
Yeah, Morley's in again. Tosses this one up. It's clipped up towards mid-on, but didn't get enough of the ball. And therefore it dribbles towards Martin Anderson.
Which made it even better from Higgins to play it down. His whole body had opened up towards the onside, hadn't it? And
He did very well.
it turned to outside off.
Down into the ground. Down towards that deep gully position. Morley bowls. This one is driven out towards Alex Thompson, who's fielding on the cover boundary. Single to Higgins, moves to 41, 253 for 6. The lead up to 96. Under 32 overs and 1 ball left in the match. Going to be a Caleb Jewell special if Derbyshire to get over the line in this one, I fancy. He scored some pretty quick runs this season since arriving.
Martin Anderson as well.
Well, we were just talking about what the batting order might be, as this next one is played by Gohar out towards the point boundary. Picks up another single and keeps the strike. I don't think that Blair Tickner will be too disappointed about that. Gohar has 17, Higgins has 41, 253 for 6, a lead of 96. In fact, that run hasn't gone on, it's gone on now. Gohar's got 18, 254 for 6, the lead is 97. So we're thinking they'll keep the top 2, who are dashers anyway, Jewell and Lloyd. And then perhaps Martin Anderson next. Open the ball, open the batting in T20 cricket, I'm led to believe. Certainly batted high up in T20 cricket.
He occasionally was given a go at 3, yeah.
Give him a go. Zach Chappell can clout it.
Tickner has a short leg as well as 2 slips. He's in, bowls and goes. Well, has it struck the pad? Yes, it has. I thought it had gone straight through him at the moment. I was expecting it to hit the gloves of the keeper. They've all gone up. They were convinced that they had him.
You won't go any quicker if you do that.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
He's pegged in the crease, but he must have got outside the line of off stump from the angle that we're at, would be my first take on it. They're still all in position pretty much, in disbelief that that wasn't given.
Close to being dissent.
Oh, it's just been missed on the stream, I think, so we will never know, unless it might flash
Luke,
up a replay.
man, Luke, what are you doing?
He's still looking for tea. Oh, here we go. Let's see. They might have got it on the
replay from the right end.
Oh. Oh, dear.
It's a good shout, isn't it? That's a good shout.
Unless he's got bat on that.
I don't think he did.
Round the wicket comes Tickner, and a shuffle out of his crease from Gohar to drive him through the covers for 4, potentially. No, the number 4 of Derbyshire slides
2.
and holds them to a couple. That's good work out there from Harry Kane. I tell you what, that was as plumb as they come. Right arm around to the left-hander. He was
close.
He hadn't got out of his crease at all, had he?
Make a note of that.
256 for 6. The height was absolutely not a problem. It was a full ball. And Tickner sends back deep square from mid-wicket. How many have we had of this over? 2. So still 4 balls to go. It's a long way to go. Of course, there was a long pause after the appeal, wasn't there? That's why it's gone on for so long. Striding in is Tickner, he bowls, and a flashing drive in front of cover point. That is 4. No stopping that one for Gohar. He moves to 24. Middlesex move to 260 for 6. The lead is 103. There are 31.3 overs remaining of the game.
I like that you call it a long pause.
The utter disbelief.
Well, they were there for such a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked a good call, that, didn't it? Or a good shout.
Also.
Only 1 LBW in the match.
Yes.
That was yes, another metatarsal of Elias Rees. Elias deploy. Forward goes Gohar, pushing into the offside. Mid-off comes down to collect. Higgins says no quite quickly.
There was one there.
Lewis Rees, he'd be a good player, wouldn't he?
But yes, I'll say.
I've done that all match long. How? Lewis Rees and Leas deploy.
Yeah, it's the Lewis Leas thing.
But yeah, he got a hit on his left big toe. Is that right? Held on his left hand. No, his right big toe in the first innings, didn't he? In his the left arch of his foot in this innings.
Hobbled off like a 200-year-old man.
Tickner bowls and up on his toes. Gohar turns just in front of short leg and there's no run. 260 for 6. 31.1 remain. Lead of 103. They're nearly there, Middlesex, nearly, but it's, well, another 10 overs, you get it down to a T20 and you say, what can a side chase in 20 overs? As we know nowadays, a
300.
lot, yeah.
Not with players posted around the boundary's edge, of course. That would make it trickier. Have to take the boundary out of the equation.
Yeah. Gohar is taking his time and taking his guard again.
Coming over the wicket.
Ah. Deep backward square long leg, short leg, 2 slips and a gully. And right arm over, Tickner to the left-handed Gohar and the Middlesex. Number 8 rides the bounce into the onside. It's fielded at mid-on and a double teapot from Tickner. Penny for his thoughts. I don't think we need one, do we? 260 for 6.
Suggesting to Zafar that he's lucky to still be there.
Yeah.
But he is still there, and that's the main thing from a Middlesex perspective. That lead 103, there would only be, well, there would be 28 overs now, and it gets down to, as you say, 20 overs. They need to get these wickets in the next 9 overs, and they've not been easy to come by throughout the course of the game. Still, only 26 have fallen in the thick end of 4 days of cricket. To force a victory under those circumstances would be quite remarkable. I don't think, personally, that it's going to happen now for Derbyshire. They took those 3 wickets in 45 minutes in the afternoon session, which got everybody excited. The lead at the stage when Davis was out was just 63, but these two have put on 40 in 100 balls so far for the 7th wicket. Jack Morley is going to continue from the racecourse end, bowling to Ryan Higgins. He comes in, Higgins turns that one just back at a square on the leg side for a single, moves on to 42. 261 for 6. Brings Gohar back onto strike and the fielders starts to gather. He's looked relatively safe, hasn't he? He can clearly bat the boy.
Oh, yes.
He waits now with those 2 short legs, and that one is driven straight into the ground and back to Morley, who fields nicely on the tumble. That backward point goes out to the boundary again. The man on the sweep. Catching mid-wicket, an orthodox mid-wicket and a mid-on, as Morley is in, and that one gets the inside edge of his bat. Almost sneaked it through there, Morley.
That's not too dissimilar to the one that Holden attempted the drive out earlier, and it beat the inside edge then, didn't it? Went over the top of the stumps. That's
Wayne Watts
quite
with
a
his
line of
hands
length.
on his head.
Yeah.
Morley is in again, and this time he drives it again into the ground and back to Morley. Not even the crowd were fooled by that one.
Oh, your man's back in the best seat in the house.
There we go. That's his lucky seat.
Is that what it is?
No idea. No, I don't even know who he is. Morley bowls to Gohar, who goes back and pushes it into the onside. Anderson fields.
When Tickner was right arm over to the left-handed Gohar, that was when it would have been absolutely the best seat, and there would have been no better viewing position for the line of that. It's the only seat in the house where you'd have got that line.
Morley's next delivery is padded away without playing a shot.
Although he did have the bat there.
Well, it was up in the air, though. By Gohar, and the over comes to an end. 1 run from it. 261 for 6. 30 now remain. Higgins has 42. Gohar has 24. 104 the lead.
He held the bat where it pretty much was when he was awaiting the delivery. He forgot to withdraw the bat, didn't he? So you were just waiting for it to flick the top of the pad and go onto the glove or something, but not to be.
for Derbyshire in that over. Will it be in the match? They've got 30 overs to play with here. 104 is the Middlesex lead, following on 6 wickets down. Ryan Higgins on strike to Tickner. This will be the man, though, if they could pick up Higgins, because not only... you open an end if you get rid of Gohar, of course, but opening an end with the wicket of Higgins, I think, would be psychologically quite a big blow as well, as there's 2 slips and a gully. Shortish mid-wicket as Tickner's in, bowls, and on the back foot, Higgins defends to mid-wicket, no run. He's your man for a scrap, Higgins, that's for sure. You'll always want him on your side. And there are a great number who think he's far better than that as well. The point made, if he didn't bowl at all in his career, with the stats that he's got by now, he would have been considered as a batter for England, but because he's regarded as an all-rounder. Well, he's as an all-rounder, he's not quite good enough for England, but his batting alone.
Not tall enough.
Yeah. Tickner's past the umpire, he bowls, just full of length, and it's clipped by Higgins out to deep square, which Tickner may not mind too much. I'm sure he'll look forward to renewing his battle with Gohar. 2 balls gone to the over. Yes. So 4 balls at Gohar. Can they get at Roland Jones, Cullen and Patterson? Cullen did manage 40 in the first innings. Roland Jones, for even relatively new cricketing watchers, would not need too much of an introduction of what he's capable of with the bat as well. Patterson's number 11. Here's Tickner in, bowls past the edge of the forward defence, halfway forward. Gohar makes the signal with his hand that it's nipped away from him. 262 for 6. What has been a pitch that has offered a little bit of movement all the way through, but not at any great pace on this hybrid surface. It will feel that little bit quicker for both Higgins and Gohar now, the second new ball. For sure, Tickner will not leave anything out on the field. He'll be going at full capacity. Deep backward square is sent back again for the left-hander. There's a long leg as well, Thompson. Still 2 slips, the gully and the short leg, and Tickner moving in midway through the 86th over of the innings. He bowls and he's driven in front of point for 4. Lovely shot. Opens the face. Bit of a flourish from Gohar, and that's why he's at number 8 for Middlesex. He's got it in the tank. He's on to 28. Middlesex lead by 109. 29.2 overs remain of the game.
Yeah, it was a good shot, that, from Zafar Gohar. In front of, as Kevin said, in front of square, in control. Not Tickner's best delivery.
Around the wicket he comes. From the city end. He bowls now, and he tumbles as he delivers it on the back foot. A thick edge races all along the floor to backward point, slightly squared up by Gohar. Effort ball again from Tickner, the grunt and the tumble at the end.
He often bowls himself off his feet. I don't recall him doing that last season too much, but it's happened a lot this season so far.
Little steps that he does to get himself going, then the knees up, and then he charges in, bowls, and Gohar gets right in behind this one again to defend, which isn't too dissimilar to the one that didn't quite get up to him, came back in a bit, beat the inside edge, hit the pad, but not out. That's what it says in the scorebook. 266, or indeed it says a dot ball in the scorebook. 266 for 6.
Imagine if they had to write not out every time. We're going to see a bowling change at the racecourse, and we're going to see the off spin of Alex Thompson. There we go, confirmation.
Oh, you were right.
200, fancy that. 266 for 6, leading by 109 with 29 overs to go in the day. So still a third of the day's play, near enough, isn't it? 30, well, a little bit less than.
Yeah, yeah. Which again,
it just doesn't feel like it when you see it written down as 29.
Yeah, it's a sizable chunk of play.
It is.
But you've got to lose 2 for the change of innings. Then you've got to gear on with it. Even at what it stands at the moment, it'll be a little bit of urgency required. They can't require too much more.
A few more sideways press-ups this
look at
time
that.
from Zach Chappell. And the downward dog. I've no idea if it is or not. They just some normal press-ups just for good measure. I think we're going to see him in place of
That's what I was doing at tea, where you lot were
Blair
looking for the
Tickner.
cake.
Yeah. Thompson in and bowls, and Higgins
Oh.
sweeps it straight into David Lloyd at short leg, who nods his head and says, "Yeah, I'm fine." Higgins
Good on
inquires.
Higgins, yeah.
I think he might have hit the pad,
Yeah,
fielding pad. He didn't flinch,
well, he didn't.
David Lloyd, which was
That
quite-
is, the suggestion is it hit on the helmet if you look at leg slip. You're saying, look, you've tucked your head into it. Oh, no, look, now he's showing him, no, it didn't. It hit the left pad.
Earlier on, David Lloyd suggested that it hit the helmet of Caleb Jules, so it hadn't. Having some kind of contest. Here comes Thompson again. The reverse sweep comes out. There's an appeal for leg before wicket optimistically. And Thompson stays down on one knee. He won't mind having the reverse sweep attempted by Higgins, I'm sure. Nick Potts would have got rather excited there at deep gully, deep backward point, that kind of area. As Thompson is in again, he goes forward initially and then back, Higgins, and pushes it out into the onside where Kane comes in to do the fielding. Hamstrings now being rubbed by Zach Chappell. I'm not sure I could even rub my hamstrings, let alone stretch them. He looks like he's nice and loose, ready to bowl the next over at the City end. Another reverse comes out from Higgins and he misses it completely. Brooke Guest comes from behind the stumps to do the fielding.
Good evening to David Townsend. Set them 135 in 25 to win, surely. It's only Derbyshire.
He's never known anything about cricket, has he, that bloke? This one is driven by Higgins up towards Chappell.
He'll have a wry smile on his face that he's got to rise out of you there, Fletch.
That's quite right.
He sent it purely for you.
Always a fool.
2 rises.
In comes this next delivery from Thompson, turned into the leg side. That would be the gutsy thing to do, of course. I don't think Middlesex have got the guts to do it. Over to you, DT. 266 for 6 at the end of the over. The lead is 109, Gohar 28, Higgins 43. We are going to see Zach Chappell replace Blair Tickner from the City end. In fact, I'm not even sure that Tickner's still out there.
You're listening to Radio 5 Sports Extra, live at the County Ground in Derby, where undefeated Derbyshire are looking for their second win of the season. Extend their advantage ahead of their opponents who are just below them in the table. The fancied Middlesex for promotion.
Fancied. Odds on, weren't they?
Oh, I don't know. Lancashire and Kent, I think, got it, and then
Kent?
Middlesex were.
Kent? Kent?
Lancashire aren't going so well at the moment, though, are they?
No, they're not.
I better be careful in case Scott Reed's still listening, but
Played 3, drawn 3, 34 points from their 3 matches. A disappointing return. In fact, Northamptonshire have got 34 points as well.
so Chappell, they can take all the pauses they want now to Hertfordshire because they won't get any more overs in at this rate. Well, not at this rate, they just won't. Right arm fast medium, you happy with that?
I'm happy. I'm not sure whether Zach Chappell would be happy.
No.
And they do take notice of what goes up
I
on the
bet they
board.
do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mistakenly or erroneously suggested to Lewis Rees when he got his 10 for that it was the slightly slower bowlers who were taking the wickets. Anuj Dal got a few as well, and he looked at me and said, "I thought I was bowling quite well." I just kept digging that particular hole.
So Chappell around the wicket. 2 slips. Gully in a short cover now. We saw the drive attempted a couple of times, didn't we? Executed a couple of times as Chappell in, bowls, and forward goes Gohart. Defending this one back to the tall former Nottinghamshire bowler.
To go and spoil it, didn't you?
Sorry.
Started at Leicestershire, of course.
Yeah, highly regarded, and still is. 266 for 6. Lead at 109. And in he comes again. Chappell bowls, just full of length. A grunt as he releases. Gohart defends to backward point.
27.4 overs remain. I don't think, well, there'll still be a fair way before Derbyshire give up.
No, they won't be shaking hands for another 17 overs, I wouldn't have thought, at least.
Yeah, because Middlesex at this rate, they aren't going to get really to be 150 in any rush, are they? It is. Chapel bowls onto the legs, and it's clipped away by Gohart. Probably get 4. It's a long, long chase, which the ball will win, and 4 runs it is. Who's the subfielder?
Aitchison.
Thank you. 270 for 6, the lead 113. The partnership is 50 from 120 balls.
Potts is on as well as a substitute. No Tickner, no Reese.
Chapel midway through his run-up. Hits the crease now, he bowls. Oh, and on the back foot, that's defended by Gohar. It didn't feel like it got up, though, and he bends his back down while trapping the bat down onto the ball as well. 270, 4-6. Well, we so often say what sides can chase after tea on the final day, or what's possible in T20 realms. T10 nowadays, of course, as well. What's possible in a T10. But as you said, Fletch, there are no fielding restrictions, so they'll be wary of that lead. Derbyshire as they search these final 4 wickets with the second new ball, and Chapel delivers just outside the off stump. It's a good leave by Gohart. His batting credentials, I have to say, are rising by the innings with Middlesex, and they could be challenging up the order. Jack Davies, who's above him, had started as an opening bat, and above him again is the very highly regarded Ben Geddes, just arriving from Surrey, settling in at number 6 at the moment in the lineup, but I imagine he won't be there for too long.
That's a first-class century. No
surprises. So he knows one end of the bat from the other as Chapel's in, bowls, and 40 goes, angle bat, soft hands, plays it late. However, it did appear from that angle that we're sat that he played a little bit away from the body on that one. 270 for 6. Gohart 32, Higgins 43, 50 that partnership. From 123 deliveries, which is just over 20 overs. There are 27 left of the match, and well, Middlesex probably had to bat, as you said, about 7, well, 15, 14 more. We shall see.
Yeah, career average, Zafar Gohar, of 25.5. Batting average, that is. No mug with the bat. He's past that average now, so he's done his job. Just a little bit more to do. It's going to be Ryan Higgins to face the first ball of the new Alex Thompson over, his 24th of the innings. He bowled 18 in the first. And he's in now and bowls, and Higgins comes down the pitch and then just pushes the ball square into the onside where it's fielded by Madsen. To remember that this Derbyshire bowling attack bowled Middlesex out for 315, and then we're asked 10 minutes later to go again by Wayne Madsen. As this one is an attempted sweep. There's an appeal for leg before wicket. Umpire Debenham unmoved.
Must have been miles outside off, mustn't it?
I thought so. It was only Alex Thompson really who appealed. He's getting the sweep out rather more though since tea than he did before tea. Higgins on 43, and he sweeps again, and this one's gone backward of square, and that's gone for 4. Down towards the East Midlands demolition stand. A little punch of the gloves. Higgins moves on to 47 now. 274 for 6. The lead 117.
So right next to the demolition stand is what formerly was the greasy spoon, but it's now a cider bar.
Yeah.
In your time, was it ever a greasy spoon?
Yes.
Oh, it was?
Oh, yeah. Very good.
Did you fight to save it? Did you protest outside?
Had a placard.
Yeah.
We used to go there for lunch when we were in the old scoreboard,
Yeah.
right to the right there at mid-wicket. Great on run-outs, but nothing else. Thompson in again, back into his crease goes. Higgins to a ball that keeps a little bit low, manages to get back down on it and force it out to the onside where Kame fields.
What's the alternative to the greasy spoon now at the County Grand Derby?
I don't know.
Is there a couscous bar or a quinoa?
Quinoa. I very seldom get to leave this box. when I'm here. And goes Thompson again, and this one is swept away, but this time Madsen's placed himself backward of square on the 45 to cut that out.
That was our dear old mate Bob Hunt's great line, wasn't it, when Forest Green Rovers got promoted up into the... wherever it was.
Where are they now?
Where are Forest Green? Oh, I don't know, where are they?
National League again.
Are they?
Thompson in, bowls. That one is defended by the very bottom of Higgins' bat. It actually dribbles back behind him. And there's no run. 274 for 6. Sorry, Middlesex lead by 117. Oldham were there on Saturday in their final penultimate.
Forest Green?
Yeah, at their final away game, the penultimate game of the season. And a whole group of them went dressed as butchers, which I thought was magnificent.
Well, that was, I can't remember the exact wording, you might, but it was something along the lines of let them eat couscous and hummus next season at Forest Green Rovers for all the Football League clubs that would be arriving there. Dear old Bob.
Absolutely. They're no longer in the Football League, Forest Green.
Big Middlesex fan, Bob Hunt. Just didn't tell anybody. Barnet, wasn't he? He was from Barnet.
He was a man of the world.
He certainly was. Here's Chappell. 2 slips and a gully. Around the wicket he bowls to Gohar, who defends into the offside. Short cover coming in. There's no run. 274 for 6. He and Stephen Finn in the media centre at Lords one year, trying to outdo each other on the best West Country accent that Watford's Stephen Finn and Barnet's Bob Hunt could do in the Gloucestershire Middlesex game. That's where it all went right for Finney when he worked with Bob Hunt. Rest is history. All those years with me were wasted. Just needed that. Here's Chappell. Bowls past the edge on the back foot. Gohar engages and he replays a leave outside the off stump, but he offered a flaky back foot waft at that one, didn't he? 274 for 6.
He went quite hard at it, didn't he? For no apparent reason. Let's practice the leave again there.
He punches
his bat.
That's nice, isn't it? I like that.
Yeah, he knows it was a poor shot. Poor selection of shots, certainly.
First chance I had a chat with him this morning. Lovely fella. Here's Chappell from the city end. He bowls and Gohar plays with an angle bat into the ground. It's fielded at gully, who's now in an orthodox gully position, Anderson. He's been at a deep gully, but we couldn't really describe it because it's not deep gully, didn't do it. It was like a deep third, but only a third.
Go on, you can do it.
I don't know. What did we come up with? It was like he was a third of the way back to a deep third, wasn't he? So we couldn't call him a short third. It wasn't quite right, but over the wicket now.
Only because he wasn't short, though.
Yeah, well, indeed. Chappell to Gohar. Temperature's absolutely rocketed here as Chappell's in, bowls and edged. Oh, just fine of the gully fielder, which is Anderson, diving low to his right. Hands on heads all round for Derbyshire. Well, there was always going to come a moment with the second new ball. There's certainly been one big appeal against Gohar. That was a thick edge, but flies safely. The lead moves to 121. Gohar moves to 36 from 81. Middlesex 278 for 6 with 25.2 overs remaining. I think it might be a draw, Dave.
You think? 4:44, you finally joined me. Have you seen the pitch?
Here comes Chappell. Midway through his run-up, he bowls and a bumper. That was an annoyed, frustrated bumper, I'd suggest, from Chappell.
Yeah, no question.
One ball left at the 90th over of the innings. Umpire signals you on for the over. 278 for 6.
That edge left fielder's strewn about the place in the slip cordon.
Yep. Disbelief, disgust. Not quite disheartened just yet, though.
That'll get quoted on the BBC Sport website.
Chappell's in, bowls, and a huge, full-blooded drive outside the off stump from Gohar, but bat beaten again. Through it goes to the gloves of the keeper, and Middlesex are just about getting to the point, aren't they? As we said, if they get to about a lead of 150, then by the time they get there, time will probably have run out for Derbyshire. Their lead's 121, so a couple more full-blooded drives, a couple more edges. And they're not far off.
It's going to be a draw, Kev.
You should have said it earlier. You can't come out with that now, Fletch. Should have now colours to the mast earlier.
To 3 minutes to 11 this morning when we went on air. Just have a listen to what I might have said then. Given a little bit of hope by the kamikaze nature just before lunch of the Middlesex batting. And 3 wickets in 45 minutes in the afternoon session as well, but nothing since 3 o'clock. And it's now 5:15. That was 67 overs and 3 balls. We're now up to 90. Alex Thompson in to bowl to Higgins, who gets the reverse out. He's going to get 4 runs. I fancy Blair Tickner, well, perhaps hasn't connected as well as I thought he had. Blair Tickner, he's going to catch it up before it gets to the very, very straight third-man boundary. Higgins moves to 49, 280 for 6. Been a really good and important innings this from Ryan Higgins. There goes my stopwatch. In comes Thompson and bowls. That one is an inside edge into the pad of Higgins as he plays a forward defensive shot. Oh, very close to me, this bag. Oh, I still can't switch it off.
Is that for your tablets?
I don't know what it's for. I don't remember setting an alarm. I certainly can't unset it. Here goes Thompson. In and bowls. Back into his crease goes Higgins. And there's his half century. And it's been a terrific half century as well from Ryan Higgins. 112 deliveries. And he's hit 7. No, he's only hit 3 fours in it. 3 boundaries. Ryan Higgins, which shows you the seriousness with which he has taken this job, as you would expect him to. But it's been an excellent half century from Ryan Higgins. The Middlesex moved to 281 for 6, leading by 124 with 24.5 overs left in the day. Gohar back on strike. Thompson around the wicket to him, and he defends this one. Could not have got any further forward. Plays it back to the Derbyshire off spinner. Gohar's ready again. Slip and a short leg. Goes back and cuts in the air, but there is nobody at an orthodox point. He's on the point boundary. And Gohar gets through for his 37th run, 282 for 6. 125 now in front, Middlesex. When we get to 16 overs to go, might as well shake hands. I'm sure that they will, but they probably ought to. Thompson in and bowls the reverse. I don't know what. Shovel from Higgins, who gets back for a second, and the ball goes through everybody, including the short leg and the wicket keeper, but it's backed up by Wayne Madsen. 2 more to Higgins, who moves to 52. Gohar has 37. The Middlesex are 284 for 6 with 24 overs left in the game. Middlesex's lead is 127.
Chappell and the cap to the umpire. Pat on the back from Madsen. Keep going, big fella. As we saw just before lunch, it could all change in a couple of deliveries. But those couple of deliveries need to come very quickly now for Derbyshire.
Then a couple more after that.
Well, indeed. Indeed. 64 from 141, this partnership. Just getting to the point, though, where things, even in the outfield, are quietening down again.
Alex Thompson.
Right on cue. Here's Chappell past the umpire, bowls, and Gohar works off the hip down to deep backward square. Single taken. Gohar moves to 38 from 86. Higgins 52 from 113. 285 for 6. A lead of 128. 23.5 to go. Higgins on to strike, but yeah, if they did turn 1 into 2, then you could imagine that with the tail that was left, the pressure all of a sudden would massively grow on Middlesex once more.
One of the slips is coming out. Caleb Jewell is going up to a straight mid-off. What's happening here?
Is this run saving against Higgins now that they realise they really are against the clock at this point?
Well, there's almost no point in saving runs, is there? They need wickets. They still need 4 wickets. You can save as many runs as you like. running out of time.
Slip gully, short mid wicket, and this ball's a line and length defended by Higgins to that short mid wicket. Again, it's only a couple of edges and a cover drive, and that lead just starts to look a little bit too far away from Derbyshire, even at this stage, doesn't it? As you say, Middlesex would just come out and put everybody on the ropes. So maybe that's what's in their mind. But as you say, to have any chance of getting to that point, they've got to take wickets. 285 for 6. City end for Chappell. He's turning now. Right-handed Higgins awaits as Chappell bowls, and this is short outside the off stump. Higgins looks to punch, but only punches it immediately into the ground, and Anderson, the man whose place at Middlesex he took, comes up to collect from Gully. Yeah, the evolution of the all-rounder at Middlesex from James Franklin to what would have been Ryan Higgins, but he could wait no longer. He went to Gloucestershire. It then went to Anderson and then back to Higgins. Now Anderson a centurion in this match against his former county. But it may only be as part of a draw, as here's Chappell in, bowls. Higgins looks to force off the back foot again, this time to cover. Kane comes around to field. Huge grunt from Chappell. He won't have given up yet. It would be an almighty victory for Derbyshire if they were to pull it off. They've really worked hard for it.
Well, from here it would. Yeah.
But there was that theory early in the match that the hybrids prepared because they'd happily take a draw against a fancied Middlesex side.
Not sure whose theory that was.
There's a punch through the offside for a single, a second, maybe even a fourth. No, a slip and a slide, and they'll settle on 287 for 6. Your mate, and I'll leave it at that. We haven't got Manny. Come on, you can narrow it down.
Well, I think I know who you're talking about. But
Well, you're not there for that one. Court was being held.
as far as I'm aware, puts a bit of pressure on Derbyshire for next week's game at Glamorgan. If they just stay in the upper echelons of the second division, they'll be looking for a victory at Sapphire Gardens.
Chappell is in, bowls, and Higgins plays off the back foot. Quite a full ball, and he'll pick up a single out to deep square. 288 for 6, the lead 131. It's the end of the 92nd over. 23 remain of the match. And yeah, those are the key figures now, aren't they? Middlesex's lead 131, 4 wickets standing, 23 overs remaining. We are very much in the now or never position for Derbyshire. Another conflab at the end of the over. What are we going to do? How are we going to get them out? The partnership 68 from 147 balls between Higgins and Gohar. They've done a great job, really. When you look at it, 147 balls, I think for me is more the key than the partnership of 68. Put together nearly a session to save this game.
Jonathan, who's in China, is in Shenyang. Slightly late to the party tonight. It's the basketball playoffs out here, which is fairly big for the locals, he says, so I was dragged along to watch. Incredibly dull sport, couldn't agree more with you. I think we've just run out of puff and time by the looks of it. Still plenty of positives to take from this game. And thanks for the coverage, yes, thank you for joining us, Jonathan. I'm sure you'll be back with us on Friday at Sapphire Gardens with Nick Webb and the rest of the team down there. As Jack Morley returns from the racecourse end. 1 for 87 from 27 overs and 2 balls. He's going to be bowling to Higgins, who goes back into his crease and turns this one into the leg side. They'll take a single as a tumbling stop from Harry Kame. An interesting throw prevents them from taking any more. Higgins moves to 56, 289 for 6, 132 the lead. A lead of that was only 63 when these two came together. Showing the other batters, notably Holden, Eskenazi and Davis, how to save a game. In comes Morley and bowls back into his crease goes Gohar.
That's a little harsh, Fletch. I've got to stick up for him a little bit there.
Well, you can stick up for him. Davis got out 8 short of the follow-on, hitting out, trying to clear the boundary down below us, which was poor. Holden, pathetic. That shot that he played today really gave Derbyshire some hope, and then Eskenazi's run out was hopeless, wasn't it?
I don't know who the call was, but Eskenazi was furious, so he suggesting it wasn't his. But
All right, we'll throw in Duploy and
Fernandez.
Fernandez as well then. These two really have shown the way. As Gohar hits out, and that's gone for 6. That's a big, big hit out towards the new stand. Cleared the boundary rope by some considerable distance, Gohar there, and moves to 44. That's a terrific shot. 295 for 6 now. The lead up to 138. Wow. That was a good shot. Got every last bit of it.
I mean, Holden will be the first to chastise himself for that shot, but they were 0 for 1 when he walked out to the crease, second ball of the follow-on. And he got up into the 90s, high score of a Middlesex batter in the match under a lot of pressure. He'll be kicking himself because he's missed his own milestone, but yeah, you're right, for the side. I mean, we said it at the time, it's not the time to get out. This was before he played the shot, because it puts your mate coming in next under pressure before lunch.
Next delivery from Morley is defended into the onside by Gohar.
What was the partnership? It was must have been around 150, mustn't it?
169.
Yeah.
No. Yes. Because they were 0 for 1, 169 for 2. This one is smashed down the ground and dropped by Zach Chappell at mid-on, and that will pretty much be it. Chappell apologises. It was as straightforward a catch as you're likely to see, really, at mid-on. And Zach Chappell has put it down. Higgins will face the start of the next over, and Gohar has just been dropped on 44. And with it goes any chance Derbyshire had of winning this game. 295 for 6.
Looking to bring up his 50 with a 6. Middlesex are obviously feeling they got enough. 138 the lead. 22 overs remain. You lose 2 for the change of innings. And that most likely was the last glint of hope for Derbyshire, you'd imagine, in this one.
It's gone. It's gone.
Thompson to replace Chappell. I think that was preordained. I don't think that was as a result of that.
Chappell, get off.
Yeah. Who's that biting their cap at mid-wicket? Having a chat with somebody or other.
Tickner's got the cap
Oh.
in his mouth.
Is he going to have a go at this end, maybe?
No. I don't think so. He's just talking there to Martin Anderson. Is it Martin Anderson he's talking
Yeah.
to? I think it is.
So, Thompson, sunglasses on, tall off spinner to the right-handed Higgins, a short leg and a leg slip, and in comes the off spinner, a reverse to backward point by Higgins. The shots are all coming out now, aren't they? And to be fair, he did play a reverse a few overs back.
But there is no jeopardy now, is there?
Yeah.
138 league, 21 overs to go. No jeopardy at all.
Thompson moves in, bowls, and the reverse again, bumped to Aitchison. Backward point on the reverse.
It was a terrific stop by Ben Aitchison, the first one.
The person making the noise and clapping in the encouragement is Chappell. So here's an orthodox sweep in the air. The cry is catch, and Higgins falls at deep square. 295 for 7. The lead is 138. 21.3 overs remain. Consecutive drops. A drop in the previous over. Consecutive chances. A drop in the previous over. And off goes Higgins. So Gohar remains. There is a second new ball in hand. And only Roland Jones, Blake Cullen and Dane Patterson to come. But Fletcher, you're shaking your head. The peril's long gone. You're saying they have the right to hit out.
Yes, I think the peril has gone, but it just seems a little irresponsible to me. But hey ho, I'm not a professional cricketer, never have been. It was Jack Morley with the catch out in the deep. Remarkable. Just when you think this game is dead and buried, you get a little bit of a sniff, a little bit of a hint that there might be still something there. And
cricket.
Don't say it like that. We don't have to go to Headingley this year, which is an absolute blessing. 295 for 7. Celebrated by taking your shoes off.
Oh, it's so hot in here now. What is going on? I'm roasting.
You're wearing shorts instead of them big long johns.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Long johns.
Wearing long johns, for goodness sake.
Sweatpants, and yeah.
And you're sweating in them.
Sweating.
Hang on,
forget about
the boss is in.
the sun coming around this side at this time of day.
I say the boss.
Hey.
Oh. What I've got to do is I've got to do an update, so I'll be able to. You
I'll get on with
carry
it.
on, and I'll
Get on with it. 295 for 7. You see, I took my feet off the table there when you said the boss was in. If I'd known it was only Nick Esch you were talking about, I could have my feet up. 295 for 7. Gohar has 44. Roland Jones, the Middlesex captain, has come out to the middle to bat, and he has a slip, a short leg, and a leg slip, and Thompson has 252 in his 26th over. It's a deep backward square, and Thompson's in, bowls, and Roland Jones forward, kills it into the offside, and there's no run. So they are into the tail. Do they think about the quicks at this stage? Because so often you talk about bowl the spinners to the tail and they'll lob on up in the air. Well, surely nobody will do that now for Middlesex. As much as the peril may be slipping quickly away in this match, they'll surely still just block out now what's left, even though Gohar and Higgins had brought out the shots in the last few overs. 138 is the lead. They've got 2 leg slips for Roland Jones now. Look at that. Oh no, what it is Madsen's lining up this leg slip. He goes back 2 slip then. So 4 around the bat. Silly mid off. Silly points, I should say. A slip, short leg, and leg slip as here's Thompson to Roland Jones. Oh my goodness me, that was nearly a grubber. That did not get up at all. Roland Jones just about gets the bat down onto it. Back in his crease. Oh, it's Cullen, my apologies. They've changed it on the board now. It did go up originally as Roland Jones, but it's Cullen. I did just think he looked a little different out there. Well, his batting credentials are rising. He got 40 in the first innings. Here's a lot of flight. Oh, now what's that taken? It goes through to slip. It's not an inside edge onto the pad. It certainly took the pad. It was just whether there was an inside edge. And then comes the question, was he outside the line of off? And on both counts, the umpire says not out. 295 for 7 is the score. A wicket maiden, another one in this match. Thompson 2 for 52. The lead is 138. I'm just about going to see over Fletcher's shoulder now the replay of that one. Is miles outside the line of off stump. So the LBW, which was the original appeal from Thompson, was never in play. It was just a matter of whether umpire Redfern thought there was a little tickle onto the pad before it looped to slip. No was the answer. Gohar has 44 and will have strike. Cullen, 3 balls faced. He's on naught. The lead is 138, 21 overs remaining. We're almost coming exactly to the point where we said this might be where it kills it, which was Middlesex with a lead of 150 and 15 overs to go. By that point, surely it's going to be too much for them to chase at 10 and over. As his Morley bowls and Gohar backs up and turns to short leg and there's no run. So, yeah, we are very, very nearly at that tipping point where surely 150 or 15 would be too much for Derbyshire to go out and chase, which is probably where the shots from Gohar and Higgins were coming from, but I'm sure they'll put all of those shots away now that Higgins has gone. It's a length ball from Morley to follow up and a little inside tickle on that from Gohar, a belated call, I think, from Cullen. Either that or the weight was on the heels from Gohar. He then sets off and a single it is. 139 the lead. Oh, welcome back, Dave.
Too many, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I was just saying, the way we'd been weighted up all day was by the time it was 150, the lead, with about 15 overs left, which is what we're heading for. That was just going to be too much, so...
You'd think they'd still come out and give it a go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Whether they'd get there or not is a moot point, or a moo point, as Joey might have said in Friends. One for the Friends fans out there.
So apparently this is something I've only just learned, America's divided in half. Half of them are Friends fans and half of them are Seinfeld fans, and there's no meeting in the middle.
Well,
so you're Friends.
I like them both.
Oh,
Seinfeld is brilliant.
I think Seinfeld's brilliant.
Friends is good.
I was late to Seinfeld. I finished Curb Your Enthusiasm. I was so lost, having had no more of it to watch, I thought I'll give Seinfeld a go. Same writer, wasn't it? So here's Morley's around the wicket. Bowls past the edge of Cullen. Oh, wow. Wait, what pin is that?
I think it was just in desperation, really, wasn't it?
You might be right.
Morley followed those around the bat who went up for it. There was probably a little noise maybe of inside of the bat onto pad, which got those around the bat excited, but Morley pretty much gave the game away.
Oh, got it.
Is that another drop? 2 slips for Cullen. Madsen's lining it all up once again. So 2 slips, a leg slip, a short leg and a silly point, but it does all feel a little late. As Morley's in, bowls, and Cullen forward, pushes into the onside. It's fielded at mid-on, 296 for 7.
You know, Godrich, the head groundsman, just put another hose pipe out. He
Yeah,
thinks
he's
done.
done.
He's
He's
and
ready.
dusted.
Come on, Wayne, he's saying. It's all over. Shake hands. Here's Morley. Bowls, lots of flight, low full toss. Pushed back by Cullen. Stretching shadows. Certainly doesn't it doesn't feel like the early weeks of the season, this, does it?
No. Or indeed England.
No. No, indeed. Here's Morley. Bowls and leg side. Now, did he get a little tickle on it? There was a cry of catch it for leg slip. It races away for 4 runs. It went fast and it went fine. And leg slip low to his right wasn't really anywhere near it. The lead's 143. Middlesex reach 300 for 7 wickets down in their follow-on. There are 20 overs remaining. And really, we are getting to the stage where Derbyshire need a hat-trick now.
Certainly do. Wayne Madsen with his hands on his hips, David Lloyd with his hands on his hips, Caleb Jewell with his hands on his hips, all in discussion. And it's going to be Alex Thompson to continue. They're not going to have enough time here, Derbyshire. And Middlesex will hold on for the draw. I don't think there's much doubt about that now. Just imagine though if Zafar had been taken when he was on 44. He's only added 1 there, but put 8 in the wickets column. Huge. Huge. But there we go. It wasn't to be. It was a relatively simple catch. Anthony from Heanor has been back in touch, wondering what to make of this impending result. Certainly felt pessimistic when Derbyshire 249 for 5, and again yesterday when it looked like Middlesex would save the follow-on. Is it time to put the past 2 seasons behind us and raise our expectations, he asks. I imagine the dressing room might feel Middlesex reeled off the hook yesterday evening and this morning, despite their best efforts to wriggle back onto it again at points throughout the afternoon as Thompson bowls to Gohar, who defends that one into the ground. But there was plenty for Derbyshire. There is plenty for Derbyshire followers to be cheerful about too. Absolutely, Anthony. I don't think they'd have got this close to a win over Middlesex last season, beaten home and away comfortably in 2024. As Thompson is in, and that's pushed out into the offside by Gohar.
Well, the Glamorgan match, bear in mind Glamorgan bottom of the table and having a bit of a battle at the moment, aren't they? If Derbyshire were to go to Glamorgan and pick up the points, then the table will look pretty.
They almost have to now, though, don't they? Whereas if they could have won this game, you could go to Glamorgan with a certain freedom. As Thompson bowls, that's cut away by Gohar out towards the backward point boundary. Around the boundary comes Morley, fumbles the ball, but they stick to 1. Gohar moves to 46, 301 for 7.
I mean, I'm not sure it was wholly praise when the idea was presented to me earlier in the match that this was set up this way. Hybrid pitch, take a draw against Middlesex and then go to Glamorgan and win. I'm not sure that was wholly praise to say in some ways, well, actually it's a little bit negative to have gone about it that way. But that was the theory that was put forward for back-to-back hybrids here at the County Ground Derby.
By somebody in the changing room?
No.
Excellent. Here is Thompson, bowls to Cullen, who defends this one into the onside, and there's no run. They certainly wanted a pitch that turned. They wanted to win the toss and bat. Well, they lost it and batted. So they got what they wanted in those terms, and they forced Middlesex to follow on. So nothing to be too negative about. As Thompson gives that one a bit of flight, hits the pad after hitting the inside edge of Cullen's bat.
So should have put a proper pitch on, beat Middlesex and then gone to Glamorgan and beat them as well.
They presumably already started preparing this one. Did we got to swap pitches or played on the previous one? That one hits the pad. There's half an appeal there from Thompson. They do at least get to pick their pitches, of course. 301 for 7 at the end of the over. Gohar 46, Cullen 4, lead 144, 19 overs to go. And we go on.
How many overs?
19.
19. 2 for the change of innings. 15 overs was when we were saying by that point, mathematically, it starts to become ridiculous.
Not we. There's only one person been hypothesizing in this box today. I merely said it would be a draw.
301 for 7. The lead's 144. 19 overs remaining. Here's Morley to Gohar. We'd expect any minute now, really, that hands will be shaken as Morley's in, bowls, and Gohar defends into the offside. 46 runs from 96 deliveries. I think they were pretty pleased, Middlesex, that actually they've stood up to the task today, because they could have crumbled at certain points.
Yeah, no, absolutely, they should be.
They could have crumbled. As Morley's in, bowls, and this is pushed back again. Missing the follow-on by 8. And, yeah, just in itself put a bit of pressure on. Gohar tapping away. Morley will come in. 97th over of the innings. Bowls now, and Gohar defends once more. Quiet chatter. Both hands on the hips for Wayne Madsen. Is he thinking it's nearly time to call it? How much longer will he go on for? As Morley bowls flatter, shorter, and defended off the back foot by Gohar.
1,088 runs for 27. Quite got the balance right.
Yeah. A pause as Madsen adjusts the field. Is he looking for one more big shot from Gohar? He's brought up deep backward square. And he's brought up deep backward point as Gohar defends on the front foot. I doubt Gohar will be going for the big shot again. He's on 46. He'll nudge and nurdle if there's time to his 50, you'd imagine now. He did try and go for the 6 while on 44. He was dropped. The next over, Higgins holed out with a sweep. As Morley moves in, bowls, and forward plunges Gohar, an appeal of sorts, but not really. 97 bowled.
They're just shouting every time a ball's bowled now. It really irritates.
Please.
It's really irritating, isn't it? But they will do that now, between now and the end of the match, I'm sure.
So there are 18 to go. The lead is 144, 3-wicket stand. It's all on Wayne Madsen. You'd have thought now, at what point does he say, go on then, they've got away with it. Thompson will step in from the city end with a 4 catching positions around the bat. I mean, not far off the point we'd say, well, you may as well just throw them all around the bat now and have one more over.
Absolutely. Blair Tickner's putting his helmet on now at leg slip. Silly mid off. Short leg, leg slip, slip. 2 overs until the final hour starts. Thompson is in and bowls to Cullen, who turns that backward square on the onside. No run.
Chappell got off the hook a little bit by Higgins sweeping the next ball down the throat of deep square, didn't he? Because Higgins wouldn't have played that shot had Gohar fallen. I'm just looking at Chappell looking rueful at mid-off right now.
He still should have caught it. Thompson is in, and that one is defended by Cullen. Back towards Thompson, the bowler. 1 or 2 making their way out of the ground now. Clearly decided what the result of this game is going to be. Could have left it 11, of course. We knew what the result of this game was going to be. It always felt like a draw.
Oh, they've got very tight at silly mid-off, and
Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Cullen. Fielded by Morley, despite Tickner chasing towards the ball, and he throws it to Martin Anderson. It was a poor throw. It was a weary throw.
they've crept right to the edge of the pitch, those two now, haven't they? The short leg and the silly point. They couldn't be any closer.
Shadow stretching across the pitch. He'll have to stay still, will Caleb Jewell, as this one is played to him. There was a time he wouldn't really have been allowed to stand there with that shadow across, but as long as he stays still, he's okay, apparently. In comes Thompson again. Back goes Cullen. Turns this one into the leg side. Fielded by Morley once again. And there is one ball left in the Thompson over. Then there will be 17 to go with a lead of 144. A good one to win from here.
For Middlesex.
For any side. This next delivery is turned into the leg side. A cry of catch it, whether it came off the bat or not. It didn't go to hand anyway. And the over comes to an end. I think it might just have come off his bat as well, but it was wide of David Lloyd at short leg. Forward short leg, really. 301 for 7 at the end of the over. 98 gone. Said it would take them 110 overs to bowl them out like it did the first innings. It may well prove to be the case. Middlesex's lead is 144, with 1 over to go until the last hour begins.
There's a slip, a leg slip and a short leg, and Morley eyeing up what? Not sure. Here's Gohar. Left-hander awaits the slow left arm, and he steps in now. Deepish mid-on, deep square. Gohar pushes into the offside. Are they thinking that Gohar might do something rash here on the verge of his 50? Deep backward square, deep square.
He hasn't played a
deepish
shot in
mid-on
anger since he was dropped.
No. Yeah, I think he's
Which
thinking
is very
much
sensible.
Indeed.
Absolutely.
I think at that point with Higgins at the other end, he was just thinking 50. Higgins was thinking have some fun, but now they're just settling back in for the draw again. As forward goes Gohar, irrelevant of personal scores and personal fun. They're just thinking, all right, let's bat it out. They'd clearly, the pair of them, thought they'd done enough, didn't they? Both Gohar and Higgins.
Yes.
Which they probably had. I don't want to talk in definites just yet. This is Morley. Bowls, and there goes Gohar slamming down the ground, and that will be his 50. That was put right up there, and too much to resist for Gohar, who swings 6 over the bowler's head to move to 52 from 105 balls. And a fine 50 it is in Middlesex's lead of 150 following on. It's very much secured the match, the draw for the visitors.
7 fours and 2 sixes.
Come back.
Certainly can.
307 for 7. The lead is 150 with 16.3 to go. That's 99 balls, Dave. Here comes Morley. Bowls and a forward defence from Gohar. Back up the track it goes. 2 to come of the over. And you would imagine that we're very, very close to Wayne Madsen saying, all right, boys, time to put the feet up. Slip. Leg slip and a short leg. Gohar takes guard again because Morley's going to come left arm around to the left-hander. Steps in now, bowls. Lots of flight, and Gohar swings him off the toe end of the bat, and it goes all through the dirt to short mid-wicket. I was certainly looking over the top of mid-wicket and mid-on, but didn't connect with it at all. In some ways, fortunately, I guess. Could easily have dollied up for a catch to either of those two in front of the square on the onside. As forward goes Gohar again. 52 from 107. And there is the end of the over, and it's all eyes on Madsen. I think he's looking around at his colleagues now saying, shall we call it, lads? 307 for 7. The lead's 150. 16 overs remain. Madsen looks very, very ponderous. I think he's right on the verge. Maybe there'll be one more.
Yeah, well, he's just looking at the big scoreboard away to our right here, which shows the same information that we have on the screen, which will suggest to him that there's virtually no chance.
I guess we are at the stage where Middlesex could actually declare and say, well, do you want to go out and chase it? In terms of...
That would be interesting if they did. Well, Dave Townsend would be pleased, wouldn't he?
Yes, yes.
Last hour starts at 17:19 for the record. So we cannot go beyond 20 past 6. I don't think we'll get anywhere near it. Alex Thompson on his way in to bowl to Cullen, who turns that one into the leg side. There's no run. You know, we've had 12 runs in the last 5 overs, and half of those came from that blow that took Gohar to his half-century. He perhaps thought they were going to shake hands, and he thought, I better get on with it if I want to get one here. Thompson bowls. That comes off a pad out into the offside. Kane comes in to do the fielding. Get him off and let's get home, says one observer. I think that's a fair shout. Here comes Thompson again, gives that one a bit of extra air. And Cullen does no more than push it back to the bowler.
Not the first time I'm sure you've had that said to you, Fletch.
No, absolutely not. You've had enough, go on. 307 for 7, halfway through Thompson's 29th over. This next one is defended by Cullen. Caleb Jewell pushes the ball back along the pitch towards the stumps. It never got anywhere near them. That clapping is coming from David Lloyd at forward short leg. As Thompson is in again, and back goes Cullen. Turns the ball into the leg side. Tickner, leg slip, does the fielding. Final ball of the over then. Wayne Madsen standing at slip. It's all down to him. Thompson then to complete the over. Bowls to Cullen, who defends it. Another maiden for Alex Thompson, his 9th.
There we go. Madsen has just called it, I think, hasn't he?
Yeah, looks like it. It's all over. Middlesex survive, as we always thought they would. They finish on 307 for 7 with Zafar on 52 from 108 deliveries. Terrific innings from him and from Ryan Higgins. Earlier on today, good innings from Max Holden and Stephen Eskenazi before the madness started. They both got out just before lunch. There were 3 wickets in 45 minutes. Lears deploy, Ben Geddes and Jack Davis dismissed. But unfortunately, from a Derbyshire perspective, they couldn't force 10 wickets to give themselves an opportunity of winning the game. Cullen ends the game on 4. Been out there for 22 deliveries. And as I say, Middlesex finish on 307 for 7. Derbyshire take 13 points. Middlesex take 11. Derbyshire will move up to 2nd in the table. And I will think they'll take a lot of positives from this one. We'll be speaking to Mickey Arthur for BBC Radio Derby, certainly, once he finishes his debrief in the pavilion. Hopefully that won't take too long. We can all get on with the rest of our lives.
Be interesting to hear his thoughts on the hybrid, won't it? What was his thoughts first time around on the hybrid here at Derby?
I never asked him about it. I'm sure he'll say it was the pitch that they wanted. It's almost pointless asking questions you know the answer to, I always think. 307 for 7, the Middlesex finish on. I'm just waiting for the signal from next door. I'm not getting one.
Keep talking.
As the I'd rather not. As the ground staff come out, because in a minute we're going to be completely drowned out by the former Lord's hover cover,
You see, we are good to you in some ways, Fletch.
which will be fired up and taken out
Not that that had anything to do with Middlesex,
the middle.
as you've pointed out. Yeah.
No, well, it's not. It's not
It was the
theirs.
MCC's.
It's not theirs, is it? Clearly, it's not Middlesex's. Or it
Indeed.
wasn't Middlesex's.
But yeah, a good game. I think Middlesex, they'll reflect on, well, 2 points, obviously missing the follow-on by 8 runs. Just put this day into some peril for them. It just put a little bit of pressure on the final day, really, didn't it? Which they nearly succumbed to at times, but overall they managed to see through it for the best part, and 3 wickets in hand as the hands are shaken at the end. And then obviously at the beginning of the match, lulled into it slightly by the little bit of grass that was out there in the first morning.
Thanks for putting up with us all day on 5 Sports Extra. And thank you for putting up with us for the last 4 days on the BBC Sport website and app and on the Derbyshire stream. This match ends in a draw. Derbyshire take 13 points. Middlesex take 11. Middlesex at home to Kent on Friday. Derbyshire travelling down to Cardiff. They'll be at Sophia Gardens to take on Glamorgan. Just before 11 o'clock, we will get underway. And, of course, every ball of every match in the County Championship live on the BBC. I hope you can join us for that. In the meantime, thanks for listening, and we'll see you later in the week.
Cleared.